Sorry. I have to make sure I have this available for recording because I will publish this. There'll be a link inside the Canvas course for this you can access. I will also share the links out for the videos. I'll chunk it into AM and PM sessions because I imagine you don't want to have a huge giant video to have to go back through, especially if you have to step away. But those it takes a little bit to render, but I'll get them up and posted on my channel, and they'll only be via link. They won't be public things because, yeah, we cover stuff that's behind the login process, and so I can't share that just publicly. But they will be available that you can actually use and go over. So we'll be talking about that. Yeah, that's set to record and go from there. But yeah, intros. So I'm Cody Henriksen. I have been teaching computer science for 25 years now. Um, I got started in CS as a small rodent child, doing uh, not Pascal. I was doing Logo with my first grade after school program, and I got to do some fun math stuff. Um, and learning how to draw with that. And my mom was doing computer programming with this little Fortran language and COBOL at the time for accounting purposes. And I learned that and like, oh, I will step away from computer science. I came back to it after high school and got into all lots of fun with that. And so I've been doing computer science for just a smidge. Um, I've been involved with the AP reading in C++ time. I've This last year I was the assistant chief reader, so I did all sorts of random stuff for the exam. I've graded every single question for the last few years, so including stuff that we don't get to talk about, but we'll get to talk about as a concept and talk about that for there. But we'll go from there. But I've loved computer science. I teach uh, Java, iOS development, and database development with queries is what I do for my class every day. And then my teaching schedule is a little weird. So I'm at a CT program school where the kids come for 2.5 hours a day, every day, all year long. So they get to go deeper and wider than a college class in my class. But that also means that my class doesn't match anything else that fits as a regular high school system because we do GUI pretty early and we go beyond the subset all over the place. I'll be doing some things to help you go beyond the subset a little bit, but that's not going to be obviously the focus because we want to make you be able to have your kids be successful inside your classroom. But there's also resources that can go and take that a little bit cooler. So, quick little blurb about me. Um, Volunteer basis as to how we go, but I want to make sure that everybody does go. So, whoever wants to go first, go ahead and we'll
I'll
go
go
from there.
first. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Yep. My name is Torrin Sanders. I am from Virginia, East Coast time. This is my first year as a high school teacher, period. I have done substitute teaching in middle school and high school for about a year. Prior to that, I did private sector work in software training and consulting. Most of my computer science experience started in college. I did not have a lot of CS exposure in high school. And actually, I signed up to major in business when I got to college and then just changed my mind on the first day of registration and jumped to computer science. I learned Pascal, Ada, Fortran. I'm teaching myself blockchain now using Solidity and React, JS, and some other interesting stuff. So I'm in the continuous learning type of phase, but I'm also looking forward. I like young people a lot. I work with them in my church background, and I'm excited to just be in front of them all day, I think. At least for now. We'll see. That's it.
Thank you, Torin.
I can go.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jess Mullen. I live currently on Cape Cod in Massachusetts, so it's tourist season around here. So it's actually a good day for me to stay at my house because I can't go anywhere. So I've been teaching for over 22 years in a variety of different school districts in Massachusetts and Rhode Island. So the Cape has been a nice de-stressor from like the inner city. that I did for many years. So I am a traditional math teacher, to be honest with you. That's what I went to school for. I never did any coding in college. So it's kind of funny that I'm basically a full-time computer science teacher now. So I've had to learn a lot over the years. So I teach AP Computer Science A. I teach AP Computer Science Principles. I also lead Bex Robotics at my school now. And I've been doing pretty well with that. I've had a couple of teams get to states and regionals in the last couple of years, so that's been exciting. I do like an intro to Python class, teach the kids to code with drones and some 3D printing. So I have a variety of different classes that I do, but I also still teach some math. So, it's a balance. But I'm excited to learn about the new exam. Obviously, that's a lot of fear. And yes, I don't say my R's. I have the New England accent for sure.
I'll go quick. Oh, sorry. I'm Cameron. I'm in New York City Public Schools, 20 years, math, CS convert also, CS principles and Python, and it's my first year with CSA. So glad to be here.
Fantastic.
No.
Thank you.
I can go.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Rayanne Crandall. I am in California, in Concord, California, just outside of San Francisco. I went to CSTA this last week, which was in Cleveland. And because I have the goal of seeing a baseball game at every major league ballpark, I went a little early and I stayed a little late so I could get the Cleveland Guardians in and the Cincinnati Reds in. But that just also means that we flew home yesterday. My time clock is so off because I was on, we're 3 hours ahead, and now I'm back here physically, but now I'm on a class that's 2 hours ahead. I'm a mess, but I'm sure eventually my brain will catch up with wherever my body is. I have been teaching for 34 years. I've only been in high school for the last 2, so this will be my 3rd year teaching high school. So I've taught CSA for 2 years and CSP for 2 years. And I'm really looking forward to this class because I have gone through the CED and it seems like everything has changed. It seems like it's all different. So I'm really excited to be digging into it and figuring out where things went and how things are different and what are the different emphasis. And I think this is going to be exciting. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ray.
Can I go now?
Yep, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Bharti Hirani. I'm from India. I have been teaching AP Computer Science A from 6 years. So currently I'm on my summer vacation. I teach in China with an international school. So just trying to use my vacation to learn more about the upcoming course for CSA. So looking forward to learn with you all together. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
I can go. Hi, everybody. My name is Alexa Kaplan. I have been teaching for 10 years, going into my 11th. I'm originally from New York, taught in New York City Public Schools for 6 years. So shout out to Cameron. We both know how difficult and also rewarding that is. And I have since moved to Minnesota by way of the pandemic. And I have been teaching at a senior high school here in the suburbs of the Twin Cities. I'm going into my 5th year. I've been teaching geometry and AP Computer Science Principles. And this year I'm taking on CSA. Our CSA teacher took a district job. So I'm interested to learn I guess, a step up from what I'm used to. And I'm self-taught computer science. I took some courses when I wanted to quit teaching. And now I'm teaching the computer science because I can't leave. I'm a sucker for the kids. And yeah, I'm just excited to learn. So.
Fantab. Thank you.
I can go.
Okay.
My name is Tara Cootie. I am in Minnesota, so thank you for being on Central Time because I'm terrible at converting stuff. I have been teaching for 15-ish years. I started out in math, did that for 8, switched over to CTE, and now I quite literally teach anything and everything that my school asked me to. I am their primary woods teacher, their primary engineering teacher. I teach animal science, companion animals, computer science, computer repair, programming, electrical wiring. It not what I expected to be doing when I was teaching, but honestly, I love it far more than whatever else I've done. I was also an engineer for 8 years where I spent doing reliability and safety on programming. So all the code that would be used for my company was a government contract company. So they built all the bombs and bullets the military used. And all the code that was used, I went through and had to test and make sure that it was safe and reliable. So that was kind of when I went to school, I fought tooth and nail to avoid taking programming, and it was required for graduation. So I took it my senior year. And at that point, I was like, why did I not take this earlier? I would have majored in it. So nothing like into it, kind of a roundabout way. So then I ended up doing a bunch of programming, and I kind of just enjoy it as I'll say, a part-time hobby of mine. But it's been a lot of fun. I got to teach the programming this last year because our programming teacher took another job in actuarial, ironically enough. So now it's my class and I'm having a lot of fun with it. But yeah, it's one more stress to add to the long list of classes that I teach.
Fantastic. Thank you.
I can go ahead.
Okay,
Oh,
fabulous.
No, go ahead, Jamie.
sorry. Thank you. I'm Jamie Thompson. Very similar story to everybody else. I'm from upstate New York, so 4 hours north of the city, Saratoga Lake George area. And I've been teaching 24 years, started as math 8 years ago, introduced some computer science classes, and now we have 4 different computer science classes at our school, and I teach 3 of them and dragged a colleague in to do one other one. So I'm excited because I haven't done an AP SI, and I'm adding on AP Computer Science Principles next year. So I've got this one this week, and I'm doing a Summer Institute next week to learn about that course because that one kind of scares me a little more than the AP one. I don't know. Those of you who teach it, I could use some advice. So that's me.
Fantastic. And well, I have some resources, not as many for CSP. I taught that as well, so I'll give a couple with that.
Okay, I can go Lillian Kwiatkowski. I've taught CSP, and I think nothing to worry about if you have taught CSA. But I grew up in New Jersey, but I've been out here in California for 30 some odd years. I was an engineer at an aerospace company starting out and then had kids and found my way spending a lot of time with kids and enjoying that. So I'm teaching high school now. This is my 9th year teaching high school. I've went in teaching math, but after the first year I was teaching math, I went into computer science. I was teaching computer science principles. And then last year I taught CSA. And it actually went a lot better. I had some Microsoft Teals volunteers come help me out. So that was very fruitful. And this year things have changed. So I'm anxious to learn what's going on with the changes. And that's it.
Fabulous.
I can go next.
Okay,
Hi, sorry, my camera, I can't.
that's okay.
It's not functioning well. I'm currently in Edinburgh, Minnesota, but I just finished my first year in teaching in Virginia. I I graduated with a math degree, but I did some coding, and I teach algebra and geometry, but I'll be taking an AP CSA next year, so I'm excited to see where that goes. And yeah, happy to be here.
Fantastic. Thank you, Amina.
I can go ahead. My name is David Winogradoff. I come from a research and academic background. I'm going to be teaching at a private school in Virginia. This is my first experience teaching. I come from a math and physics background, but in my research, I had to use a lot of programming as well. Um, so I had I had computer science in undergrad and a little bit in high school. So I do have a background in it. I had to use it for my research, but this will be my first time teaching AP Computer Science. So I'm excited to learn more. Thank you.
Yes, David, Jamie. Okay, I think that's everybody that's here right now. Good morning. Welcome. This will be a lot of fun. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Um, we've got a bunch to go over with this, but I want to make sure that, like I said, we get some chances to introduce each other, see what's going on. The first thing we want to do is we actually do want to take a look at the CED document because this thing is kind of a key component of what we're going to be working with. When I first started teaching CSA, the CED was a bulleted list, a page and a half long. That's like, this is what you have to teach. Okay. And it's like, so I looked at the bulleted list, I looked at a textbook or two, and like, create a class. Um, so I've been doing that for, that was my first, before they did more than just a, here's a list of topics that have to be covered in the span of a year. It's like, okay, I can do that. But so it got a little bit better. This is it's a pretty loaded PDF. So please click on the link for that. Open it up on your machine. You can physically print this off if you like. I have th three copies of this thing from pre-release to pre-pre-release to actual release. I was working on the development for this thing for a while with a lot of other people. So I know this document now pretty well. So I feel nice that I can talk about it. We're going to do a scavenger hunt activity with this. So I've got it as an assignment in there. There's a link right there on the slide deck for it as well. But it's just a quick, that way we can actually explore this. You are free to work together, or you can do this individually. I'm cool with that. So if you just click that link for scavenger hunt, asks you to make a copy of the document, or just make a copy of it. Sorry, I did not do the make a copy on the link on it. So just make a copy of that so you can. I copied the wrong one. Yeah, it's got the answers on it. Hang on, two shakes. Don't use that one. Undo the link. Whoop. Cut. There, gone. Excuse me, please. I apologize. I forgot to take the new version off of that. Scavenger. Scavenger rain. Drive. I apologize, my humans. Scavenger. There we go. Share. Copy link. There, now you can make a copy. I apologize. Yes, please make a copy of that. There we go. So please, yeah, don't cheat on this. This is actually a good exploration activity. This is one of those things where you can use this with students. I do link the CED inside my actual syllabus for the students. I don't make them do this on that because that's not their job as a student. But I do use the CED with them like, hey, here are your expectations that I have to work with on you. And so with this one, what I'm looking for to do, a cat. Yes.
Can you give us access, or at least some of us? I do not have access to your document that you just posted.
Oh,
Yes, same here. I was about to request the same thing.
Didn't make share copy. Hang on one second. Share. Anyone with link? Okay. Anyone with link can access. I apologize. I thought it said to copy. Let's fix that right now. It should be available now. Let me go check that. Do. Scavenger. Do. Make sure that's not on this. Share. Editing with the link. It should be shareable. Oh, okay, that's why. I did the wrong version. This is in the consultant training folder. Cancel. File. One sec. I apologize. This needs to go somewhere else. Files for teachers. Yep. Select. Make a copy. Share. Copy link. Let's fix that one more time. Edit link. Okay, try that one more time. I apologize. Happier now with it? Yes. Okay, fantastic. Sorry about that. I apologize. Okay, so but yeah, with this one, this is designed to help you as this teacher go through this document, um, making sure you can look through that PDF, find the stuff that's inside there. But what I want you to do is I want you to go through and find those. This is totally something you can work on together. If you can't find something, I will be right here to answer questions about that to help guide you to it. The PDF is a searchable PDF, so you can use the magic power of Command F to find text inside that. So that's definitely a valid way to do this. But there's a bunch of stuff that you actually want to know. I encourage you to work together to solve these, but you can, do this on your own if you'd prefer to do that. And so let's take, it's 8:32. I have to adjust my time from my time zone. But let's go for 10 minutes, see where we're at. And again, like I said, I'm going to leave this on. I'm just going to walk over and swap the laundry so I can get that going. But I'll be right back here, happy to answer questions, and we'll go from there. Sorry. Laundry sheet or sheets always get washed on Mondays, so have to get that swapped over. I know it's gone so long. One of the tricks I recommend with the PDF, if you're using the browser or otherwise, if you go over, let me put my screen back on again. But if you use the bookmark feature, that's a great way to go through and actually search through that by topic area on there. And of course, you can use the Command F or Control F if you're on a Windows box to find information through that. But using the I want to look through and look at these little things right here really, really makes life easy. I actually have that as when I teaching APSIs, when I'm actually going over content with students for review, I have it open like that so I can here we're clicking go direct that spot and going from there. Okay, I just set alarms on my phone to repeat so that we have breaks because I don't have a time sense at all. I rely on the bell system at schools or phone alarms to actually know that time passes. So have that to make sure that we actually take breaks. Because, yeah, it's critical to take breaks, but my brain will just forget the time passes. I'm not good on time. Who has found at least a couple answers? Okay, good. Fantabulous. I'm loving your responses to the survey. Thank you so much. And I had people share my survey responses with calculus and chemistry teachers this year. So when sharing, giving it to the APSI, it's like, oh, here's the link. They gave it to the wrong teacher. So I have chemistry and calculus responses to strip out. I'm like, I can't help with your course. Calc I can help with a bit. I can functionally teach calc. I would not be the best teacher, but I could do that. I can't teach chem. It's like their responses were talking about frothy coffee, and I'm like, I have no idea what you're going for. Yeah. But yeah, really good responses on this. I think I can help with almost all the stuff that are on here, which makes my life happy. Do, 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 do.
Cody,
Yes.
I clicked on the AP Computer Science ACED link that is in the Moodle, and it takes me to the 2021.
I did not do anything on the Moodle, so hang on a second.
And so I started answering these and went, wait a minute, this doesn't look right. It's not the right one.
Let me make sure on here on the seat. On the Canvas, I should have that, but let me double check on the Moodle. I didn't. Let's see.
Okay, so let me go to the Canvas then and get it from there.
Effective fall 2025. Yeah, the Canvas one. Yeah, the Moodle one, I haven't used Moodle since like 2000 or so. And when my school is looking at it as an option. But let me go see if I can change that on the Moodle here because
Well,
they
and so if I try and click it from the Canvas, I click official link and I get frowny face.
you get
So I
frowny
think,
face.
yeah, I think maybe I've probably
All
got
right,
to
let me go refresh the link on this, Lorp, and I'll go back here to this one because I have a few copies of the CED just all over the place.
I think I do too. So let me just find the right one. I just wanted you to know I don't think these link, at least the two that I've touched, no, don't seem to be right.
I just reset the link over here and effective fall 2025 done, and I'll hit
Excellent.
republish, and it takes me to the document when I just hit refresh, effective fall 2025. So if you, on that CED link, that's the first thing in Moodle, or not Moodle, in Canvas, excuse me. Under course modules, let's see. Yeah, course, then
Under
modules.
modules course CED, this is the backbone.
Yep,
I am clicking it and I get frowny face.
you get frowny face.
Yep, the page with the thing turned over and the frowny face. No, looks like I get a bunch of like, it looks like broken link.
Hang on one
Code.
second. I'm re-going to the page right here. Sorry, I'm rechecking my link. Link options. Oop, AP Central, collegeboard.org.
I'm logging into College Board right now.
Yeah, this I stole it straight from their website. So AP, so 2025 APCS CED.
And yes, this is Colby the cat who absolutely loves Zoom.
I am perfectly happy with a cat who loves Zoom. Effective fall 2025. So I'm stealing this straight off of Google. Copy link address. I'm gonna go back to this course details and Command A, Command V. Yeah, that says it's the same link, but I'm republishing it and refreshing the page. So the hyperlink, this is the backbone of the course. I'll put the text of the link there too, because yeah, that's Florp. And then save. So the PDF link right there, if you hit refresh on your page, it should look with a viewable link now, where you can just not click on it, but you have to select the text and paste it. See if that works. Cool. I haven't logged in. Yes, I know that's okay. Moodle graduate credit APCSA CED. Okay, so if I
Okay, so it looks like my problem has something to do with the Chrome extension problem. So
okay.
I'm gonna try and figure it out. I can't, it doesn't look like I can download the PDFs.
Do you have what are you in a Windows box or a um Mac box or a Linux box?
It's Mac and
Try Safari then.
yeah, I know exactly what they updated Chrome. I know exactly what I need to do. It's gonna take me less
Okay.
than a minute.
Oh, no worries. Let's see. Syllabus development. Edit mode. Okay. Edit. Yeah, that was from, yeah, that CED is from the people last year. And let's see if I file settings, edit mode. Delete. Yes. Delete. And now if I can add. Ah, hit save, save and return to course. Save and display. Okay. In the CSA one, it now has the link in Moodle. Sorry, I haven't, yeah, it's like, had to go and find a way to fix that. There. Yeah. Moodle is nothing I work with on a regular basis since here in Utah, where Instructure had its start, for some reason we got free access to everything that Canvas does at first. And so we've been using Canvas for a smidge since they gave a free full license to all the schools at the beginning. Now they're charging for more stuff, but I don't have to pay for that. That's my district's money. I don't have to do anything with that. However, my district turned off the feature for me so I could just import my stuff in my classroom setting. Because I had this all like I could just share my entire class to y'all. Like, no, we don't want you to be able to share your class. So I can't, because I used to be able to have like you just log into my district one and here's all the stuff. I can just share it directly to it. And they're like, nope, we're not doing that anymore. So that made me sad. Okay, what are some questions you have on that scavenger hunt?
I guess I just have a general question to understand.
Yeah.
What is an example of a college course that this AP exam would allow a student to get credit in?
So this would be the CS1 course for the most college systems would be the first course in the major. So in the like CS 100 or CS at my thing the schools that I work with at CS 1400 is the course because they use the 1,000 base system.
Mm, mm.
So it is the first course in the computer science major. Um, so usually a 4-hour credit course that talks about the introduction of programming data types and structures. And so yeah, in Utah it's CS 1400 for all the public schools. For the private school that I taught through college with, it's CS 200 because the CS 100 course is the equivalent to CSP. But yeah, it's the first course in the major for computer science. Good question.
For the methods of the string class,
Uh-huh.
that we have to find, are those just the methods that are listed in the reference?
Uh-huh.
Right, okay,
There's a bunch that you have, and there's a bunch you don't have to worry about.
okay.
Yep. Yeah, great question. Yeah, just the ones inside the reference guide. I go beyond that, and there's a couple that are really helpful, the CED adjacent ones, and I'll talk about that in a bit. But yeah, just ones that you absolutely have to know. Who started with the true false section that has page numbers to go through? Fantastic. Who started with the how many, the counting questions? Okay. And who started with the open response questions? Okay, fabulous. It's like there are great ways to just do this. This style of work is a great way to work with students inside the textbook or inside a resource. Especially like say for I use this kind of thing with the API with Java. It's like having them actually go look to the API website and use that to identify what's going on and just a little guided reading activity. Let's go for 5 more minutes and let's go over the answers and get some questions done, and then we'll switch gears again. Sound good? Okay, fantastic. All right, let's go ahead and let's take a look at that lovely document so we can go through that. Volunteers to share answers 1 and 2 on the open response part.
So was number one AP course audit college faculty on page
Mhm.
one?
The college
Yay. All
faculty
right.
are the one who do that, yes. So the two of the people who are explicitly in charge of that I've worked with, one is the former chief reader of the exam, um, uh, John Segas, Kansas City, and another is Jill Hunter Westerland. She is a college faculty was Alabama, now Texas. And they review and check to make sure your stuff. They will give you feedback. It is a process. If you haven't done so already, you can do that. Talking about your course audit for your syllabus, who has started that process already? Fabu! Double thumbs up. Sorry, point to the right camera. Um, we'll be talking about that here in a minute. If you haven't done so, I recommend starting that today. We'll talk about that, and we're going to go a couple things on that, but we'll hit that in a minute. Uh, Q2, how do we how are the exams graded against? It's not
I
norms.
have one question real quick with
Yeah.
regard to the audit.
Yes.
I know college faculty do it, but like if let's say I submit my audit, is it sent to the same college person every time, or does it go to somebody new every time I have to resubmit it? Or
So if you have to resubmit, it goes by default, it goes to the same person. They should give you feedback. But if there's any, I know two of the people in the pool explicitly because they had to grade mine and the all the other consultants as we had to have it rewritten for this year. Normally we can do that, but it goes, I think, by default to the same person, so you can just have continually do feedback with that one person.
so then if you end up having to ask them a question about it, that's the same person, or does it go to somebody? I'm just thinking
I
because
believe it
last
goes to the
year,
same person.
I say last year when I did mine, because like I said, I took my course over from another teacher, and so I had to redo it.
Mhm.
And it got sent back. And when I asked, could you explain what's missing? They came back and they're like, hold on, we have to go figure this out. So I got the impression that it was somebody different, but I'm like, that seems really odd because I would think that the same person would be doing it.
Yeah, I would think so. Also the fact that they look at n, where n is a large number,
Okay.
and it's like,
Well, this would have been done really, really late. I got told I had to do it after school started in September. So I was like, oh, okay.
yeah, yeah, it's like I would assume they do, but it's that I'm not on that job list, so I'm happy to be. But yeah, they normally take care of that. Yeah. Yeah, I know two of the professors are on it. One is John Sega's development committee slash chief reader, and then Jill Hunter Westerland, who is she's the chief consultant response person from the College Board as well. So, but yeah, they're the ones who I know do some of the work on that, and then, but yeah, college professors are the ones who do all of that work. Okay, how do we grade the exams? It's
Is
page two.
it criterion referenced?
Criterion referencing. Yeah, it's like, do you meet these criteria? Exactamundo. The only possible prereq for CSA. Yeah, Torin.
So I'm taking over for a retiring teacher in
Uh-huh.
this subject. That audit, is that something that I need to find out if they've submitted already, or is
Nope,
it on
you
me
just do a
definitely?
brand new one. Everybody this year has to do a brand new one.
Okay.
Previously, you could just
I
do
have
that.
no idea what to do.
Yep, I'm gonna help you
Obviously.
out with that. So
Okay.
yeah, that is on the list of things we will be addressing here in uh, after we go through these questions. But yeah,
Yep.
yep,
Cody,
fantastic. Yep,
um, we use a content provider.
yep,
So,
cool.
I mean, like my audit before, I mean, I just submitted their, like
Yep,
here, you
yep,
submit this.
yep.
Same thing, right?
Yeah, yes, but for
Okay.
it's like everybody has to submit again this year, even if they had submitted last year or anything. Let's see, so regular people could start submitting, I think, in May. So if you submitted anything before May, you have to do it again.
Okay. Well, right, because the content providers didn't have their stuff out until like mid-May.
Yeah, they actually, yeah, they had the stuff before I did for some of it, and I was writing it because they got drafts before they sent them to me to work on the actual thing. It's like I'm writing the stuff to do it, and they're getting their copy before me. I'm like, what? Like I have to write this stuff. You should give it to me. Okay, but yeah. But what's our prereq for this course?
Algebra 1.
Algebra 1 or first year algebra or whatever you want to do. This is the anti-gatekeeping prereq. There have been a few humans who have tried to say, oh, we need to have a big, huge prereq. No, that is not what we're looking for on this. And I'll talk about that with we talk about our DEI component on our next bit. But yeah, and two essential components of the framework.
Computational thinking practices.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Yep.
And course content.
Course content. Yep, those are the two. Fantastic. Okay, structured lab time over the entire course specifically.
20 hours minimum.
20 hours min. Okay, I recommend going more than that if you can. It's really it lab exercises where you're working with other people's code and building something more than simply just doing small, tiny little pieces. You can have small things, that's totally fine. But projects and the idea of having a lab where there's some integration of concepts and structure really makes the stuff go better for the humans. So yeah, that's a big thing. Computational practices. Senko. Okay, how many hours per week on a computer? At least 3. Yes, Torin, fantastic. Okay, so at least 3 hours per week. This is not an unplugged course. Unplugged is fantastic to do with your mammals, but they need to have time to write code in the classroom setting. So that's something you definitely want them doing at least 3 hours a week, which means probably if you're on a 45-minute schedule, that's a giant chunk of it. So making sure that's what you're working with. The topics, Unit 115, Unit 212, Unit 39, Unit 417. Unit 4 has a couple, just a few, tiny amounts. Okay, how many programming errors do they have to identify? Okay, troisième, oui. What are the 3 programming errors we have to identify?
Syntax, logical, and runtime.
Yep, and this is something I actually had the students call out aloud. I had them identify them repeatedly. This is one it's like, what kind of errors is this? What do you have to identify? This is one of those ones where like students definitely need to know this question. This is one that you can direct them to. This is like, hey, this is one of those parts of the thing. It's like, yeah, this is important to actually understand. Okay. Math methods that they have to know. There's only 5. There are a whole bunch that are really amazing and useful, but there's only 5 they have to know. String methods.
7.
7. Yes, what are they?
Jesus. Length.
Length.
Substring.
Substring with 1 parameter and substring with 2 parameters.
2 parameters, okay.
Okay, that's 3 of them. 4 more.
The index of a specific string.
Index of with a single parameter. There's index of with 2 parameters too, but they don't have to know that one.
The equals, the Boolean one.
Dot equals.
Compare to.
Compare to. One more.
The split.
Dot split. Yes. Split is one of the new ones that they have to know. We'll talk about the why on that, but it's for data. If you're going to try and work with data and you don't use split, life is going to be not happy. Come on in.
Hey, Cody, I think on the quick reference, there's 8 string methods. You know, like the Java quick reference that you get on the day of the exam.
Yep.
I think they gave them 8.
Java.
I think it's because the first one is a constructor for a new string.
Got it. Thank you.
And constructors are not methods. They are class members, but they are not methods. And the new string constructor. I mean, you can use it with your humans, but it's not the most critical way. You can just give them a string literal and it's happy. Doop, doop. Okay. All right, standard algorithms for selection and iteration without data structures. This is one that was a common error on last week's CED review. There are 5. Okay, so this is working with the idea of without using a data structure, just basically working with string, working with the loop, counting things. So there's 5 of them. Arrays, we have 9 methods or algorithms they have to know. Array list, 11, and 2D arrays, 9 again. Okay, do you have to know how to get input from the user according to the CED? No.
No.
Do you for the real life? Yes. This is something that you should teach. It's not in the CED because there used to be 8 billion ways to do it. Now there's one really easy way, but it's not on the tested subset. But if you don't have interaction with your mammals in your code, it gets boring really quick. And it's fast, it's easy, and we'll go over it and just if you have any questions. But yeah, it's totally doable. Do you have to know Big O? Nope, nope, nope. No Big O requirement. You have to have an informal understanding of runtime. Like, oh, if it's a nested loop, that's going to do more execution than just a single loop of the same of n. But that's all you have to worry about. No actual Big O notation. Do they have to know how to write a file? No. Will I teach you how to write a file? Yes. That's one of those content adjacent things that I'll go over how you can add that to your course, but they don't have to know that component. They just have to be able to use a file. That's a little bit different. Round and integer, they know benefits of using AI to develop code. They have to know the concept of this. The actual benefits, I'm going to argue there aren't very many, but I'm big on the anti-AI kick for the use of development purposes, not only because of the environmental cost and the lack of actual brain power on there. There's a really great article on how using AI to help write things actually doesn't help your brain at all. So, and they don't learn as much. But knowing that you can use AI, that concept definitely has to be known. How to round an integer without math.round. Yes, that is one of those algorithms that they have to be able to do. How you can use the magic power of using multiplication and adding values to something to do rounding without math at round. Okay, dot split, which is how to get a string array based on a delimiter that's passed to it. And I'll teach you a couple of them. There's more you can do, but we're going to teach the basics on how to actually work with that. Char. Char is not required. I say don't touch char with an 8 billion foot pole. A char is really just a number that pretends to be a letter. And students, every time they try and use char on the exam, 90% of the time they fail because they don't use char the way they actually think it works. The way they think it works is not how it works. Because a char really is just a short, which is just a tiny int that pretends to be a letter. And so I recommend don't teach char, don't encourage the use of char. There are some people who it's like, oh, it's great for doing programming contests. Yeah, I don't care. No, char bad. Or care if you're filling because it's short for character, but yeah, no, don't. Yeah, bad, 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 bad. Okay, short circuit evaluation. Oh my gosh, yes. You need to practice De Morgan's law with your mammals. That was a issue on this year's exam. It was an issue on last year's exam. It was a year in the before. Every year, this is one of the things that students struggle with, is how to handle logical evaluations, especially compound logical expressions. So definitely, 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 definitely. Number 9, students need to know how to call a method inherited from a superclass in a subclass. Not anymore. So inheritance was stricken from the CED as part of the latest course review, which we'll talk about here as part of the lecture here in just a smidge. How to handle exceptions for input mismatch exception. Nope. Is it useful? Yes, I'll teach you how to handle exceptions as well, but it's not on the exam. It's not something they have to actually do. How to use scanner to open a file. Yes, definitely. Students should not use split on the free response section. There's no reason why they can't use split. It has been a successful strategy many times because you can parse a string to its component pieces and then work with that. You can definitely use split on the free response section. There's no reason that they don't have to do it. They do need to know the input mismatch exception and IO exception when dealing with files, the actual handling of which they don't have to cover. We'll talk about that a bit. Divide by 0, don't have to worry about it. You can teach it, but it's not required because you have divide by 0, and that's different from divide by 0.0. So dividing double by 0 doesn't break. What do we get if we divide a double by 0? Not infinity. Because it's both positive and negative infinity at the same time, which is nan, not a number. And so, yeah, you don't have to worry about nan. You can teach it, but they don't have to know it. But yeah. Okay. So that is your CED scavenger hunt. Thank you for going through that with me. That it gives you a quick introduction to some of the stuff on the CED. Obviously not the actual full CED, but just gets you to go through it pretty quickly. The reason I wanted to do that is you can see what is actually going on with that document because it's kind of a big deal. But it's the idea of, oh, here's all the stuff we have to worry about. And KU is coming back in 1 second. Readmit. Okay. Welcome back, Kay. So that CD, though, I definitely recommend that you look at this document more than once. It's going to be something I have a tab of it open the entire time I'm doing this, so I can go back and find components to talk about with you as necessary and answer questions with that. If you want to print this out at your school, that can be quite helpful often to have a copy. Just to make sure it's like, oh yeah, here's what, and just jot notes down on it. I've been writing questions for this and working on this for a bit, so I had to have it open, like, oh, I have to go verify which EK does this link to. If you have that kind of district where you have to talk about the EKs and the LOs and you have to document stuff, having that as a reference can be very helpful. My district isn't obsessed with that anymore, but 10 years ago they were. And so I had to, like, here's how this shows to, here's my EK for each individual thing, and I have to turn in stuff. Yeah, don't have to do that anymore, but if you do have to do that, having that document available is very helpful for it. So yeah, just having it you can just link it right there inside your classroom canvas. Like, yeah, I've got that documented to that, so I can pull those up and it can actually go those pieces. Also, if you're working with the AP Classroom tool, that has it already built in, and you can actually search by the EKs and LOs inside that as well. But we'll be talking about that though in just a smidge. But yeah, that's the CED. So getting back to Torn question, a couple people as well about the idea of your course audit. So if you're using a content provider, you can just choose to adopt that. That's one of the things that we have on the AP Digital Resources that we have to do. We'll be covering with that. But what we're going to be working on specifically is we need to make sure you get that process started ASAP. So creating your course audit to get that process started, it's really not huge. I'm going to actually, you just go and you adopt, if you're using a content provider like CS Awesome, like code.org, like CodeHS, like the We Teach CS from the University of Texas, whichever content provider you're having to work with. Great. Use their pre-provided syllabus, but upload that immediately. You need to get that turned in as soon as possible because you need to get your principal or associated human at your school, or whether it's a secretary, counselor, whatever, whoever's in charge of saying, yes, this person is teaching the class. You want that done ASAP because you need access to you need access to AP resources immediately, like before class starts. So, like, say for example, if your principal's on vacation, obviously that can't happen immediately. But if they've delegated that responsibility to another human who's actually there in the building or can be contacted via email, yes, click on yes, click on sign in, and then send them an email saying, hey, I need to get my course audit approved. Can you please click on that link to say, yes, I'm teaching the class? You do not have to write your full syllabus yourself. If you are using a content provider like any of those ones I specified above, you can just say, hey, I'm using that content provider. Great, thumbs up, totally good. You can also say, I'm using the CED, the course and exam description, as my syllabus. That's totally thumbs upable worthy. If you are a first or second year teacher, that is what you do. You click on an approved provider, you say, I am doing this. If you want to write your own personal syllabus, that's great. That's wonderful. First, say, yes, I'm teaching the syllabus off of content provider, code.org, CS Awesome, the CED, whatever, and then write your own actual syllabus and then submit that one again. But first, just get it in there and get it approved.
Wait, can I clarify that? Because
Yes.
this is news to me.
Mhm.
So if I say, yes, I'm going to use an approved syllabus and I can say that I'm using the CED,
Mhm.
that goes through, and then I don't technically have to worry about writing my own, like right before school starts?
Big, huge,
Oh, that's
nodding
not
the head,
scared.
yes. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
that makes things a lot easier.
yes. No, I had to write a full syllabus thing and map the things out because I'm a consultant and I have to talk about this. You, as a teacher, no, you can just say, I'm adopting this when I'm doing this. And wait for it. You don't have to follow it completely. You can change things. Because your syllabus that you teach with your class, you're an adult human who has professional skills. You can change things. This is okay. Please, yeah. No, just first thing for purposes of the course audit, I'm using this. I hit submit. I hit next. That is it. If you want to do more, great. Make sure you're getting paid for that work.
Yeah,
Yes, I see that nod, Alexa. Yes.
the course audit wasn't a big deal just because I said this is our content provider, because we were told this is our content provider. This is our content provider.
Mhm.
Click next. Done.
Some schools have told people they have to write their actual syllabus out.
I
And
was one of those schools that got told you have to write it out, and it was a nightmare. I mean,
I
horrible
I
hours of my time to write this out and match it over.
um I had so as a consultant for College Board and as a pilot teacher for College Board, I've had to do the full spell out EKLO thing all the way across. That's because I have to, they're taking my work and they're using it to do their survey stuff to hey, this is how this teacher's doing this thing. Everybody doesn't have to do that. I got paid for that work. That's work that I got paid for. You as a teacher, if you're not getting paid for the work, don't do extra work. I love you. You have great humans, kids that you want to work with, but your mental load, you have a cognitive load you have to worry about too. And paperwork is not the key component of teaching. That's what admin is for. That's what your content, your ed tech coaches and stuff are for. Use them. Have them. They. I have an ed tech coach that I've worked with. She would like, you want me to write how your curriculum ties to this document? I'll work on that while you teach. Okay, great. That's their job. That's their specialty. Farm that work out to those other mammals that get paid for that stuff. Your job is to teach stuff. But yeah, it's like you do not have to do a full-blown write-up of that unless you really, really want to. Or your job, like mine, I have to write all that. And then I have to go over and document, here's this thing, here's this thing, here's this thing, because I have to prove that I'm doing that with you. But you don't have to do all that. Pick the thing that works, move on. You can always adapt. You can rewrite a new one if you want to. That's a great use of some of your content teaching strategies, especially if you're working with other teachers. But for the purposes of just, you need to teach class. This is your first or second year teaching. This is not a job you have to worry about. Your job is to make sure you have that content down, make sure you have your teaching strategies down, paperwork. It's not on the important list. It's not on the critical list. It's on the I checked off a box list. Sorry, I'm very big on there's important and critical, and then there's work. And that's work over there. You can farm that out for later. But truly, knowing your content, know the CED, then go from that.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
I don't know if it's a bad tangent, but I am in the middle of sampling syllabi and I would I'm wondering what are recommendations that people have for we
So
don't
go ahead.
my school doesn't I'm not told to make my own syllabus or have a specific endorsed partner, but I'm just like I have the opportunity to sort of try several, but I'm not there's a lot of option. I'm a little bit overwhelmed.
I for just on that, I'd say CS Awesome. It is developed by Barb Erickson and a couple other people who have been directly involved in what is Computer Science A. It has a pile of resources if you actually sign up to teach the class, which doesn't, I mean, you're signing up through CS Awesome, like, hey, I'm going to use this some of this curriculum. There's no requirement, but you can sign up for it. You get access to a Google Drive, you get access to assignments, you get access to tools. It has a digital textbook that students can actually type in and evaluate their code with. So free use of tool that even works on the crappy Chromebooks that you might have to deal with. So yeah, I'm very anti Chromebook, but I have the privilege of I can tell my people at my district, no, that won't work. Not all of y'all do. Um, some people that's the only option you've got. That I feel for you. I have resources to help with that, but I can't fix it, but I can encourage why you want to talk to your mammals as to why you can go past that. But don't stress. I recognize I come from a place of privilege on this that I can tell people that won't work. But here's resources as to why and how you can help them out with that. And I'll talk about that actually. I don't remember where that is in the schedule, but we do talk about that.
Amina?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I taught for a million years middle school. I moved to the high school 2 years ago. And when I showed up, they said, you're going to use Code HS. We're the free version of Code HS. And I, was like, okay. I think I use a blend of Code HS and CS Awesome. CSA Awesome is awesome. It really is. But the free version of Code HS has plenty of like extra things. And for my district, I do have the privilege of having a computer lab, but we have to have everything that works on a Chromebook for equity. So even though I have computers, anything that I do has to be doable on a Chromebook. So, and this is going to be my third year, and I'm just rolling with it. I'm going to continue to use Code HS as my official content provider, and I'm going to see how good it is. I mean, everything's new, so I'm going to see how good it is. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it is free, so.
Yeah, there is a free version. There is a paid version. The paid version is not cheap. But yeah.
I've used code.org. It does work on Chromebooks, and some parts of it that I've found useful, some parts not so useful, but it's easy to use and free.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. There are some, yeah, for free resources, I go for CS Awesome just because the the people in it, they're not focused on profit. They are focused on student education and the research attached to it. Barb Erickson and Mark Gusdile have been involved heavily. They were at Georgia Tech. They're now at U Michigan, and they're fantastic humans. If you get a chance to work with them with in any way, shape, or form, I would be yeah, they're double thumbs up, double plus good. Every possible recommendation I've had with them, cool. Yeah. Yeah.
Is support good? Sorry. Do they, again, one of the things I did appreciate with code.org is the customer support. I mean, I would get a um, response like within a day. So I didn't know.
On the there's a Google what's it, Google Group. Sorry, I haven't taught with it. But they have a Google Group thing with it. They have their entire that archive of documents that are on there. It's like not listserv, but that same structure of Google, where it's like here's all the resources and stuff, and they answer questions. I know two of the developers also are teachers. Like they do they're writing the code that gets into the actual textbook or digital textbook. They also teach CSA and they go to the reading and they're actively working to make that. So I knew they do support. The I haven't had any problems that I've had to worry about, but I know there are support issues that are not support issues. There are support resources available attached to it. So yes. But yeah, that is the yeah. I will plug them for whatever. Yeah, there's paid resources like I'll also say like, hey, thumbs up about, but like I only give double thumbs up to free stuff, and they automatically get a double thumbs up because and they publish their like here's how we've been working with, here's the stuff they're critical, they're self-critical about what they need to work on. Like they're true academically cool people. So and lots of resources. So yeah. Okay. Great questions. Fantastic. Yeah. So if you have not started your course audit yet, that is your homework assignment today is to log on and do that. We have some time actually here later today to actually do that. That we'll be working that specifically, but that is something that, excuse me, I apologize. That is something you definitely want to get started this week. If your principal clicks on the link and says yes, it only takes them like 5 minutes. Um, I've had not the most tech savvy of principals before, and it's like, I'm going to go into your office. I want you to hit this email that you just got. I want you to click on that email. Okay, click that link right there. Say yes. Yep, that's me. Yep, say yes again. You can step them right through it. Just tell them to say yes as many times as necessary, and they're good to go. Um, I understand what it's like to have principals who are not as tech savvy about or log in their they do need to make sure they have that code if they haven't logged in yet to the college board because they get an email code they have to put in. But again, just like, hey, go look for your email from College Board that has a code you have to type in, and then click that, and then click yes. And then they'll have all their teachers that are supposed to approve, and like, yeah, go approve them. Um, but it doesn't take them very long. They just have to click and say yes. And then it immediately populates the information, and you then get access to all the course audit-based components. Because a lot of the stuff that we are referencing will be behind the course audit, not paywall, but login wall. And so you want to make sure you get that taken care of as soon as possible because you need that stuff. And it's all there. So, and just as an FYI. Okay. So we're going to talk about the course change next. So I've got a pile of slide deck in there. I'm going to go through it with you. Hang on one second, getting text from wife. Oh, it's just a cute puppy. Okay. Cute puppies are great, but I don't have to read all the stuff attached to it. It's just cute puppy stuff. Okay. We're going to go over the stuff that's on the new course to go over that. Definitely feel free to pause me, ask questions. It's the slide deck is right in there. I'm gonna just put my screen up to share it with y'all and go over it, but you can follow through with that, and we'll go over that as well, so we can actually go through that. But that's what we're gonna hit next, and then it will be about time for a break after that, and we'll go from there. So we'll go and hit that done. So share. And slide one. Why do you keep going to the Zoom workplace calendar? I don't care about you. Minimize you. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, this is a update that it was in the process of changing. Like they've been working on this for a while. I was involved with two of the N committees that are attached to this. But there are college faculty that were specifically involved. There are business professionals who are involved with this. This is like, hey, what do we want to do? Why are we making these decisions? Um, so this was based off of a multi-year process of reviewing what's going on, what's being taught. Um, this does start this year, is where this is happening. So all that is information. This is talking about there's still many of CS1 and 2 courses that use Java. The vast majority of CS1 and 2, like 2 is still is the plurality, if not majority, are Java based. CS1, there's many that teach Java. Is Python a language that's out there? Definitely. But with that issue in mind, that's not really the key focus, the fact that it's on there, but Java is a key language that's out there, and especially because of the fact of the linking across courses, Java is a big one with that. So Java is going to be the language for quite a few more years to come. So interviews with higher education, survey of higher education, AP teachers, um, looking at the syllabi that are published by all the colleges that work with AP. Like, oh, here's all the colleges that accept AP Computer Science as a course, and here's what their syllabi that map on those concepts. The curriculum writing team, the advisory team, the dev committee themselves, and an advisory board of higher ed faculty members. So across the board, different schools working with that. So it was a big, huge pile of people. Um, the meeting for this was it was a 2 or 3 day meeting with lots of peeps. The current dev committee was involved with that, and yeah, they had a lot of fun with that. Okay, text files. I've been using text files for a while. I think it's a really critical way of actually working with the course. Having data that you can actually work with makes the class more interesting. But this is one that is now, it is an actual requirement. They have to work with data, working with data sets, some actual information. And for some reason, AI has become a thing, and it has to be addressed. We can't skip concepts. I am an anti-AI person for the use of generative AI. But artificial intelligence as a tool and as a problem-solving skill, and especially doing things that are not just Gen AI, but the other uses of AI have some really cool applications for solving real problems. But that's okay. Unit 9 got taken out, so inheritance is no longer in the exam. Okay, it is not tested anymore. So I still teach it. Again, I have that lovely privilege where I have 2.5 hours a day every day for a year. So I get to have more time than the average person. This is now because if you're teaching with Python, inheritance in Python is a pile of yuck on top of yuck. And so Python-based teaching did not include the use of inheritance, especially in the CS1 course. You can do inheritance in Python, but it is not something you would teach with the CS1 content area because of that. And so that is one of the reasons why inheritance was taken out. Another reason was when talking with many computer science teachers. Unfortunately, way too many computer science teachers at the high school level have been voluntold. And if they are not making it through the concepts, like if they cannot make it through teaching inheritance, Unit 9 was not even getting covered by many teachers like, oh, we're spending all of our time on how to work with arrays and array lists. And then getting to 2D arrays was a stretch, but then inheritance, they were not even getting to that point, and you were seeing consistent struggles with multiple people across the board hitting inheritance as a concept. And so it's like, okay, this is one of the things that we might have to do, and this gives more time to cover other concepts better. And so also across the board for all of AP courses is a restructuring from N units, that is a number greater than 7, to 4 or 5 units. I thought this was happening all at once for all AP subjects. I was wrong, because when I went to the meeting for one of the consultants talking about this, yeah, we're doing this, every single AP subject is switching down to this many units. It hasn't happened yet, but yeah. Okay, so we have 4 units. Now, these 4 units do not have to be tested content pieces. It's just this is the use for breaking down concepts that were of the course into 4 logical chunks. So this is not 4 quarters of content or 2 semesters of content. It's just here's four major units, and you can split them up how you teach as you need to. So these are not time specified components. These are just logical components. So yeah, that is one of the biggest confusion points that we've had. It's like, oh, I have to teach it. This is all 1 quarter. This is 1 quarter. This is 1 quarter. No, these are just the logical units, not time-based units. So these are, yeah. So Unit 1 is previously most of the stuff that was in Unit 1 and 2. So how to use objects and methods, not creating them, but just using them. Unit 2 is the selection iteration, which is previously Units 3 and 4. The class creation, how to write classes, is Unit 3, previously 5. And then data collections, 6 through 8 and 10. Of course, skipping 9 because it's not there. So array list, 2D arrays, and recursion. And so that's the consolidation pattern that we have for that. Now, the exam has changed. And so this is going to make it some changes probably for you and how you work with students. So two more questions, not huge, but that is a pattern that students will have to address as they study and how to practice for. Um, so 42 questions. And instead of having five options, one answer correct and four distractors, it's one answer correct and three distractors. And that is now, we were the last exam in College Board to have the four distractors. All the others had already switched to that. This does mean that there are no longer going to be the Roman numeral I, 2, or 3, 1 and 3. Those are no longer part of the exam. So that is a test strategy that don't have to teach students how to work with. Those questions will no longer be on the exam. The exam is now 55% of the score instead of 50. So for the mathematician side of this, it's like, oh, this is critical. You can't just rely on other things. Like this is, you definitely want to have your kids work on taking multiple choice tests. This is a skill they need to have. No change in time. Still half the exam, 90 minutes. Okay, waiting on that. So using objects and methods, 15 to 25%. Unit 2, selection duration, 25 to 35%. Class creation, only 10 to 18. And data collections, 30 to 40. Now, this is the idea that questions may belong to one or more category. But really what this means is, because Unit 1, using objects and methods, applies to Units 2, 3, and 4. Every question uses objects and methods, unless it's only a math evaluation problem. So it's like Unit 1 is literally spread throughout the entire exam. You can't skip any of that. So like Unit 1, you have to know. It's critical. You can't do any of the stuff. Selection, iteration. All the stuff in Unit 4 depends on iteration and selection, basically. And then class creation, you only have to, like everything we make in Java is creating a class, but the testing of that is only 10 to 18%. But they have to know that. And these are gimme points almost. Like these are some of the easiest questions because it's like, oh, here's how I create a class. What is the code that makes that happen? Here's how you make a method, the structure, not the actual content, but how to put those pieces together. And that's why that has a lower score in here because it's just talking about the structural components of that versus the actual, here's the nitty details. So working with that, that's kind of a big thing. So Unit 1, officially 15 to 25%, but everything is in there. So like it's using objects and methods is part of class creation. It's part of selection iteration. It's part of data collection. Selection iteration, you have to do that to do Unit 4. And so working with data structures and iteration, those two things are huge. That's like the vast majority of the exam itself. The free response question has drastically changed. And this is where we're going to see some new things happening. So instead of having four questions, each worth 9 points for 50% of the exam, we have four questions with a total of 25 points spread across different point values. So arrays are no longer an option in Q3. Q3 will only work now with array list. 1D arrays will only be tested because they are a component of a two-dimensional array in Q4. This is now only 45% of the exam, but still the same length of time of 90 minutes. And the reasoning on this is previously, if you look at the FRQ from 2025 back, it's like, oh, we're scoring a point for assigning to a data member. That's scored right here and right here, or right here. This we're using a how to process a data structure with a loop is scored right here, right here, right here. It's like, no, we're not going to have 3 points of the same skill measured on the exam. Instead, we've measured it three ways over here on the multiple choice, and we're measuring it once or twice total across the entire FRQ section. So instead of we're measuring the same skill 3 times in the FRQ, we're measuring it once or maybe twice. And so that is a big change for the way the actual scoring of that will be happening. And here's the new point structure. So Q1 Methods and Control Part A is worth 4 points. Q1B is going to be Methods and Control Structures worth 3 points. And unlike every exam in the past, Q1B may or may not relate to Q1A. These could be completely disparate pieces of code. They just happen to have, this is testing methods and control structures, and this is testing methods and control structures with string. They don't have to be the same class. Previously, they're coupled together. No coupling required. And we'll see that on the sample exam that we can take a look at already inside AP Classroom. And there'll be more sample stuff coming up as we go through the year. Q2 is still a class design question. However, it's only 7 points now instead of 9, and does not repeat the idea. We'll have a constructor and a method, not constructor and two methods. It's like, oh, you can write a constructor and you can write a method. So it'll be a slightly different structure for that. Q3 will be analysis, like the part B of previous Q3s. So instead of having Q3A and 3B, the new Q3 is like just Q3B, whereas the more involved component of working with the thing. So that's why it's worth 5. So it's like basic, because previously the B part was 4 to 6 points of the 9, and this is now 5 points for that. And then Q4 is a 2D array question, again, like the part B, worth 6 points. And so that will be working with that. So a slightly different structure for the exam itself. Questions about the updated exam?
This seems easier.
In some ways, yeah. Definitely trimmed down. I don't know about necessarily easier. The questions will be approximately the same level of difficulty, having worked with writing some of the questions, but you're not going to be, we don't have to test, can you assign a variable to a data member? Can you use a parameter and extract the value from that and process it twice? Well, you can just process it once.
My students really didn't like the select alls, right? The ones 1 and 3.
1 and 3, 2 and 3, 1 and 3, 1
Yeah,
only, 2 only.
Yeah, and so I had done a lot of my tests, which I considered, even though they're sort of summative, they're also kind of formative. I did a lot, like of needing to know multiple ways of doing something. And this kind of feels like I'm not going to need to do that.
It's like, instead of having to like that type of question, because those 1 and only, 2 only, 3 only, those ones, they require 4 distractors. That's why those were taken out. And so it's like we will still be evaluating like multiple ways of doing something, but it would not be done in that. It's like which of the following code segments would be a valid equivalent. And so that way it's still teaching that same concept, but not, do you have to select the 2 equivalents in here? It's the which one would be an equivalent of doing that besides the other one. So same concept, but with only 3 distractors. And that's because the idea of the statisticians, the psychometricians, the people who write the exams, like those questions did not gain extra knowledge about the student's understanding. And so as such, they took that out. Good question. Okay. So as mentioned, inheritance has been removed. So creating superclass and subclasses, writing constructors for subclasses, overriding methods, the super keyword, how to make references, inheritance hierarchies, polymorphism. I saw polymorphism on, I think, 7 of your questions for things that you're having with that. If you don't want to teach that anymore, you do not have to. If you have a sequence of courses, though, I would still encourage you to, if you can fit it in, to address the concepts of inheritance.
Yeah, I was kind of disappointed that got taken out. I thought that was sort of an interesting thing that, like the other languages or like CSP didn't have. So I
Mhm.
thought that was a nice thing.
Yeah. I love it as a concept. So if you can fit it in with the and still cover all the other content you have to, do. It will make your students' lives more interesting. But for those of you who say, for example, again, it's their first or second year teaching, make sure you cover what's on the test first and then add. Because you can always add to your course. You don't have to only cover subset, but make sure you cover everything you have to do. Um, the vast majority of CS1 courses no longer have inheritance in it. So all of the Python courses do not have do not have inheritance. If you've taught with Python, you know why. You can do inheritance in Python, but it's not worth lots of work. And the code attached to it is also extra work because it's the logical structure and the code structure are both not the language is not designed for it. And so that was one of the reasons. Additionally, for the teacher at the schools at the college level who are teaching CS1 in Java, inheritance usually happen in the second semester, in the second course. And as such, not required to teach it. It's like they found the the cognitive load was not worth the work. You can do lots of cool stuff. If you're teaching CS1 in C++, inheritance is definitely not the first thing you're teaching because you have memory you have to handle first. And so that was and there are still CS1 courses happening in C++. If your CS1 course is using JavaScript, you're not worrying about inheritance at all. And so because of that, that was like, okay, this is something that after surveying all of the courses, that's something that doesn't need to be in the AP exam anymore. Um, there's still all sorts of cool stuff that can be taught, and there's stuff that can be addressed with it. You just don't have to cover that. If you want to, great, but there's no requirement and it won't be on the exam. And make sure students know it's not on the exam.
I just wanted to clarify, since that's taken out, was there anything added to the exam that would you know, maybe up the rigor or something like that to compensate or
The rigor was not the concern from the colleges that were working with that. We had a couple committee, the first committee I was on for rewriting the course. We had a couple. It's like, are we taking out the rigor? And there were a couple like concerns about that from some of the high school faculty, but the college faculty were not worried about that. That was not a concern from the colleges. The adding of file and specifically of how to deal with your analyzing data, that was found to be a more than equivalent makeup for that for the content of rigor of the idea of something to have to be being taken out. Um, because
oh, sorry, what do you mean by adding a file? Like having to
you
write a
have
file,
how to work with files.
how to work with files. Okay.
So, and it's like because that teaches students that there's more that you explicitly have to deal with the fact that you can deal with larger data sets automatically versus typing in data from as a human. And so that was and the fact that you can actually model more real world information and do in using computer science in a much more involved way and more approaching the computer science way than simply just programming small tiny things, but actually solve problems was that it's like that was felt that it covered that more than enough. I've only seen high school teachers complain about the lack of rigor. None of the college professors involved with the course redesign were complaining about a rigor problem. It's like, and the another thing to remember on this is that this is an introductory college course exam, and that this is not a capstone class. This is a first year class. It may be a capstone at the high school level, but we are not gatekeeping. That is what that was. I have talked to too many um, admins about, hey, this is CS is not CS should be only for these top level kids. Like, no. I've had kids who are English language learners on strict IEPs, and they can learn the content of this APCS course. Is it work? Yes, but it is a introductory course. It's not as intro as CSP, but CSP has different depth components. But we get to go pretty deep already, and especially for the fact that this is an introductory course for a college, making sure you recognize that. We do have the fact that they do need to know inheritance, that two string and equals make sense. The two string method is all objects get that. And showing what that is and how that works, that is you can say, oh, I didn't write this method, but I can automatically print out an object. And I have to be able to compare objects using equals. Just the concept that that exists, because the dot equals method takes an object as a parameter and it works for any object. It doesn't break even if you throw things that are different to it. That concept itself still has to be addressed. So inheritance as a concept to mention still is in there. And that's in 1.12.a.2. But you don't have to teach more than that. You just have to know that it does exist. So additions of content, going back to that question right there, explicitly, we have to talk about compilers. You have to talk about algorithms and programming as concepts. That wasn't in the CED, but it's now explicitly in there because you have to teach it, because this is something that you have to talk, the data has to be, the code has to be compiled. You have to mention that concept. Design algorithms, and that you should think about code before you write code, 2.1. And then the use of data. Working with actual data has not been a requirement of the course. Multiple labs in the past have used data in them. The data lab specifically, the steganography lab, the picture lab, all those had data in them, but it wasn't part of the actual, you have to teach the stuff. It's just, that was one way you could do it. Now it's, you have to teach how to work with data. And we're going to teach different ways of working with data as part of the course, as part of this course. But there's lots of ways to do that. I'm going to teach you a couple of different things. There's stuff you can. I have soapboxy stuff I'll talk about that I'm kind of obsessed with, but we have we will I will allow for some other opinions on there. I'm not going to be completely of a dictator about this, but I will. I have feelings, and it's okay for you to have feelings too about stuff, because yeah, there's a lot of stuff attached to this. I do have soapboxes though. Okay, text files. So students have to be able to work with a text file. This is something they will. There will be multiple choice questions for sure about this. Will it be on the FRQ section? No.
Found this on the web.
No, be quiet, phone. Sorry. This won't be on the actual FRQ part, but there'll definitely be multiple choice questions to talk about these issues attached to it. So they have to know how to work with a file as a concept. And they have to be able to read data in from a file in code. And so the file gets passed with a string constructor parameter, and that it has to be used with a scanner to do that. You do not have to know the handling of the error. You can just write throws IO exception to the header of that method and all subsequent methods that talk to that. This is one of those soapbox things I say no. We're going to handle the error. Throws is bad code, and I'm not going to teach bad code explicitly. That's the simple solution that gets propagated down the line. You can just do that. I'm going to say no. And I'll give you demos of how to do that, how to work with that. But you will see different versions of this in the labs we actually provide for you as part of AP Classroom. There's different ways to actually work with that. And I'm going to show you how to write the good code. There's bad code examples out there already. But I'll show you how to write better code. And it's not huge, but it's just, there's ways to make this better. But all they have to do is what to do with that. And here are the file essential contents with scanner. They have to know next int, next double, next boolean, next line, and next, and has next, and close. And using next line with other things can cause problems. We'll talk about that. I will show you how to deal with it, but that's not on the actual test. You don't have to know about how to deal with the problems. It's something I would teach because it's a real world use of code, but you don't have to cover it as part of the exam. And so that's what that exclusion statement number 4.6.A.7 is. Dot split is your friend. Why we have to use a while loop for doing IO is critical, and why we should close things when we're done with them. And we'll talk about that when we get to the code demo part of that tomorrow. Who has worked with files already in their code with students who are on their own? Okay, a little bit, a hand up. Okay, who has not? Okay, so this will be one of the things we actually do demos on. We've got a couple different demos for that. I'll be working with you, but yeah, it is something that's definitely due. Okay, get out of that, stretch. Okay, so that slide deck right there is just those slides from 5 through 17 about that. So it's just on there. I'm just leaving them in that so it's available because those are some of the stuff that we have to actually talk about for the new 2025 exam. And the diversity and equity part we're going to do when we come back from break. But what are some questions you have about the new exam, the new CED?
I just have a question about like reading comprehension of the FRQs. In the past, there's been a lot of debate about how lengthy they've been, and is it a reading comprehension test or is it a Java test? And it's been difficult for like students with IEPs and 504s and L students. And they kind of started in the past few years to try to condense the questions so they're not as long to read. Have they continued that with the new exam?
That is something that is continuing to be worked on. We are not trying to redo the question where there was 20 pages of text for one question. That issue was definitely brought to the attention of the development committee and the college board, and that is going to be continue to be worked on. Do you have to read and learn how to do that? Yes. That one of the things I do with the idea of reading comprehension on the exam is how to critically read the questions and how to not like don't start at the beginning of the question, start at the end of the question, read the preconditions, then go back and read the stem or scan the stem, circle the things that you have to do, and go from there. So it's like, and that's where it's again, it's like, here's how it's like reading is reading is critical for this exam, but reading Java is more critical. And so teaching them how to extract the content out of that, even though we are throwing distraction of text, how to go and weed that text out to make the best on that. So that is a very valid question that is they are actively working to make better. I think it was
Can I follow up on that a little bit because I'm wondering, I know this year was the first year that it was digital, and I guess I don't know how many actually did it digitally, but my school did. And that was one of the things that every one of my students came back and said was that with the questions being as long as they were, the digital like wrapped pages of their screen, and so it was really hard for them to be able to go back and look at stuff because in order like to get to the end of the question to find out, what the actual what they should be looking for. And then to go back, they said the digital interface was super hard for them to work with because it spans so many screens. Is that something that they're looking at, or are they like, is there a way
Yeah.
for them to be able to get like a printed copy for that? Because, like I said, I mean, I had multiple students that said that it was really hard for them. They are on Chromebooks, so I don't know if that made a difference.
That actually the Chromebook thing is definitely being brought up. So the Trevor Packer, the CEO of the College Board, came to the reading this year, and that he was not aware of that impact specifically on the exam. So that is something that is being addressed with, I mean, they talked with the CEO about that for at least 2 hours that I know of in person at the reading. And so, yes, um, the equity issue attached to screen space and reading comprehension of that space and how to address that, and for the writing of the solution on a small screen. I have 3 monitors right here while I'm working. In the classroom, I have at least 3 monitors. My students all have 2 monitors, one of which is a huge widescreen. when they're in the classroom. When they are on taking the test, they are on the school Chromebooks from N years ago, where it is a square screen this big. And it is not the best tool. But yeah,
Yeah, my students, I went out and got laptops for them. I made a huge hissy fit. I think my IT people probably hate me now, but I got a class set of laptops for them, and that's what my students programmed on. But they had to take the test on their Chromebook, and they said it was impossible to read what they were asking, and everything spanned multiple screens, and they said it was really a challenge.
they're working on that.
Okay.
Will it be fixed this year? I cannot make that guarantee. Is it?
Okay, but
No?
they are working on it so I can let them know what to expect and that eventually it will be changed.
Yeah. I rec the there is the practice AP test that is in Blue Book already, not the full practice exam, but as a practice test. So they can practice dealing with the Blue Book system on whatever system you're using to test. I recommend doing that early.
Okay.
They are working on making the AP classroom environment more like the Blue Book environment as well. So they can practice that as they go through that. That is a
Okay.
continuous development process. That is not a snap and fix. But working with the College Board, I know that is something they are actively developing currently right now.
And
Um,
just out of curiosity, I mean, like I said, my school uses Chromebooks for better or worse,
mhm.
despite my opinions on it. Because I have that classroom set of laptops, I mean, this year they didn't allow us to use them, but would it be something to go to IT and say, I really need this to be set up on these laptops? I mean, they're
Yes.
universal laptops, but is that a
So
better testing situation?
The Chromebook, or sorry, the laptop can run Blue Book is what I meant to say. So yes, your
Okay.
district can make that happen. Um, Pick your battles, of course. This is one of those things where it's like talk to them. But if you can talk to your admin, your people who are in your district where equity is concerned and about the issues of student access, those are some ways you can make that give a really good argument as to why Chromebooks are not a good use on the CSA, the stats, the chemistry exams, because they need access to this much visual real estate for that test.
Okay.
Um, and so that is something that I would address with them as early as you can. This is not a job thing, but this is something that like you can make your life. This is like try and work with them on that. My district, Chromebooks are the only testing environment they're doing. That is hands down. That's all they're doing. I was like, yeah, they can just take my lab and use that. No, Chromebooks only. That's all they're going to do for all testing. I, I I can make it so we don't have Chromebooks in class, but the testing environment they're using that because it guarantees passing. Like, okay, not like it meets their spec. And so
Okay.
like, okay, that it meets spec. We can do this for all the schools. Let's what we'll do. But if you can give reasoning and support and work with them, maybe that can happen. But that's something that's like, again, pick your battles. Some things are critical. That one, if you have to with Chromebooks already, then maybe you can see about using it if they can work with external monitors for testing, because Chromebooks can support external monitors. Well, some can, but that it's like this is it's a resource issue, it is a timing issue. Um, but that is something you can definitely talk with them about. But that is a good follow-up question. Thank you. But yeah, talk to IT, but you'll I would say practice for the worst case solution and work with the students on that so they like here's what you're going to have to be able to do and practice doing that. Because it'd be nice to have good stuff all the time. I just can't guarantee that. And I've worked with some low resource districts where it's like, yeah, we have this is what they have. Okay, this is what we have. And so it's like you can't we some things can't be fixed immediately. But yeah, talk to them, show them what happens, show them how the practice exam works. Because if you can talk with your peeps, here's how this works, this is what they have to see. Maybe that can help make that decision. But yeah, I can't fix that. But practicing will help the students prepare for that at least. Okay. Other questions on the CED?
I have a question
Yes.
about something on the slides.
Uh-huh.
So I think it was, let me see, I think it was slide 12. where it has that information about the response section. I was trying to look for that on the CED and I didn't see that, but just so you know, the explanation of what exactly is covered in Part A, what's covered in Part B, and then anything else that description of any of the other
Yep. Let me
questions.
pull that up here really quick, and I can actually, that's a great one to go to. And that's under, exam information, exam overview. Sorry, I'm just pulling one of my copies of the CED over because I have three of them open, so I can drag it around as necessary.
All right.
Okay, so I'm over here and in the bookmarks section under exam information and exam overview.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have the multiple choice section right here and then the free response. And then, so on one, let me get this font up here a bit. Swoop, swoop, swoop.
Okay. Yeah, great.
That's nice and big. So we can see,
Okay.
actually, let's make that one smaller. But yeah, so free response one, part A, either a method or a constructor, write iterative or conditional statements or both, as well as statements that can call methods in a specified class. Part B is going to be string based. It will not necessarily be anything to do with that. It's just going to be working with string.
Okay. All right. I think I see. When I did when I did the search, I did free response with two separate words rather than the
Free dash
dash in
response.
between.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Thank
no. Yeah,
you.
great question. That is a fantastic one. In fact, thank you. But yeah, you can see how this work on Q3, they're writing one method of a given class that will work with an array list of data. So an array list will either be a parameter or a data member of that type. And so it could be passed in as a parameter or it could be a data member of the existing class. And that's something that's like where yeah. The class must include a class header, instance variable, constructor, and a method and implementation for the Q2. So instead of having a class and two methods with a constructor, yeah, we already know you can write a method. We're not going to have you write three methods like we did this year. This year I had three methods on Q2. That's like, no, we're going to test that you can write a method once because you've already written how to write a method via multiple choice of selecting the correct one, via multiple choice of selecting how the parameter should look, via multiple choice of looking at how you'd actually do the implementation. They've tested that 4 times in the multiple choice, so you're going to test it once in the free response. Yeah. Yeah, great question on that as well. Other questions about the CED? Or comments? Comments are good too, because it gets your brain thinking. Okay, we have break here in 2 minutes for 15 minutes. Tell me something that you figured out or understood better, either aloud or in chat.
I guess one of the things I understand better is the audit process because, like I said, that was last year, that was a nightmare. And it sounds like it should not have been a nightmare. So I'm glad that
Yeah.
we managed to get that, I guess, more clarified.
Yeah. If you want to do that work, that's great. That should not be your focus, but you can do it. Simply adopt one that works and then move on is all you have to do. And especially, yeah, it's like if you're a first or second year teacher of this concept, just adopt and move on. Okay, thank you, Jess. Thank you, Brati. Okay, thank you, Jamie. Yeah, the comparison on the visuals. Yeah, I use garbage as my alarm setting. Okay, so let's take 15 minutes. Go use the bathroom, go get a drink of water, get up and move around a bit. We'll get back here in 15 minutes. I will be back in less than 15. So if you have questions, we'll be able to come back to that. I'm just gonna go swap, or not swap laundry, but I'm gonna go take laundry out of the dryer. And I'll see you in just a few secs. Thanks. Someone's getting towed. Do, 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 do.
Hey, I have a quick question.
Yes, please.
So I saw the instructional hours listed in the CED
Mhm.
thing, and what is the assumption for time or periods rather?
They're
Is that based on a
45-minute
45
period.
minutes?
Yeah, 45-minute periods if you're looking like at the let me see if I can pull it up here really quick. Course at a glance.
Like if you go to any of the units, and they talk about topics, then instructional periods.
Yeah, those are expecting off of a 45-minute period.
Okay.
Yep. And yeah, we'll be talking about that today. Yeah. Yep.
And then the other quick thing I had is when you make that survey for us,
Hmm.
you have to assume that maybe it's one of us hasn't done this before.
Hmm.
Because on the audit question, there's like, I have no idea. Would have been a wonderful option to have there.
Okay.
'Cause there was no option to say, I don't know, because I didn't know.
Okay.
You have three options. One was yes, it's been submitted, or something else.
Okay, on the survey one. Okay, let me go ahead
Yeah,
and
so
get that
just in the
updated.
future, just a suggestion for noobs like me.
Yeah, no, that's let me go to my responses. I can go to the form and see what if I can fix that really quick right now. Manage form, edit form. Da, 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 da. Oh, it was yes, submitted, not approved, and no. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, because my boss, she didn't talk to me about the fact that there was an audit needed. Like I don't
Uh-huh.
even know what that is.
Yeah.
So
Let me I'll add a bullet on here for huh?
yeah, that would be
Okay.
cool.
Yep. It has a huh option on there. Yep, that is a quick fix. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that is something that if you've not taught an AP course that has yeah, the course audit, that's relatively new to the AP land. I don't remember when the course audit started officially, but it was like, yeah, you have to, in order to put AP on your syllabi slash course name, they require that to be added to it. And yeah, I don't remember when that started. It's been a bit, but I've been teaching for a bit, so that really doesn't say anything.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Torn.
Just out of curiosity, do you know if, with regards to the audit, does every teacher have to do their own audit, or is it like a one audit for the whole school?
Uh, per teacher.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone teaching the course should be doing their should have an audit for that course. So like if all teachers in the school are using the same content provider, it's still each teacher submits the audit or and then goes from there.
Okay, thank you. I think that was where my school got confused because they just assumed that changing teacher didn't matter. So they're like, oh, don't worry about it. He's already done it. And then I'm like, and then AP came back and said, no, she needs to do this. I'm like, oh.
Yep.
I had a question about the CSA Awesome.
Uh-huh.
So I just tried to kind of do a quick search for it, and what I got to was that it's like you're accessing a book or
Mhm. A
like a
digital
digital.
textbook.
Yeah, but is the like the platform where the kids are programming connected to that in some
Yes.
way, or?
Mhm. Yeah. So when they log in onto the their CSR awesome portal, they
Mhm.
can it has like the digital textbook and it has the ability they can type in their code segments and stuff right there live in the browser.
Okay, so are there like projects or
Mhm.
like lessons in there as well? And
Yes.
okay.
Yep.
Okay, and then a way to like you can see the classes work.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Oh, of course. My pleasure.
Cody, I have a quick question.
Uh-huh.
CS awesome as well.
Yep.
If I was just looking at the content, and if the book has most of the things that the students need to know.
Hmm.
And I'm just sort of thinking, what is the role of the teacher then if the book covers
The
everything
it covers
ish?
it, but it doesn't teach them. It's a digital textbook
Right.
and has the ability for them to type and work and do that kind of stuff. But it's like I use that as one of my digital resources for the classroom. It's just like here is a digital resource you can practice and read and review. It's a different voice than what I teach with. And so it's
Mm,
like, here's this other resource you can use in class. I also might have a different digital textbook they use as a resource in class that they can, again, here's I do my, I lectures and I do my demos and stuff and work with stuff in class. I could have, it's like, for me, for the textbook, it's like, this is something you can use for you to practice on your own as a college student. I'm not assigning out of the textbook. That's just a resource for you to use as you do the course. Um, but you can also like I have teachers who assign that stuff to them as who they use that as the assignment source as well. I use the textbook as a here's a resource you can use to do other stuff.
mm. Cool. Thank you.
Mhm. Hey, did you have a functional break? Anyone get coffee or other liquids? Good, fantastic. Got to refill my coffee cup and I got a granola bar to snack on. All right. Um, so I first thing we have on here is diversity, equity, inclusion, and computer science is our next thing we have that we're going to be working with today. There's a module in Canvas on this as well. It has the link there for as the equity. There's equity assignment. There's a broadening access thing that we'll be taking a look at, and NC WIT. Those are pieces that we'll be hitting here in a minute. Um, so equity is, for me, huge. Okay, this is not a minor thing. This is a huge thing. As part of my recruiting, this is directly how one of the ways I directly impact with diversity, equity, and inclusion in my classroom. I only recruit for students who are not traditionally in computer science. I do not recruit the kids who want CS. I'm recruiting kids I want to share computer science with more mammals and have fun and do cool stuff. I'll get the kids who want to be there already. I'm not working for them. They are not on my list of things to worry about. If they come in, great, but they'll come anyway. I want to make sure that this is known as an opportunity for students to do amazing things and have cool experiences and learn and have fun who may or may not have seen this already. Sure, it's for text for this version. Yes, I'll talk about that, Bratzi. Um, and the old test question is not necessarily a bad idea, but we'll definitely talk about that. So, Bratzi, on that comment on there, I will come back to that too. Sorry, I just saw that pop up on my screen. But the issue of diversity, equity, inclusion is huge. I can't, I mean, it is critical. It is not just important. It is not just a checkbox. This is something that we have to address in our classroom. Um, the current political situation in the US and in some states, like mine specifically, it is in not a happy space for that. Unfortunately, NC WIT has lost funding because of this and some of the other resources. I wish I could just snap and make that better. I'm still going to talk about that and how we can use those resources, but this is something that we can do and do better with. And I think it's critical as a computer science person, as an educator, as a human being. And so I'm not going to just assign this thing. I'm going to go over this with you. I want to discuss this. I want to have interaction with you about this. This is not just a nice thing to talk about. This is a critical thing. So we'll go over the slide deck on that. There's a separate slide deck to go over other issues attached to this that I'm going to ask you to look at and come back to me about. And the equity assignment is actually, I want you to do this. This is something I want you to do. So we can talk about this and come back to it later because it is a critical skill that I think we really need. So if you have a problem with that, too bad, so sad. Wait, no, worse. No, get over it. Come up. We've got cool things to do and we're going to do amazing things. This is not just soapbox. Sorry. So I'm going to go over that slide deck with y'all. Hopefully get some good discussion points with this. The equity assignment is in Canvas. It's a really, really hard assignment. And we'll talk about that in a bit. But we're going to do that slide deck here first, and then we'll go from there. And so slide deck is linked inside the calendar. It's linked inside Canvas because, again, these are just resources we're working with, but I want to make sure we go over all of it with you. So bringing that slide deck out. Go back to share screen. Excuse me, please. And my screen is shared, yes? It says it's shared, but I want to double check. Sorry. These are those things
Actually,
where...
could I ask you to also put that link to that in the chat, please?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
1 second. Let me just switch out of that so I do it. So share, put in chat. Excuse me, copy link. And it's linked inside Canvas. And let me go stop. Will chat, let me see the thing. There's the chat. Whoop, on.
Thank you very much.
Yep. My pleasure. Florp. There you go. Did it show up on the chat link? It should, but double checking to make sure. Sorry. Done and deck. There we go. Okay, so equitable access. So this is one of those things where I haven't had this as much with teachers that I've worked with. I've seen this in some sometimes in the Facebook community, not as much on the College Board community, where they think that AP is only for a certain subset of human, the top, the elite, the best. No. Now, College Board might have some money-based reason that they want this to be available for all. I don't care about that reason. That is less than zero. Profit mongering, not my thing. I'm not a good capitalist by any stretch of the term. Equity is a reason for education alone. We want to make this an amazing place for human beings. And computer science has a history of exclusion attached to it that we must address. We have made active efforts to stop people from being in CS, and we need to get past that. But as the AP level, this is not something, is this class work? Yes. I'm not going to hide that. There's a lot of work attached to doing computer science. But that is all it is. It is just work. And you can get students who have struggled in academia, who have had issues with reading, with math, with literacy, numeracy, etc. They can be successful in AP Computer Science A. Is it going to be work? Is it going to be hard? Yes. But this is something that they can do and they should be able to do. We should not be blocking students from this. If you have a sequence of courses for your class, that's great, that's wonderful. That's not everybody. I know in at my school, because of my situation, not everyone can give 2.5 hours a day every day for the full year. That's a huge chunk of that it takes out of kids that could be in my program already. But at a regular high school, and I was teaching at a regular school, it's like the only requirement for this, it's like, could you under if you hadn't passed um, math, secondary math one or pre-algebra, whatever they called it at the time, because they went through class renaming stuff. Can you describe what f of x is? If you can do f of x, you can handle everything that you have to know for computer science for math wise. That's the only prereq that we had. I had a student who hadn't passed math, his math class. He'd taken it a few times and just like he was being lazy and didn't pass it, but he could explain the concept to me. Great, you're in my class. You're just being a lazy person. You want to make this happen. Because of my class, that student then went through and passed his advanced trig class because he realized that, oh, I have to figure out how to calculate trajectories to make my video game work. So I now know why we need to know what sine, cosine, tangent, and arctangent are. And so that got him to understand and work with trig and then take calculus in college. Hadn't had any plans to even do that at all. But because like I need to make sure I can know how to calculate a trajectory of an object. I need to make that work. Cool, great. This is critical. And so AP is a way to get students in that space. And again, do not put blocks to students that don't need to be there. I've had success from MLL students or ELL students, whichever terminology your school uses for that group of students who are still learning English. I have students who they are, as I'm teaching class, they have their Google Translate running the same time as I am for their native language versus me versus my video going, and they're taking notes and then asking me to confirm with information. I have students who have had an aide come back and ask me, what does this mean? So I can re-explain that to them. I have students who are taking all sorts of work, and it's like this is work for them, but they can do this. They can be successful. I've had students who have issues with like just with struggling with academia, with struggling with learning comprehension issues, and they can be successful. And on top of the fact that it's the test is not the point. Getting students to get a 5, that's a fantastic experience. That's lovely. That's wonderful. But we get students to learn. That is the critical thing that we have in the course. Getting a great score on the exam is wonderful. That's a great bonus. But having students learn and be successful and use this skill, this is where Barb Erickson, again, I rely on her, the research she's done quite a bit. Students who have taken CSA and got a 1 on the exam are more successful in all college courses than students who hadn't taken any CS at all. Like in the high school, it's like, oh, just by taking the test and getting a bad score, you still do better overall with that content. Like critical, huge thing. And so that's something that like this is a way we can address this and addressing those inequities that are built into our systems, the systemic problems we have in our education system, in our states, in our country, etc. We can address some of that with this course. Fix, no, but address, yes. So yeah. Sorry, small soapbox, just smidge. Okay,
Can I make a small comment?
please.
My experience has shown me that it's more like the student maturity level,
Mhm.
like students willing to do the work type of thing.
Mhm.
That seems to, so a freshman trying to take this course, I don't think would be recommended just because of the maturity level and their, maybe lack of commitment, something like that.
Lack of commitment, lack of knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah.
So so Thomas Jefferson High School in just right outside of DC, in the Fairfax, Virginia. They're one of those schools that you hear about all the time in the top 20 schools in the nation. Their students take CSA as freshmen, like all their kids at that school. Um, Ria Galanos was the teacher there for a long time. You'll also see her name in a couple of my slides slash resources. She's amazing. She's done some cool stuff. The maturity of students is definitely something to keep in mind. That is a definite thing. I've had students who are freshmen who have been successful. My average is a senior in my course because there's not at the feeder schools and stuff that come to my program, there's not CS at of the 6 schools that come directly to my class. There's not CS at 2 of them, and at the other 4, they have an intro to Python class. They have a game dev class where they're using the block building game stuff. Some of them are just using Scratch, and that's it. That's their CS that they can take before they come to my class. It's like, oh, that was interesting, or they think it's like so. But the issues attached to that definitely that's the the maturity of student is definitely a thing. Um, and explaining that to students and parents is definitely that's if you can have a pre a school year thing or that letter that goes out to students, that's something I do address with them as well. And so like talking to parents about that. But yeah, that's something that's like it's definitely something that can be addressed, but it's um I it's student prep is something that definitely exists, but not necessarily the key focus that I've worried about. But yeah. As mentioned right here, college measures success and access by the number of unique students served each year by all of its offerings, PSAT, SAT, AP, etc. And they are explicitly working to bring people in who have not in. When CS Principles first came out, I was like, oh, this can be taught after or before or concurrently with CSA. Uh, I think it better fits as a precursor to CSA based on the content and the type of work involved. And especially the fact that with CS Principles, you can get a ninth grader or even an eighth grader in that course and successful. I know there's a couple schools where the CSP is an eighth grade course because of the maturity level, as you mentioned earlier, Lillian. Because yeah, that definitely that one, the maturity of the student for CSP does not necessarily have to be the same as CSA. But on that same thing, CS Principles has that broader scale that's attached to it, and the a senior taking that course, they can do so much more than a freshman can. And it's like I've had seniors come in with CSP and like, I wish I knew about this course. I would have been in your class a year ago, 2 years ago, if I had known this was what it was. But they came late. And that's like, oh, well, I wish you could have been too, but I can't fix that. But at least you got in. The pre-calc course, that is one that's going last year. That was the biggest APSI at all of my APSIs. That was like there was a waiting list at every single one of them to try and get teachers into that. To get how do I get people ready for this? African American studies growing drastically. That one has the additional equity issues attached to it, and the current political climate has extra stuff on top of that. But there's definitely some growth, and these are ones that don't have that prerequisite attached to it that many of the other AP courses do. And they want to get that broadened aspect. We want to get access to students who have traditionally not been here, and that is critical. Like we want to make sure this is an opportunity for all students. So have to make sure I bring that one up too. Okay, diversity in computer science. This is a problem across CS, not just at the high school level, but at the collegiate level, at the business level, and beyond in our workforce as well. I know when I was going through college in computer science, my school that I was at, we had a very diverse group of humans in our course, which for Utah is amazing. We had non-traditional age students. We had people in their 40s to 60s in my class, as well as people younger than me, freshmen, as well as myself, as well as a diversity of background across racial and ethnic levels. That's not the case a lot of the time. And that is a nature of part of what we have. We've got a slide that talks about this here further. And addressing that is something we have to do. I know Helen Hu at Westminster is working across the nation on addressing those issues of equity in computer science education at the college level. But yeah, people going on to the postgraduate work in computer science, also not as diverse as it should be. And that is a funnel problem right there. Like there's no around that. And in the workforce, we have some very traditional ideas about what is computer science as a job and what that means for what people should be thinking about for their jobs and careers in the future. All of these have issues. As it slides, this isn't finger pointing. We all have work. Um, my friend who built the framework for this, he's teaching at Kettering University in Michigan. And this is something that he is working with all the time. Barb Erickson has piles of research on this. Previously, she was at Georgia Tech. Like I said, she's now at UMich. And the issues of teaching equity in computer science and education and what involves with that. Um, if you want to get the raw data, she's got that published. You can go grab that. There are some amazing resources out there. I don't have time to go over all of it, but there's some really cool stuff. And if that's something you're interested in, really cool things to work with. Some stats about CSA by race in the US. This is the 2022 exam, not counting international because for some reason that's a little bit different. I'm not sure why. Sarcasm intended. So 2022, 71,000 exams, 3,000 of which were Black identifying students, 8,800, so about 9,000 Hispanic students, 25K Asian, 26K white, 84 Pacific Islander students total. Native American 358, multiracial 3,300, unreported 2,800. Those numbers aren't good, but look at the pass rates. The CSA exam does amazingly well compared to other exams on our pass rates that we're working for this. And so when we're looking at the percentage of that versus census and our pass rate and stuff, we have some definite issues attached to that we have to definitely start addressing because we are not matching what we're seeing in our world, much less in our states and our local schools. This is one that I really push in my classroom because my district is not the most diverse districts on the planet. I recognize this, but I'm going to try and make my class address those issues attached to it because this at my school level, I can at least work at that level. And so that's something that I can work out specifically and making sure I make it so I get closer to at least addressing the district and state averages of representation, if not exceeding them. And so it's like making small steps. Small steps are better than none. And be willing to flop. It's okay. By gender, so 71K again, 17,000 female, 52,000 male. That's not even close to addressing the census rate. Like, yeah. But again, really good pass rate. For those students who take the exam, they do well. The log of female over male for the 2021 exams. The most male exams, Physics C, Electricity and Magnetism, CSA, Physics 2, Physics C Mechanics, and CS Principles. And you can see this down here. We've got, CSA, the second most male exam on the list. And we have computer science right here. So the second most, and we are drastically against the log exam on that. Like we're not even close. And then CS Principles. CS Principles is also way below the log. It's like, yeah, we're not even close to the balance of that. But we can do better. And we can do that by working inside our classroom and making steps to make sure that everyone knows that this is something we can do. Okay, talking about pass rates again, I know I mentioned that earlier. Here's the slide that actually goes on that. And so if we have CSA, we have our Black students who are taking that. 32% are passing that comparatively to English Lang, US History, World actually not so much, US Gov, Psych not as much, Calc, and Stats definitely doing better all but two of those lists. Okay, our Hispanic students in CSA are doing better across the board. Our female students in CSA doing better across the board. So we've got the skill in our programs. We just have to make sure we can share that across. And so it's like we have successful students, but we have limitations that we have to address to make that better. People solve the problems they see. Ben Jealous, the NAACP president and CEO from 2008 to 13. It matters. We have to address this. If we don't see this problem and address it, we can't solve it. And so we have to talk about this to the people that we know, that we work with, and that can make impact on this beyond ourselves. This is something it's not just our problem, but we can start it. Okay, mishaps. If we had better diversity systems, voice recognition systems not recognizing female voices. I've heard there's a few complaints about, but their voices change or it's too high. But no, having a wide range of vocal acceptance should be a default. Not everyone talks in monotone. I talk too fast. I know this. But if I talk at a reasonable rate of speed for me and stupid auto caption can capture my voice and capture the text attached to most of my stuff, then we should be designing that for everybody. People who talk even faster than me. There are people who actually do talk faster than me. And again, if I talk too fast, please tell me. Put a hand up, raise your hand, say, slow down, Cody, because I know I talk fast. And I get excited, I get passionate, I talk faster. HP's webcam software not recognizing African Americans or Black people. It's like, just didn't see. There's the famous thing of you go to wash your hands, you put your hand underneath the soap dispenser, and if your color of your skin is not different enough from the ground that's below it, it doesn't recognize your skin color. That's a problem because those auto soap dispensers are already annoying. And if you literally cannot get them to work, we've got issues. HVAC systems are set to keep a 155-pound, 40-year-old male comfortable. Now, I have never comfortable in mass quantity spaces because it's always too cold for me. But I know people like it's just too hot. And I'm like, I'm not even approaching warm and you're too hot. It's like there's always AC blowing because they're expecting people to be wearing a suit and tie. That's why it's always so cold. And I'm like, no, I don't need to wear a suit and tie. It shouldn't be that cold. And if I'm wearing long clothes, I also shouldn't be that cold. And this is one that has extra issues attached to it now. Apple's health system can track all sorts of things about your health, except menstrual cycles. You have to have a separate app for that. And then on top of that, we've got privacy and data issues on that too. And then we talk about the research of women's menstrual cycle information and the information attached to that. History of science on that is insane. There's great. Dr. Jen Gunter has an amazing book on this. Just FYI. Sorry. But again, more from Maria Galanos. She's an amazing human. Google Photos labeling African Americans as gorillas. That's a problem. That's huge. That's insane. Mixed gender patent teams receiving more citations than single gender patent teams. They do better overall because of the background of knowledge helps everyone achieve more. It's not just rising tide raises all boats. It's the rising tide makes the entire system get better. By having a broader system, everybody does better overall. And we have to address that and we have to work for that. Okay, the geek gene. Why aren't people here? I have heard 1,000,000,006 people talk about this. Like they're just not techie people. I wasn't a techie person inherently. I'm not born with the ability to browse the internet. I'm not hardwired. Gen Alpha, Gen Beta, they're not hardwired to use this stuff. It's there. It's part of life, but there's no inherent knowledge attached to it. They have to learn too. Now, you might have a mammal in your class who is a bit obsessed. And it might have been working on some programming stuff since they were small little rodent kids. That doesn't mean they have a geek gene. They just hyper focused on something. Yeah. Certain people don't have innate brilliance. I will drop kick people if they say this. No, I don't actually support the use of physical violence, but it's the mental drop kick. Like, no, this is something that they can do. Everybody can do this stuff. There's no restriction on this. Sports mammals, people who are obsessed with sports can also do computer science. People who are obsessed with dance can do computer science. People who love art can definitely do computer science. I've got a big poster in my classroom, Code is Art, that does something. Because we can do things with this. Everybody has the ability to do cool stuff with this. We just have to make sure we talk about it and address it. Okay, recruiting. We can use our subjective judgments and our students' self-reported interests. They like to play video games. They should take your class. No. They like to play video games. They might not be successful in my class. We will make 2 games in my program. But making games, this is so much work. This is harder than your other project. Uh-huh. I don't want to do that for my job anymore. Oh, great. Have you looked at what the deals that people who are in the game industry do with their jobs on a daily basis? They just laid off another 1,500 people this week from the biggest developer. Oh. And they have mandatory overtime and they don't pay it sometimes? Oh, yeah. Maybe you ought to think about some of these things. Like, this is where it's like other cool stuff can happen. Making an environment where we can receive messages that include people rather than pushing them away. Again, recruiting all students. This is just something we have to be explicit about this. We have to be open, recognize the issues that attach to us, and go beyond that. AP Potential is a free, amazing tool. If your school gives the ACT or the SAT or PSAT exams, who has students using PSAT or SAT tests at their school? Okay, wonderful. You are in better shape than me. My state, the SAT, PSAT is only the top end students take that test because the ACT is the exam that our schools use, and they don't share as much data out. But the AP Potential says, hey, here are students based on their test scores that would be a great fit for a program if you have it just selected for CSA. What you really want to do is say, I want the list of all the students. And I'm not going to just only check the ones that look for CSA. I'm going to include the ones that have creative writing as a thing. I'm going to include the kids who have math as a thing and grab that whole set. Because even though AP Potential is a good tool, you can make it better by getting that entire data set and making a more custom filter for it, being a bit broader with that, and explicitly getting the students who have success in areas who are not traditionally represented in computer science, our young women, our persons of color, our students who've come from especially a lower income background. If that information is self-reported on that data, grab those mammals and bring them in because that is amazing because you can be successful. And so it's a really good correlation with that. Um, Talk to your coordinator. They have access to that. It shows up in January. It's an Excel spreadsheet if you just get it downloaded, and you can just do a filter, grab that information, send them a letter, have it delivered to their homeroom, walk it to their homeroom, bring stacks of them out with her, do form letters with that. Easy stuff. It is really well. There's a link for recruiting letters from Georgia Tech that then became UMich, as you can see. Barb Erickson. Yeah, I said you'd see links for her. This is one of them. And it's easy to customize. I've got a custom version in the resources I'll be going over with you as well. Facilities, 3+ hours in lab per week. Certified by your admin. So this is where it's like your admin has to recognize this is what we need at minimum. You need to have a space for students who don't have internet. My building is not wheelchair accessible, hands down. Like if I have a student who doesn't have a wheelchair, they will have a struggle with reality. I did not have a resource for them that would meet spec. And that is part of something that my school is working on addressing. But this is like actual issue right there. Poor vision. This is easy. I have big, ginormous monitors across the room. That's it's funding. I had funding for that. Boom. We'll have big screens everywhere, plus projector. We can make that happen. I also share my screen with all my students every single day. Not all the time, but when I'm working with them directly, they have my screen right there, as well as the big screen, as well as resources that digitally they can access outside of class. Left-handed. This is definitely an issue because some schools explicitly set their monitors and their screens up for only left-handed mouse access or right-handed mouse access. There's no like, what if a student wants to use the mouse on the left-hand side? What are we gonna, oh, it's like having elbow room on both sides. What? My students have 36 inches of space before their next human. So they're right this and they get to work like that because that's not that much. Talk to your humans, talk to your peeps. Hey, why do we have to do this? Because 36 inches of space, you wouldn't work at a 36-inch desk. And your students might not be, they might be physically bigger than you, and they need more than 36 inches too. Comfort is actually a thing. Inclusive decor. I have color all over the place. I have quotes from non-computer science people. I have Lady A.D. Lovelace in a ginormous thing in the multi-factor printing. So it looks really kind of cool. I have cute pictures of random stuff. not just all sci-fi, not just this thing, not just that. I put student artwork as display information because I want this to be an inclusive space. Not everyone likes traditional computer science stuff, even CS people. And so making it like that, I play music all the time. I try and have a nice open environment and then go from there. But this is something you can do to make your space better and more inclusive by design. You don't have to have it so they hang out in your room outside of class, but that might be a way to make it work. I know some people have had a lot of success with that. My classroom, it didn't, because again, they can't really hang out because they're there for half the day already. But like if you have a lunch space where they can come in and get and be open and have fun, you can do some cool stuff with that. Um, yeah, keep that in mind. Assignments reflecting diverse domains. Do you make assumptions about common culture? Not everything video game based. I I'm not a good video game human. I it takes me a game that might for some it's like I don't I have a Switch that I play maybe twice a month. I'm not a big video game person. I like reading a lot more. I like running a billion times more. I like video games. I think they're fun, but that's not my focus of my life. And it's like, that's not what I focus my assignments on. I try and make sure I bring things in from a math background, from a history background, from other things, make it so you can make this have interest outside of just what we're working on. Different data sets and different assignments can do some really cool stuff with that. Um, CS is a tool for social impact. AP with me, Sandy Chaika at Illinois, just north of Chicago, has done some amazing work to get computer science specifically for AP with we AP with we service, and how you can use computer science to actually do social support based things. Data sets, we can actually use our data that we have. You can do non-PII data with students easily and get information about your school and use that to address issues and identify patterns and cool stuff. Talking to your math and stats mammals at your school so you can actually work with what that means and talk about the science impact with your science teachers and your history teachers. If you have the ability to make those connections across your building, you can do really cool double thumbs up level stuff. Like you can do amazing things with that. And so this is a great way you can actually go beyond that. So think, pair, share. So maintaining and recruiting a more diverse body for your classes. So silently think, and then I want you to partner either audibly or via chat with a person here in the group. So talk to some peeps, make some connections. I'm not going to split you into rooms. I want you to pick your pairs slash triples. You have access to that inside Zoom to just send a message to someone. But let's take 4 minutes to think, to get your brains up and going. Find something you want to think about. Share and communicate with at least one other human, up to three. We've got 12 peeps in here, so you make that happen. And then we're going to discuss what you come up with. At least each person is going to share one thing back, or each group is going to share at least one thing back. So it is 10:04, so at 11:04 right now. Let's come back in.
Wait, Cody, could I maybe make a comment that might
Yeah.
help with the discussion a little bit?
Yes.
But I'm also a math teacher and I teach like the freshman level geometry and algebra, and I try to put comp sci in those classes just to kind of give the kids a feel for like what it might look like in it, just so they can see that it's not that big a deal type of thing.
Oh,
So
yeah,
just wanted to
definitely.
make that comment.
Yes, you can. You can integrate computer science in all subject areas in some way, but yeah, definitely in the early math classes. If you're teaching math as well, you can definitely introduce the computational thinking and computer science basics in those courses. Double thumbs up. Sorry, go back to where my camera's facing. So it is 11:05. Let's come back at 11:12. So you have a few minutes to think, talk or chat to someone else. Like you can talk here in the room, like audibly, or you can chat to people in the room. We're gonna come back in 7 minutes to come share some of those ideas back. And I'll just be hanging out right here, having a sip of my coffee since I've just been talking for a bit. Go back to the edit. Doop, 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 doop. Seen some really nice comments in the chat. Thank you. All right, so about 7 minutes. If you haven't shared with someone as a private message, do so really quickly. All right, pulling on back to everyone as a group. Who is willing to share an idea that they talked with the entire group?
I'll share.
Okay.
I was really interested in what you said about the data the AP facilitator can gather on looking for trends and things to help recruit some students. Torin and I were discussing that both of our schools are opt-in to computer science, so the students have to elect to take it, obviously. And that's a challenge because at my school, we're block scheduling, so the students don't have a lot of free time, especially the top level students who are the ones who think they should take it. They don't always have room. And how to get those students that are taking study halls or maybe didn't think it would be for them, how to get them into it, because that's definitely a struggle that I have.
Yeah. So one of the tools I've used, like I said, I make relationships with every single counselor that is in my building, and now that I feed to it as a district site, I have to make communication with them already, and making sure they understand that there's a difference between computer science and games. Um, and that computer science is work, but it can be fun. Making sure that they think that. So using that to build up with that as an opt-in course, definitely. I also try and make sure I talk to non-traditional teachers. So I talk to my creative writing teachers. I talk to my volleyball coaches because that's a girls only team in my state. And I'm like, oh, you have you girls in volleyball, they've got skills at team building on how to work with partners and how to do problem solving to do strategies. Boom, these are great for computer science. I talk to my dance teachers, and I get them. Who are some of your leaders in dance? The people who are really good at helping direct others to and design dances. They can solve algorithms. They can write code and use that as a recruiting tool specifically.
I do need to do more of that. I've just been like working on getting the programs going
Mhm.
the last few years, and I guess I don't I need more help in making those connections. So those are some good ideas.
Yeah, talking to people and continually to like, hey, this is do you have like an is there like asking your dance teacher, your volleyball teacher, your sports coach is like, what is this a problem you have to do with your students on a regular basis? And let's use that as a problem source for the students. Like, let's write an algorithm to solve this. How could we do this if we have a dancer object? If we have a stage object, what's the decomposition we can do to actually solve this in code?
Is there a concern or I'm imagining by going through this, we're increasing the population of interest, right?
Yes.
Maybe to the point that we don't have room,
Hmm.
which people will say that's a great problem to have, but is it really?
I'd rather have
Point is it good versus it's too
I,
much?
I've never got to the point where I've run out of room. Have I made it so I've had a waiting list? Yes. Um,
Mhm.
I wish I could have another teacher that could co-teach with me, or we could have enough to grow that program. I have not had that much success. I don't have that I know I have had teachers I've worked with in other states that have had that as a problem that they have to solve. One of the
Mhm.
people I'm working with as part of the project-based learning, they had to make it so they had two teachers of intro computer science because so many people wanted to get into the AP program. And so it's like, okay, we have to have another intro class and we have to have another AP class. I would love that problem. That is a problem that you have to solve because you have to find a teacher that can do that. But
I'm curious, has
it's doable.
anyone run into a problem where like the majority of, I'll say, faculty at their school is very against, to a large degree, the programming classes? Because that's something that I see at my school where I'm trying to recruit students. And I will actually have teachers say, oh, you don't want to go into that. You don't want to do that. It's hard. You have no future in it. And so I have to counter that. Like even my counselors, it was a huge push to get this class to run last year and this year because my counselors were adamant that it was worthless.
Yes, I've had that struggle before. Um, and I pull up for specifically in the job related specs on this. If you go to the predictions of where jobs are for the next 20 years on the National Labor Board thing, we are always in the top 10 need, and we don't have enough jobs to fill it. Yes, are all jobs in your local area? Maybe not. But every company needs database people. Like that is every business needs someone that can run a database. And to write database queries, to write SQL, computer science kind of is a key component of that. And math is a key component of that. And this can build to that. It may not be Java specific jobs, but computer science jobs are out there. And this is a this doesn't get them immediately job ready, but it gets them to that point where they can become job ready. Also talking if with CTE, um, like it's like, oh, um, here are jobs that are in this area right here, right now, with this in computer science that are hiring right now. They have this pile of spec. Well, we can teach them this part of the spec right now. It's not, is it getting the job? No, but it gets them these two steps that are in the way. Not all computer science jobs require a degree. Many do. And it's like, well, if you've got this skill and you have this, you can then use this to get the degree. Some places will actually pay you money to learn things. It's like if you can show how you can do this, this, and this, maybe you can use that to get a job. So, but yeah, that's definitely one. Excuse me. Thank you.
Code.org has a video that I think is really good. It's called Computer Science is for Everyone. And they go into all of these different careers that people have where computer science is really critical, like even like agriculture, fashion, stuff like that. I'm trying to pull it up right now, but anyway, if it's a really quick couple-minute video that might be useful to even show the counselors or whoever the teachers are.
Yeah, I will say at my school, my biggest challenge is the counselors. I've had students that have come to me and asked to if I have room in my class, I'll be like, yeah, absolutely, go down and add it to your schedule. And they will go down, and their counselors will adamantly tell them, no, I'm not putting you in this schedule or this class. I don't think it's a worthwhile class. So I've had to really fight my counselors on it.
That's on that one, I would specifically get a meeting with your counselors, get your admin involved with that as well, because your counselor should be helping support your program. And if there's an adversarial relationship, then that has to be addressed beyond you and them. That's where the mammals that are up above, that they have a job to do. That's where their job is to come into play. It's like if they're being adversarial, get the people who are supposed to handle that, because that's not your responsibility. That's the people up above, and use them, make them do the work.
And going back to the video from code.org that Lillian referenced, I show it to all my geometry classes to try to get kids to sign up for computer science. And then I also have my current computer science kids like make their own recruitment video. And I distribute it to all the counselors, but I also distribute it to all the math teachers. So when it comes to like sign up because we're elective based too for computer science, the kids are like really excited to see their friends in the videos. And they all talk about it together. So it's been fun to see how that has been successful, particularly for me for female students, and for African American students as well. But I need to do a better job of recruiting my Hispanic students for sure.
Yeah, those are those videos that just got posted in the chat. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Another thing is I was just exposed to like the Girls Who Code organization, like national organization recently, and they have so many resources to try to recruit the girls on campus to try, just to try computer science as like a 1 day thing or once a week or once a month thing.
Yeah, fantastic. I did a Girls Code summer program for 4 years. I ran out of time, so I couldn't do that anymore, but I had amazing success with that. I brought students in who had never been involved in computer science. I had businesses give me money to give food to the kids. We had a lot of fun. It went really well. I ran out of time. I couldn't do it anymore, but it was a great experience. And so I had 4 years of doing that during the summer. And if you have time that you can do that and your school will support that, you can do some really good stuff with that. Yeah, good success, a lot of fun. I just ran out of time. Again, make sure you are an adult human. You have actual human needs beyond school. You are not just your job. Remember this. I know it's like I'm we love our mammals that we work with, but you also are a mammal yourself, and you deserve all that love and time too. So don't overextend yourself. I know it's to say that to teachers is weird, but no, don't do it. Um, I learned the hard way not to do it. There's a cost attached to being to overextend yourself, not just your own personal health, but your relationships, your life, and beyond. And you matter. Sometimes teachers forget that. Yeah, little boot camps, 1 or 2 day boot camps for all students. Great way to encourage students. Oh, definitely. Okay. Well, these are some great ideas. Thank you so much for sharing them. Wonderful. That is a great way to get a more broad and diverse background into our classroom. And double thumbs up, my mammals. Good job. Um, I try and use inclusive language. You'll hear me saying mammals and humans. These are non-gendered but collective words that work really, really well. Um, I have trained myself out of ever using guys as a tool. Some people they can use that. I try not to because I want to help model the idea of using inclusive terminology with my humans and my students, my mammals. Um, I exclude myself from the mammals because I'm not really a human being. I'm just a reptile in a human suit. But we'll pretend that. Yeah. But yeah, having some fun with that, using terms that can help make recognition this is as an inclusive space as possible. Great job. Get this on the right screen. Okay. So do your assignments reflect that diverse domain? That's the wrong way. Okay, so think, pair, share. We just did that. So the idea you're thinking, the reflecting and composing an answer. That is a practice we can work with students. Pairing together in small groups. By using that small group interaction, you foster that network, that relationship building. That's a way to make it actually work so much better with mammals because they have that small relationship that they can then share to the bigger class relationship. And then doing the full class relationship for the share of many things. That helps the reason why this is a good teaching strategy because it makes the classroom environment better. And so this is a quick little model of that same process, but the reason behind it. Yeah. National recognition programs, non-monetary awards, but hey, it's a shiny gold star that you can put on your resume. You can put in your college applications. I did something. And so we have the school recognition, first generation recognition, rural and small town recognition awards. And so they can put that on there. That's on the bigfuture.collegeboard.org site. And there's all sorts of cool stuff with that. And okay. Just a reminder that I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. Okay. Qualifications, 3.3 GPA or above, PSAT, or earn 3+2s, earn 3+ scores on 2 AP exams or more through 8th through 10th grade. You can get that one right there. So it's like, oh, I can get in this. So this is again how we can involve our students early into computer, not into computer science, but early into recognition. And this is again ways you can work with your school to encourage kids to be involved in that process. And so here's how you can make that happen for them. Not really make that happen for them. That's the wrong phrasing on that. How you can have your students make this happen for themselves. Sorry, trying to make sure I use the correct language for this as I go through it. So retention factors, imposter syndrome and stereotype threat. These are real things. Imposter syndrome, you may have never heard of that. Wait, yes, you have. That you're an imposter in a group of experts. This is one where we see this quite often in computer science education with our students across all backgrounds. Students who feel that they are not like everyone else in the group. Like that person over there, they get it immediately. They don't spend any time in class and they always have the right answer. Well, no, they do spend time on it. They also may have come that they had a background here that came before this, but they all had to study this stuff and recognizing and helping students recognize themselves that just because a student looks like it's easy for them doesn't mean it actually was easy for them. You cannot see effort that happens before the class and helping to address that with them. It's like, hey, there's a they sunk time into this that you aren't seeing, but trust me, there was time spent. Just because you don't see it, it wasn't there. There are breaks versus their own ability and confidence. You just let me in here. I got in here because of blah blah blah. No, you're in here because you deserve to be here. And recognize this. And it's okay to fail. It's okay to get a wrong answer. It's okay to not know this stuff. You're going to learn it. This is how we're doing this. And helping the students see that it is a process versus an automatic thing can really make a change with that. And model the fact that you can screw up. I screw up in code on purpose. And when I screw up and a student corrects me, oh, thank you. I have an ability to learn from this. Like with a lot of the errors in my code, I put them there on purpose. Like, oh, it's like, why isn't that working? What's going on? And then the student will like, hey, you have a typo over here. You reference the wrong variable over here. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. And show them how to model the process. My shirt, 99 little bugs in the code, 9 little bugs, take one down, pass it around, and then there's now 147 bugs in the code. It's like things get screwed up. It's okay. We can solve this, and we can always get around that issue. Hey, it is 11:30. It is lunch. So this first session we have a break. I want to make sure. So I'm going to take half an hour of actual time for my lunch, but this first day I want to give you an hour of time option. We can talk about how we can adjust the schedule as we go through the week if we need to. But today you get an hour of time. I'll be back after half an hour. I can definitely answer questions. If there's anything that you want to ask, there's that link inside there for the. If we go back to the original escape. The digital parking lot. You can put questions there. But I will be back in half an hour. I'll have my screen off in a second because I need to eat some food too. But I will be. I do want to give a full hour break today, but we can adjust that if we need to. But taking breaks and modeling that is a skill that I want to make sure I model with y'all. But we have an hour of time. But I'll be back here after half an hour to answer any questions and stuff. If there's anything I think we need to share, I'll make sure I document that to come back because I don't want to skip people out. But we'll come back here at 12:30 Central Time. Because right now it is 11:30, right? Okay. And so we'll come back here at 12:30 after lunch and we'll go from there. But I'll be back here at 12 and I can answer some questions and go over stuff like that. But have a good lunch. I'll see you all in an hour or less. Please. Excuse me. Double hiccups.
Hey, take a nine.
Mm.
You're listening to a Saudi Yelda's Encoding Radio Show.
Welcome back. Welcome back, all y'all.
Everybody had a good lunch.
Yes. Hope so as well. Work stuff, work stuff. All right. Before we get started today, tomorrow morning, we'll start at the 8 o'clock Central. And then we're going to have an hour or so of offline work because I have to do a dentist appointment because the dentist appointment was made prior to the APSI. And so it's like, yeah, but offline work we can totally do. So we'll have an hour, 9 o'clock Central, which is 8 Mountain. Hang on one second. Okay, you know that later. But I have to go to a dentist, and so the lovely joy of having appointments, as you know, as a teacher, like you squeeze them in when you can fit them. But yeah, so we'll be doing we'll start, then I'll let you work for a bit, and then I'll come back and we'll work with you. No, not snooze. Close. Back to work. But yeah, we'll be coming back from that in the morning. But I wanted to make sure I explicitly call that out. I was going to send a reminder email as well. But before I forgot, I wanted to make sure we explicitly talk about that too. But yeah, so we hope you had a great lunch. I had veggies and hummus because and I'm eating my breakfast that I forgot to eat earlier. So I had it up here and I just didn't eat it. Always a good thing. Yeah, so that was my lunch today. If we want to talk about doing some like possibly a little bit shorter of a lunchtime so we can have a little bit less time on Friday, I'm open to that. But I want to make sure, especially on day one, we take care of all the minimum requirements for everybody first, and then we can make adjustments as we go through that. So, yeah, that started recording again. Yes. Okay. Yes, it is. Okay. Double checking, make sure Zoom is working properly. Sorry. Yeah, so we'll be getting started with that. We'll finish off with our diversity equity discussion. We've got a couple more slides to go through on that. And then we'll talk about the 2025 exam and working with that. and getting just to go over course design, getting all that stuff started off, and we'll go from there. Questions, comments, concerns before we get into that again? Okay, let some peeps in. Slideshow. Okay, a couple more peeps coming in. All right. Fixed versus growth mindset is also one of those things that we want to make sure we address. Um, this is one of the things where we can address this in the classroom itself, making sure that everyone knows that we can actually, like, you can learn. This is something that's a learnable process. It's not a given thing. We can try and work against the isolation of groups and making sure we can say, oh, here's some visual reminders that you are not alone, even if you don't see yourself in the classroom. We can see yourself in the real world in this and looking for opportunities for that. And that again is like the idea of having decorations in your class, making sure you address like the naming of variables and people. And you're like, if you're using people as examples in the classroom, like making sure you're not just working within one group of humans, making you're using different ethnic groups as naming styles, making sure addressing different groups of people. And with that, so like, oh, we want to address solve problems from this area of the world, this area of the world, etc. So we make it so again, making sure we spread what we're working with and how we're solving problems outside of just one space. Make this a little bit less bright. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. And then the side effects of meritocracy. People may not see what actually is there because of just the nature of how they see they think it's an actual meritocracy. It's like no, things grow and spread based on where people are, and if we don't have a broad background, there is not that same level of meritocracy actually that people want to see actually happening, and so they feel that there's not actually what's going on with that. Dr. Hendrickson's information is available at that link inside here as well if you want to further explore some of these concepts. Um, Lots of people experience imposter syndrome. It's kind of a common thing. Um, Not having imposter syndrome may be a sign of incompetence. If you've did anything with the idea of sociology or history of people in computer political science, you may have heard about something called the Peter Principle, and you rise to your level of incompetence. I've never seen that with administration in a building I've worked with ever. Um, I've never had a superintendent who not only could they not teach my content, but they couldn't manage a classroom if you gave them all the instructions and stepped them through it with your hand, guiding them. Yeah. Uh, Unfortunately, that is something that we definitely have to work with. And so making sure that you recognize that we have to do this, the Dunning-Kruger effect as well. There's, famous TV shows, demonstrations of this as well. Is believed to be more common among women, and simply being aware of this can help you be be able to address it more effectively. It's like you can't solve it, but you can address it. And again, that's recognizing you can't solve problems. We can at least work on them and make them better. We can't fix everything. Yeah, I know it's weird. We can't fix everything. Weird. Computer science specifically, feeling that you don't belong. You have the idea of preparatory privilege versus innate ability. Again, that's the idea that some people have been prepping for this and they've got that background of knowledge that has given them an advantage. And recognizing that, they may not see it. That difference in prior experience. This is, again, I see this one with students quite often. It's like, oh, they don't know how much work has gone into what that student, they just see that student already knows the answer. And it's like, and this is where, again, where the idea of the classroom management style, making sure you don't call on the same person every time, or you make sure you direct the idea of that struggle is a regular part of everyone's learning, and you make sure that everyone has the chance to do the struggle. That it's like it's not an automatic, yes, I know this answer immediately, but I know how to solve this answer. I can figure this out. So everybody take some time, pause, write down a solution, and then compare with a neighbor and then repeat. So again, it's like that thing pair share, but you don't just simply do, oh, but the idea that you can actually use those classroom management techniques on how to make sure your classroom is a better space for everybody, not just simply the people who want to shout out an answer. I've never been the person to shout, oh wait, I was. Like that's again, that's something that's like I have to make sure I practice that myself because I was that kind of kid as a kid when I was a kid. Um, and blaming external problems versus internal capability. It's like this is why again we make sure we have our facilities. We show that everyone can be successful, helping the students see that they can have that success. and that success is not an immediate thing, but a process itself, that we are working to make that happen. Helping students see that is one of those key things with that. Find it, normalizing it, working on successes, telling finding a mentor, becoming a mentor. It's okay not to know, praising effort, expecting failure, debugging, hold on to it. One of the things I do specifically is I have students go back and look at their previous assignments. Go back and look at what you had, identify what they struggled with. I do a reflection exercise every single week where the students have to identify something they were struggling with. And they go back and look at their previous responses to those questions like, oh, this is what you struggled with a month ago. And now you just did 18 of them without thinking. Or using that process like, here's what you're struggling with back then and working for it to over here. And using that process, they can see how they can work with and what they've accomplished over time, and that they can recognize that process in themselves. And so helping them identify that and using reflection in the classroom, that like even on your questions, like, oh, this is something I struggled with, and here's how I solved it on this test problem right here. So having the students actually identify those pieces of things that they had problems with or had struggles with, and building from that as they go through the course of this with you as a teacher. And that's one of a couple things you can do. Stereotype threat. This is another common one in computer science, and that there's negative stereotypes with their group that prevent them from doing as well as they possibly can. Again, that idea that they are innately able to do something. Oh, this is a guy thing. This is a girl thing. I can't do this. And it's like, because I don't meet that spec of characteristics. And so if you've covered this inside your teacher education programs or inside your professional development, that can actually be quite helpful by working with and addressing equity issues in the classroom. This is one of the ones that will also be brought up with that. The effects, if you want to take a look at that really quick, rather than me reading the whole thing again. Replying to people. And so this one has some of those concepts that we were talking about, how we can address that. Just simply by addressing it in advance, you can make the problem less. Again, can't fix the problem. This is something that we have to actually continuously work on. But by simply acknowledging that there is a problem and address the topic and area of that problem, we can work on solving some of those problems. So that's one of the things that's really helpful with stereotype threat, is it can be addressed inside a classroom setting fairly effectively. Questions or comments on stereotype threat slash imposter syndrome? Who's experienced stereotype threat or imposter syndrome themselves? No, it's like it's something that we can do, and it's like how and addressing it and making sure like, oh, here's how I can do this, and sharing that with students, sharing the idea. Thank you, thank you. Sharing that this is something that you've experienced personally, and you can like, hey, here's how I addressed it myself. Great way to help grow that relationship in the classroom and have a more positive experience as a whole. By asking demographics after the exam versus before the exam, that's something we can't control, but that was one of the things that they noticed on that. Afraid to ask for help. I have never seen a student afraid to ask for help. That's never, ever happened. It's like, no, I should know how to do this right away automatically. It's like, no, it's okay to ask for help. And so with this one, specifically, I encourage students to ask each other for help, even on small things, and the practice of talking about asking for help, how it's okay to do this. And using that early on, that's a way that you can help address that in the classroom specifically. Value mistakes, most low stake and high stake assessment, using feedback, helping them. Don't use shame as a tool. Foster a sense of belonging, making sure your classroom's an open and inviting space, and modeling that behavior with them. I know, crazy stuff. I think that's the last slide. Yes, that's the last one. Okay. And that link is inside there as well. So that is available for you on the resources that we have for that. Like I said, having a diverse and equitable access to computer science is more than just a important thing. It is a critical component, high level design need of our course. And addressing that is huge. And so making sure that that's something you keep in your mind, not just at the back, but actually directly there towards the front of the process as you work through and design your course. That's something that it's not a skippable component. It is something to do is a continuous work-based thing. It's a part of the practice of teaching, not just I did it once and it's done. And so recognizing in yourself that I still work at this. This is not something that I have fixed. It's something that I continue to have to work on. And it can help make your classroom better overall, but it is a continuous work thing. It's one of those things that as a teacher, as a person in computer science, I keep working at this and try and find ways to make it better every time I do this. Not just, oh, here's the stuff I do every time. It's like, here's what I do, and here's where I have been trying things, here's where I've changed things. And if you look at my history of my stuff, it's like, oh, that's where it is. But it's like you can see my progress on that too with it's like if you look at the file history, like they change. It's not just static data. It's like, oh, I have to adjust this. So it's adjustable. But your school yourself that you're at, you will have your own individual needs. Different schools have different types of diverse equity and access issues. And so on your equity assignment, we go over here for this. This is something I want to have you do as a quick little thing. Let me go back to the share screen again. It's inside Canvas, equity assignment. Boom. And share. There we go. So you have 5 questions about equity and just submit as a PDF. And so you just upload it right inside there. So if you use Google Docs, you can directly do it in there or print to PDF just to quickly put that in. And so the idea right there that you are thinking about this. And so ways you can address that in your course. This is due tomorrow. So you have some time to think about. This is not something you have to do right now. This is one of those things that you could work on while we are doing the offline exercise tomorrow. In that hour of time, that's one of the things you can do with that. But what's an equity issue in my school? So identify something that's at your location. How can you make your course more accessible? Who can I talk to? How can I make my coursework more equitable? And what is a question I have? Like, think about a question that you have yourself about equity in computer science, because just that process of thinking and identifying those pieces, you can help make yourself do better within that area in computer science at your classroom. So that's a huge mega assignment. Low stakes, but yeah. So that's something we'll be working with here in a bit. On the equity issue as well, I have a thing for counselors for computing. Share, just desktop one, yeah. So the student advising resources from NCWIT, this is linked inside the Canvas page as well. And so you have the counselors for computing, how you can talk with your counselors. They used to have a full kit of stuff you could actually order. Like I said, unfortunately, a lot of the resources, issues and funding, yeah, that's going to be a problem right now. But there are still lots of digital resources that are available for you, and these are great, helpful tools. NCWIT has done amazing things. If they can continue doing the aspirations program for young women in computer science, it's a great way they can get recognized and to show that they've actually grown in computer science. They've got scholarships, prizes, all sorts of stuff that they've been able to do. I hope they can continue doing that. Funding issues aside, there's still resources here. At the very minimum, you can use the resources. If the funding can be maintained by the local groups, double thumbs up, good. I hope stuff can happen. I don't know how much is going to happen after that, but at least this next year, I think they've got that taken care of. But we'll see how that goes. That's no fix, but note. And so that resource is linked inside Canvas as well, specifically for that. That's the NC-WIT link. The other slide deck on there, broadening access to AP. This is one that AP has specifically done, like on how you can work with addressing equity in all AP subjects, not just computer science. And that's that fourth link on the equity module in Canvas. And so you can work with your other teachers at your school about addressing some of these issues. It has a couple ways of actually working with that. And so there's a broadening access to AP that is like, it's not just computer science AP, it is everyone. And that might be if you have a professional learning community, or a PLC that your school with your AP cohort, that might be a good exercise to work on with them, addressing some of those issues. There's some really nice ideas in that to address that concept, and there's resources you can use to go for that. But equity is a deal. It's important. It's critical. Think about it all the time, not just once. It's not just a one-time thing. It's an all the time thing. And I don't just say that. I try and actually practice it. Questions, comments, concerns, ideas, etc. Excuse me, please. So our next thing we have today is talking about the 2025 exam. So not all of you obviously gave the exam because it's your first teaching it for the first time coming this fall. But what I want to have everybody do is actually look at the exam questions for the 2025 exam. And so let me make sure that's linked properly in here. So if we go inside Canvas, I've got a link for that under the CSA exam with an external link that I just posted again because I thought I had it on there. And so I have the 2025 FRQ on there. That's on the CSA exam. If you also just Google 2025 APCS FRQ, you can find it that way. But the 2025 exam is what we just did, and it's the last year that's going to happen. So it is going to be a little bit different, obviously, in the future. But what I want you to do, and this is a exercise we're going to have you do right now, it's going to you have some questions to put in the discussion page that we're going to talk about. So you're going to look through the FRQ and a takeaway you have from it and a question you have at about least one of the questions. You can have multiple questions, but this is a discussion point that we're going to put in the discussions section of the Canvas course. And then we're going to, so that way you can put some stuff down in a written form, and then we're going to have you look at that and talk about that. But I want you to take a look at the exam itself so we can see like what was on the exam so we can then talk about it. So we're going to take that same model of the take a look at this really quick. You don't have to read all of them, but I mean, I would at least read one of the questions, and then something you have as a takeaway and a question you have about at least one question. So that way you can have some work time and thinking time and go from there. It's 50 past, so let's go say 15 minutes, give you a chance to read and respond to at least one thing. So 5 after, and I'll be right here. I've read these a few times, but I'm going to scan one as well. And I'm here to answer questions. Normally I'd be walking around with y'all in an actual physical classroom and answer individual questions, but right now I'll just be right here. So take 15 minutes, read at least one of the questions, and put a response in the discussion page.
Sorry, could you say again where we would access that?
In Canvas, it's
Oh,
on, if I go to the modules tab, and there's a module called the CSA exam.
okay.
And it should be there's a link for the FRQs themselves and then the discussions link.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you. Good question. On screen right now too. Make it better. Yes, that helps.
Cody,
Yes.
I have two questions. One, you do want us responding in the discussion assignment,
Yep.
right?
Yes, please.
Um, and then my second question is when I look at Canvas, I don't see at all what you see on the screen you're displaying.
Uh-huh.
So, like when
Do-
you're talking about like the module section,
mhm.
that doesn't pop up for me at all. I had to actually go into the URL and add it to the end. So I don't
Let
like
me
I
go
see
check
that
the.
right there,
Let me go
but
look
I
at the
don't see
display.
that sidebar.
Do you have this little hamburger symbol right here?
Hold on, I'm sorry, I navigated away. There we go. Which one?
This little hamburger menu.
Yeah.
If you click on that, does it?
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's a Monday. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'm like, it's not there. I'm like,
Oh,
let me go make sure it's there. It's like it should be, but
totally there. My bad. I clicked on all the other things in the gray area.
uh-huh.
Never clicked on that. Thank you.
Yep. Oh, no worries. Yeah, that I'm glad I could be a help. I'm like, it's like it should be. It's like the only thing I disabled were these things. So I was like, these I didn't turn off. I didn't. I normally leave those off, but I just didn't bother with it. Yeah, I'm actually doing a response right now myself. Scroll. Okay, 5 more minutes. Has everybody read something on there? Fabu. I just posted mine because I actually tried to model this with y'all, but I haven't looked at anything. So you've got 5 more minutes, so we can go over that. But I to get something put in there as a response to those two pieces. Excuse me, please. Hey, some really good questions on here. Fantastic, peeps. Looking through that. Couple more minutes of writing time, but just noticing that I'm seeing that and thumbs up. Thank you. Hey, if you want to wrap up your thoughts in the next minute or so, and then we're going to take a look at these. All right. Anyone want to talk about a takeaway they took from that? See a chat pop up. Any takeaway you want to share?
This is Torrin. I did not write, but I did observe the extent of the language that we need to communicate across the year
Mm-hmm.
for the student to be able to receive credit. I think it's really, in my personal opinion, fairly comprehensive for, a 100 level class that we would hope a high school student will learn. So I am glad that, I'm dating myself a bit, but I feel like we're starting to teach Elroy how to build a rocket in this early years of class. Just the whole Jetsons idea of having a really smart child learning early was pretty it stuck out to me, just the complexity of the questions and how we asked them to structure it was really good. Outside of the cultural context that I was asking in the comment that I made.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that cultural context question I thought was actually really good that you put in there about um, for how long does it take for these questions to be developed. So I think the other than 2020, there's years of writing per question. So like the question gets proposed and it goes through, I'd say at least 3 years of revision slash work through the development committee. They process it, they send it to the statisticians, they send it to the test evaluation groups. It gets rewritten at least, I think the shortest time other than 2020 is 3 years. 2020 was a weird year for some reason. And those questions got written in 3 weeks. All of them. The 37 questions, whatever it was. But that was 2020. That was not normal. Um, but yeah, I think 3 years is the shortest amount of time that is spent on the development committee per question of like this is how it gets built over time, farmed out to other people, ran, tested, rewritten. Um, yeah, and they purposely try and make the language not exclusive. They try to make it as inclusive as possible. And any games that are created or whatever, if it's modeling a game question, is not an actual game, other than the crossword one, where it is a move a candy piece on a board that has never existed before. Um, and it's like well, that was 2 years ago's question or something like that. It is purposely not directly related to an existing game, even something that's common because they want to make it as inclusive as possible. Like stuff will be created just for the exam itself. Um, on the comment on right here that I have on screen with like if you put sent a parameter that was out of bound or not out of bounds but out of type for it. So if you did a call with an invalid value, um, that would not be the problem for it because it's like, oh, that would like code that causes side effect that would be lost inside the algorithm point of how we score that. And we'll talk about scoring the exam here in a bit. But if they wrote code that would break the problem, that gets handled in the actual algorithm, or not the algorithm itself, but inside the rubric itself, we have ways of dealing with that. So if they wrote code that would break, that would cause a point to be lost inside the rubric. Usually that will be on the algorithm point. Previous years that we had what was called the penalty point list, and that's like, oh, it violates this penalty, and so you lose a point. Now it's mostly just handled via the here. This is just that they don't earn the point that's attached to that, and so we'll talk about that here in a bit. That's a great one is there. Um, Knowing how to identify multiple pieces of methods for the same class, like oh, and how they interact, that's a great takeaway for that. I saw on Alexa's piece as well. Worried in the amount of words on the paper. Like we've talked about that before, and making sure that's why I suggest start at the end of the question. Look at what it's exactly asking on that very last statement with the in the precondition slash post conditions on the right above the question itself, and then go back to read the example documentation, but don't write the example documentation. Don't code only for that. Use that as just a brain tool. That's a fantastic one. On Jessica's piece, they have 4 examples of like, oh, here's this call, this call, this call. Using that bulleted chart or the chart of information, that is a great way so that students can see, oh, here's what different ways of the same type of code, how they work with this. The how many people use object name dot contains. Incorrect use of the contains method, I don't think was the biggest problem on that exam question. Um, I didn't see any of that on my grading when I was grading that question. Um, and I don't remember that on the list of the common mistakes error. Um, so on that one with that signature. On mine, I did want to do a quick bring up that students and teachers sometimes forget that very first page before the actual exam starts are some key pieces of information. Everything's imported. Students don't have to write import statements. That's called out to them. So that's something you can remind the students they don't have to waste mental or time load on. Parameters, unless explicitly called out, can be null, are assumed not to be null. So students don't have to do extra checks on their code. So they don't have to check for null unless explicitly told to check for it. And it will say in the doc, like if there's a null check, it'd be in the example code too. Like if they pass null to it, here's what happens. So they don't have to the cognitive load of what we do when we're doing our good testing are not in the exam time, but actually in software development time where we actually write good code all the way through. That's a different model than when we're writing code for a test. A test is a snapshot versus the, oh, here's this iterative development process of this project I've been working on over time. Where it's like, oh, I realized there's an error and I got to test it and figure it out. This is just, I've got 20 minutes max time to write this one question. I'm done. And so making sure we model that process with them. And writing significant amount of code that would be handled by other methods will lose you points. If you look at the stats for the exam, the longest canonical solution, A, B, and C, back when we had multi-part questions, after this year's no longer the case, 21 lines for A, B, and C. That was the long one. The average solution is 6 to 8 lines. And so if you're and getting your students to recognize that you are writing this much code. And that's with the exception of Q2. Q2 has a little bit more lines of code, but they're not algorithm heavy code, it's just headers. And so I was not including headers with the actual amount of code writing for that one. If you don't include the headers, even Q2 fits within that 12 lines of code on average. And it's like, oh, yeah. Because the Q2 is the only one that has a lot of a pile of code attached to it, but the complexity of that code mostly is just structure. And so getting students to realize that you are writing a solution for a small thing, and if you are writing more than 8 lines, you probably are writing too much. These are quick, short solutions that need to do one thing at a time. And so that's one of the things I try and make sure students and teachers know about for that specifically. Using the sample tables as we had right there from Jamie. Fantastic, thank you. Yeah, don't write for the specific examples given. That write for the general case. That is a key thing. It's like I tell my students repeatedly, this is just to help you. This is not the answer. This is not the only problem. This is the broad thing versus a specific subset. And using object-oriented code. So yeah, not writing just line by line, having them practice like what object does what thing, and that decomposition process, figuring out which piece does what is key. Read, plan, write, debug. Don't debug. This is a snapshot. If you have time to debug later, that's great. What I recommend with my students is you have 20 minutes per question. That gets you 80 minutes for plus 10 minutes to go back and look through after. But find the thing, look for the key critical component, write that basic stub right then down, and then go back and do like a couple pieces as you go through it. If you're taking more time than that, move on to the next one. They are organized by difficulty basically now. It used to be that there was no the fourth question, the 2D array question could be the easiest. Now the fourth question is going to have more work now. The third question is all arrayless and it's going to be an algorithm-based thing. These are now Q1 everyone should be able to answer at least some of that. Honestly, Q2, if you have written any class, Q2 you can get most of the points because, oh, I know how to make a class. I know how to write a constructor. I can write a method with a parameter signature. Even if I don't get all the logic points, I can get those structural points of how to put that together and then going from there. And then making sure they're comfortable writing that and working within the environment to do that. There was one, I can't remember who had that note on the online practice testing right here on Jamie's thing. Yes, I'm like getting comfortable writing answers in that test environment. And that's something that is definitely a practice with that. But yeah, those are all great points. Thank you, peeps. Good job.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, always.
So I'm on one of the Facebook forums for CSA teachers, and at the start of last year, when there was talk about who was giving the exam digitally and not, people were saying like, nope, they're used to Blue Book. I'm just sticking with my paper exams and whatnot. But you feel that it's probably better to have them practice that digitally throughout the year now,
At
right?
least a few times, I think it'd be a good idea. Like having paper and pencil exams is still I think is a good practice because the writing of the complete disconnect from the compiler can help them learn how to process that code in their head a little bit differently. Because I have whiteboards I'm going to use with y'all here. Small little whiteboards, writing code like that, writing code on paper. It's not the memorization process. It's the the action of writing. That's why English classes write English like small pieces all the time. Yes, you can just talk to it, and it can and the AI or even whatever software tools that you purchase can convert your oral text into written text, but you have to rewrite that process and rewrite and rewrite. And that step, that that action of writing, the active development process helps the brain sink deeper. And
So
SYNCH, not sink down.
I have them write a lot, just paper and pen, but I feel like for my students' feedback from
Mhm.
after their exam, they've really struggled with using Blue Book, even though they've done it a bunch of times for, other testing. They felt like we said earlier, flipping back and forth and, looking through everything was difficult. And so I'm thinking of trying to do more of my FRQs, or at least introduce more of them digitally so that they
Mhm.
do get used to that process. And I was thinking of Blue Book on AP Classroom. Is that
Yeah.
something you'll touch
So,
upon later in the
yeah,
week?
and yeah, and they're trying to make the AP Classroom FRQ section more like that.
Okay,
That is one of the things that they are working on doing. It's not done yet, but they are actively, that is the College Board is trying to make that so it's a tool that it's not going to be complete Blue Book, but it's like, oh, it's more Blue Book like all the time when they do it.
that's
So that,
cool.
yeah, that's on their pile of things to do.
Yeah,
Okay.
I also found that if any of you are like using Google Suites, that Google Docs has a feature where you can write code. It won't like check if the code works, of course, but you can write it and it indents automatically indents and does some certain things. So sometimes, and the kids sometimes had trouble with the AP Classroom, writing in the exam there as well, like lagging or whatever. So that might be a good alternative for shorter things, I guess.
How do you find that with Google Docs? Because I made all of my kids take their tests using Google Docs. They had to type out the code, but I didn't know that stuff. So like they were all complaining like, it automatically capitalizes them. Like, well, then it's your job to check that and fix it. So I'm curious how, like, what the setting is.
Let me find. I think it's in insert. Let me open up a Google Doc and so you insert building blocks, and then there's code block after that, and then you get to choose, and Java is one of the
Oh,
choices.
So that is a new one on there. So, I've got it on screen right now. So view more.
Oh, yeah, building blocks. And where was it? Go back, insert
So insert building blocks.
building blocks, and then oh, wait a sec.
must be view more.
So
Oh
under view
yeah.
more, we have these contacts. No. Project
No.
management.
I don't know if you have a
It
different
could be a plugin
version. Yeah, because I just did it. Wait, let me look at it. Go back again.
because I use a plugin or an extension for code blocks.
Hmm. So insert building blocks, and then it's code block is the thing that I can access.
So that's one of
Okay.
so it's probably an extension on it for that. So in adding on a building block for code blocks, I use the extension of code blocks.
Okay, awesome. I'll have to see. I'll get together with my IT crew, but they'll love me. Because I made all of my students do their quiz. They had to write their quiz code by hand. But then when we took the test, because I was trying to simulate, like, it's going to be digital, you have to be able to understand that, and you cannot use your compiler. So all of their tests they typed up in Google Docs, and they every one of them at the end was like, I spent more time having to proofread to make sure I didn't have capital letters and wrong punctuation than I would have. But yeah, I thought that was how I handled the digital part of it.
Yeah, thank you,
And so
Tara.
Cody, yours seems different because after I choose code blocks, I get to choose what language.
Hmm.
There's C++, Java, all these
Yeah,
other.
so on code blocks, if I start a code block right here, I have a code block right here. I can choose the language and I can
Oh,
format
there.
the code.
Okay.
Yeah, so Java like that, and so I can use that to actually go through and I format existing code for it. But I use it to format code after I've written it.
Hmm.
Um,
Then would that like would that solve their it capitalizes the first letter of every sentence type of thing or
and so I'd go like this, select it, and then boom, that right there to format it or preview. And it doesn't. So if I go in here and I type in this, and is, see, it still autocorrects.
Okay. So they would still have to deal with that part of it.
So like where I'm using camel case, it can do that. But it's like, but that I just use that to format existing text. When I just copy text and paste without formatting and then make it look like code when I'm putting my Google Docs together. I haven't used the building blocks feature like that. I just use it for showing small snippets of code that aren't a screenshot. So that's how I've used it. I haven't tried a building block yet. I'll have to take a look at that. I'm putting a note for myself because I have not played with that. But I use the extension for code blocks, and there's two extensions called code blocks. There's one that has 1 star, and there's one that has many stars. And so if I go on my extensions, add-ons, manage add-ons, and it's the one by Alex Forsyth with like 6 million plus users and 4 stars. But if you search for code blocks, yeah, 1.6 stars, 4.0, yeah, 4 stars, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah,
Perfect.
that's the one that I've been using for displaying code. I don't have them write code in it. I just use that for display purposes. And I write, and it's the like you're writing. If they're using Google Docs for anything, I go to the settings. I turn off auto capitalization. You can turn off all those features inside Google Docs. And it's like when you're writing code, that's if you have to use Google Docs to write code, that's what you have to do. For my people who are on Chromebooks. And so like the 2020 and 2021, I had more of that. I haven't had that since then, since we've been in class. But yeah, if you are in, if you go to your format and then where is it? Tools. Tools. No.
Insert. It was insert.
Yeah, but no. For turning off like all the features
Oh,
on.
turning off the features. Okay.
Yeah, turning off like autocomplete and stuff like that. You can do that. I just don't remember where it is in preferences. Yeah, tools, preferences, turning off smart quotes, turn off markdown, and substitutions, making sure that they don't you can turn off replacement of all those symbols and stuff, so it doesn't make arrows and things, so they can write code like that. But yeah, automatically capitalized words, turning that off if they're writing code inside there.
Has anyone had an issue with their IT department preventing students from doing that? Because I ran into that last year.
Me, no. My teachers who I've worked with, yes.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, our IT like limits what our kids can and can't do.
mhm.
Like I said, I finally got to the point where I just told my kids, I'm like, everything you do will be on the laptops that I provide you because I have full admin rights on those.
Yeah.
So, but when they would try and do stuff on their Chromebooks, they'd come back to me and be like, I can't do this because of this. And I'd have to go look at it and be like, yep, nope, you're right. You can't do that. You don't have the
Yeah.
ability to.
Yeah, no, it's like that's one of the reasons why I make sure my in-classroom environment is as open and as stable as I can possibly make it, and everything. And I if they when it, and I don't assign homework because everything has to happen in class because I can't. My SES level across my district is very different, and so I have kids who have zero computer at home, with the exception of their Chromebook, and if they've got that Chromebook, versus kids who have mega systems that cost more than my car.
Yeah, I do too.
And so it's like making sure that those resources, try and do everything of that just in the classroom with that specifically to try and address that issue. But yeah, that is definitely one on there that I don't have a good solution for automatically. That's when it's like just I keep working on. Okay, delete that one right there. We don't need to keep that document. That was just a throwaway. Yeah, uh, comprehending the questions, asking of them. That is a practice exercise I do with students. Identifying what is important versus what is critical. And it's like go through and Blue Book now has the highlight feature, and you can highlight the things that are critical, and you can go back through and strike through it when you do it. And again, that's that process of how to use the tools that you have. When we had paper pen exams, it's like circle the stuff and then draw a line through it once you do it. And like underline the things that are just important. Boom, 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 boom. And then go through and check that off at the end of those last 10 minutes. Check off the things that you had that you circled that you had to that were critical to do versus the underlines that were merely important. And so that is one that's with that. With the Blue Book tool, they are supposed to only be able to type in the response for the current question. There's no copy paste across questions directly. Well, supposed to be. And so they can only copy and paste inside that current problem set. So they can't take from Q1 to put it into Q2. And so that's going to be even more fixed for next year's version of the exam. And so that's one of those things like, okay, that's one of the things I have to make sure, like type it in here, make sure it's that. This year with the exam, this is the first time being digital. The College Board at the end of this month at the AP annual conference, they will be there's going to be a lecture or video or whatever talking about why we went digital. If you didn't know, it's because of cheating. Entire exams were released before the exam happened. And so to address that, they're like, well, we're going to have everything go digital. Because originally CS was not scheduled to go digital until wave 2 of the digital exams. Because we weren't even in the first wave of exams. We were the second wave because they wanted to fix all the test taking stuff first because typing in code is different from typing in text. And yeah. But the dealing with a mass scale of cheating is why we went digital a lot faster than planned. So security is a big deal. And again, that's why we can talk about this with students like, hey, this is critical. There are some years where there's some other cheating scandals that caused like entire schools to lose their exams. Like there was an English teacher who shared the exam information with all the students. So that all their exams were negated because they couldn't guarantee that other exams didn't get shared. That's huge, but yeah. And so that there's reasoning behind this and talking. This is where one of those ways we can talk about the importance of ethics in computer science, ethics as a student, and how that can work with us. So yeah, definitely a thing to be the real world use of the stuff that's not tested as a multiple choice question, but on the content area itself. Yeah, some answers plus questions released after exam via unknown source. Yeah. This year was not nearly as bad as the last year's exam, which last year's when like literally before the exams were given, the entire exam was published. Answers, so this year we had the issue with the 2025 exam. Like some people who took the unreleased exam, the alternate form exam, they just wrote the answers again from the exam they took previously. Great job. You may have earned yourself a point, maybe. Having the answer for a different form of the exam is not going to give you points, really. It's like you might luck yourself into giving yourself 1 point out of 9. 1 point out of 9 is not going to give you a 3. That's on track for a 1. So, but that was definitely an issue we saw in other years as well. But if they use the wrong form of the exam, if they're answering questions that aren't theirs, that tells us about test security at that location, which is trackable. Like, oh, this is the wrong question that was answered. Mark that in the form, that gets passed up the chain, and stuff happens behind the scenes. Excuse me, please. Like all of the code solutions to these questions will be similar at the very least. But like if you have some students who have the same wrong answer, like the same way wrong across the thing, like where it's uniquely weird, like, oh, they spelled this blah, 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 blah. way that would not make sense for anyone, and you see 5 of them in a row. Oh, that might be something to note. But the exams are randomized, the exams are distributed, and there's all sorts of stuff to use to help address those issues behind the scenes. So, yeah.
Just out of curiosity,
Mhm.
I've heard that I don't know if this was true that one of the penalties for that type of cheating is that the students would not be allowed to do any other College Board or AP work in the future. Is that true?
That I don't know on that. I have that's not one I have an answer to that I could give you. Um, I know many students had entire exams canceled, like their score's been negated.
Yeah.
It's like that's
I'm
so
just wondering what I could tell the kids to kind of scare them into
like
not doing that.
you paid money that you get nothing back from. Your names can be sent to the schools. Um, like we can't violate hip FERPA things, but so we're like the same as the name, but it's like it comes back like this was a test security violation. That does get reported to the school. And so that's on the reports that come back to the school itself, how they handle that. There could be honor code violations, stuff like that. The different schools handle the fact your score was sent, no score was sent to your thing. And it's like, oh, you didn't get any score sent to you. There's no way of validating your participation in this course. Yeah, the official handle on that I would have to go look up inside the College Board's page. I don't have that off the top of my head, but I know there's information does get sent that doesn't violate FERPA. But yeah. Any questions on the questions themselves?
I have one. It's kind of a
Mhm.
general question.
Okay.
So I've only taught CSA for 2 years. Both years, the kids complain an awful lot about 2D arrays. They complain about doing them in class. They complain about practicing them. And then, of course, post AP exams, they continue to complain about 2D arrays. Any tips on like
Yes.
making 2D arrays not so complainable?
Yes, we'll be working with 2D arrays. We're going to do a 2D array lab actually here in this APSI
Okay.
to help make that, I hope, even be better. And
Okay.
then I will show you another one as well. And then we'll talk about the new labs and stuff to help with that. So there's a couple things specifically to help with 2D array specifically. On the exam, with the 2D array FRQ component, students need to know how to process a 2D array in a non-standard format.
Okay.
And so that's one of the things that we'll have to make sure you work with your students on is like top left, bottom to right. That is not the only way they're going to process. They're always going to ask something besides that. And so recognizing that there's multiple ways to process that structure or how to work with that structure will be one of the things to definitely address. But that's something that's basically, it's not going to be this. That's going to be tested somewhere, probably in the MCQ section, but will not be probably the code they have to write for that 2D array question. They'll have to do something else with the 2D array. And so learning how to work with that will be one of the things that we talk about here today. Or not today, this week. Sorry. Yeah. But yes, that 2D arrays are definitely on the list of things we are doing as a class, both live and more. And I just wrote that down to make sure I pull that back again. Thank you, Ray. Tara's comment right there on the partial code with comments that specify what to do. Using those conditions, the pre and post conditions as to how the code functions, that written stuff that tells you about that, really good. And then Kai talking about how that reflects the trends from practice exams. Yeah, that's like they're basically the 2018 exam, the 2016 exam. From that point on, they were actually following the same pattern. It just was announced that like from 2018, this is how they'll be. That pattern is now changing just a smidge in the fact that Q3 we'll always have array list now instead of array or array list. But that's the other than that though, it's still the same thing. It's going to be methods and control, class design, array list, linear data, and 2D array. And so that they'll match all of that sequence from here on out. And the next course design won't be for at least 3 to 5 years. I'd say closer to the 5 end, given the amount of work that's gone in this last session. So, and the previous pattern of approximately 5 to 7 years is. But I'd say it's at least 5 years out. Good questions, y'all. Thank you. Any other questions or commentary about this year's exam? So we're going to look more about this exam later on. We're going to talk about how to grade the exam, how to grade multiple choice questions. That we'll be spending a nice chunk of time on that. But we're going to come back to that because I want to do some other things. We've got a lot we have to cover. And there's a couple things that you need out of this course, like specifically. And so that's course design is one of the big things. Who knows exactly what they're doing next year? Who has a vague idea of what they're doing next year? Who is not sure about how they're doing stuff next year? Okay, so course design is where we're going to do our next bit of work. We're actually going to spend some time in person as well as offline on this because we're going to have some offline time today as well. So if we go to the course design link right here, I have a pacing calendar for you to make a copy of. This is just a approximation. You don't have to use this exact one. But again, as mentioned earlier, when you're talking about the pacing guide for the course, it's assuming 45-minute sessions. And so here is a rough calendar you can use for yourself. We do know that our exam this year is on the 15th. We're the last exam. And so timing yourself on this is something that we want to do. So you want to the idea of how to plan for that exam. And one of the things that I suggest specifically, and this is one of my friends, she just made it's her district's mission statement. Obviously, you can totally take that off. I left it on here because it's her document that she shared with me to share with all. So I left that on there, but you can adjust that as you need to. Bad weather days, you can identify that if you have days built into your calendar to handle that. That's what the red on there are. Any staff or teacher work days where you don't have teachers in the classroom, identifying those days with that. And then how to fit those 4 units across your school's calendar system. And so making sure you can make that work with the 25-26 calendar. I don't have July in here for 25 because most schools that I work with don't start in July. Students start for me on the 12th. And so it's like, that's where, yeah.
Do you have anyone who has something similar to this, but that is like New York State, where we don't start with students until September 4th? Like we've got a 4 or 5 week shortage
Before the
compared to
exam.
other. Yeah, and I'd love to see if you happen to know anyone who had.
I don't have an example of that specifically. This is why we're gonna have some time spent, but this is where do I make those condensing down and what do I do after the exam? Like, so for me,
I
I
can
don't have
send you what I use because I borrowed my sister's, but we're both in Minnesota and we don't start until the day after Labor Day as well. And she actually covers hers. She's got like a year-long class and I have a 2 try class. So I've got what, like 26-ish weeks to get everything done. But
Yeah,
I'm willing to share that with you if you want it because I keep all of that written down because I'm like, I have the same
yeah,
problem. Like, I need something that's going to help me out for our compacted time because we start
yeah.
very late.
I
More out
made
early.
one. I made one last week in preparation for this, and I'm really just curious to see what other people do for timing. I love seeing this kind of stuff, so thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just if I can get your contact information sometime, I will email it to you. And like I said, that was my lifesavers when my sister's like, "This is how I paced everything out." I'm like, "Oh, thank goodness."
Yeah. With my class, the last time I have guaranteed students is that first week of May or the week before exams, because after that point, it's AP exams and end of school year stuff. So that pacing calendar that I just linked right here, it's in the Canvas course, or not Canvas course, in the not I'll put it in the Canvas course too. It's on the book, the slide deck, and it's the course design link. And so it's this link right here that's currently on screen for that. Yep. But yeah, so it's like planning for that is obviously. So I haven't had after the exam work in years. So I used to have time after the exam, like to actually do stuff. But since we have moved to the start early, the exam is the end of the year. Like that's like there's no longer content after the exam. Because especially since I have kids usually taking multiple AP exams, I have no like after that once AP exam week starts, I might see you. There's no guarantee of it. Just it's like, oh, I'll see you the day. It's like 'cause I may not see them the actual day of the exam because of just scheduling. Because it's like I can't be there for the exam, so because I can't give it. But yeah. So I haven't had that right there. So this is but this is how you can adjust that. And again, making it so it fits your schedule. Recognizing again, like so if you were starting right here, like, oh, I don't have this Java Bootcamp Unit 1 topics 1 through 14 that I can do. So I'm gonna have to squish and start right here on the 9th of September. Okay, here's where I have to make some adjustments. And this is again, it's that planning statement. Um, and think about the return on investment on time on the exam. And so this is where you're going to take some time to actually go through and look at the CED and start planning this out a bit for yourself. And so this is a working session. I am right here, but this is your work time right now for this first time for this because I want you to, oh, I have to do some ideas of planning. And so if we take a look at the CED, let me pull that back up here again. That's the CED. That's the free response questions. Sorry. But having the fact that I'm so used to seeing all this stuff. So right here, if I look at Unit 2, selection iteration, it's 25 to 35% of the exam. Wait, that's approximately 29 to 31 45-minute sessions is what it's suggesting. Do you have to follow that exactly? No. But this is one of those that's it's kind of critical that you'll be building on this over the course of time. And so you'll be talking about Unit 2 when you do Unit 4 too. And so it's like, oh, here's where I introduce the concept, and here's where I refresh the concept. Introduce, refresh, and reuse. And so making sure you would spell those out because the 4 units doesn't match everything. But going more, if you this is where we're going and using that right here, this section right here, we're identifying the individual topics. And if you pick on the topic itself right here, I'm not looking for that one. I want this one, the unit at a glance. This is the one I'm looking for. I'm like, unit at a glance is the part I wanted because it says, oh, this has 1 period worth of information. This also has 1 period worth of information. And it's like, here's how a Boolean expression is structured. But it's also the idea of how to select things. So it's like, oh, these things directly tie together. So you can combine those pieces as you work through that. And so working with that. And so looking at the unit at a glance for the timing statements and figuring out how you can make that stuff fit in. And so this next half hour of work that I want you to do is I want you to start building a document for this. And we're going to have you share what you come up with. For like, hey, here's what I've been doing. And so I'm giving you have the sheet right here that you can use. You don't have to use this. If you have one of those physical paper books to actually calendaring your stuff out like that, that works too. It doesn't have to be a digital example. One of my teachers last week for the APS I was leading then, they did Post-its and they have stacks of Post-its going down their desk. So they can, oh, here's this, and then take a picture of it with their phone and put that into their document. So this is one of those, I recommend starting at the end first and moving towards the front. Like, hey, I have to give this much time, go from the back first. I recommend giving yourself, like this teacher has a month of review. I've never done that. Because I teach that college course, it's like the review happens as we go through the stuff. So it's like, oh, here's a day here, a day there, whatever. But I don't have a month of review time. That's not how my teaching schedule works. It's I have the test is just as a part of what I'm doing. And so it's like, here's a week to get ready for the exam, and then we're done. And so it's like, I recommend if you can give yourself a week of time on review. That would be like, especially for the North, New England, Upper New York State people who have the you don't start until. I recommend use that as a spec and then build backward from that. And then on that same idea, if you're running out of time, there's the CED is the stuff you have to teach. There is the critical, there is the important, and then there's the stuff. On the critical, 2D array, 1D array, array list, string. Important, for loop, while loop, for each loop. Not so important, recursion. If we look at the recursion concepts on that lovely exam again, get to the right tab right here. We go to Unit 4, data collection. Unit 4, unit at a glance, recursion. Down here at the bottom, recursion total, 3 days. It is 2% of the exam. 2 questions, up to 4 questions, max, and only multiple choice. Never free response, ever. If you have to cut something, you can do that. Don't cut it unless you absolutely have to. But they don't have to write recursion. You simply have to address the concept of recursion and identify those key components. And we'll talk more about that later. But if again, 2020 happens again. Oh, here's the critical stuff. Did we cover that? Here's the important stuff. Did we get to that? Then here's the stuff that I used to get all those pieces and glue them all together. Did I get that? Recognize that it is a critical, important stuff. It's like stuff is important. It's good stuff to know, and you need to know what to do the stuff, but they do build on each other. It's all the stuff of Unit 1 gets referenced everywhere through it. Unit 1 it never stops. Unit 2 truly never stops. Unit 3, I actually start with Unit 3, and then I build to what is Unit 1. But that's and as long as you have that idea of like that spiraling right there, you're going to be good to go with that. Like show how the things link across space and time together really makes life different.
I had a question about CS Awesome if the curriculum, like if you're following the curriculum there, if it aligns directly with the CED.
It does now.
It does now. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So the CS Awesome resource is directly linked to the CED. So all of the major content providers, as we were rewriting the curriculum, they were getting the draft copies of what we were working on so they could have the new curriculum ready to go this year.
Mm-hmm.
And so CS Awesome has the 4-unit structure now. Yeah, so right here with the new standards for 2025.
And then, so I'm sorry, I'm asking you a question about CS Awesome, but
it's all good.
If the like I still wanted to do inheritance, is it there in the new version of the curriculum?
In the new version, no, but in their resources for it. So if I go to the teacher materials, you have to join that group to get access to that. You can get all that stuff on the Runestone ebook on Runestone Academy, which takes us to this, and I can go find it. So,
okay.
And then if I go to the table of contents right here, there's the inheritance stuff right there. Okay. It's still built in.
Okay. Yeah, because I just checked this morning. So code.org last year, they didn't exactly follow the CED, but all the topics were covered by the end of the class, but they just did it in a different order.
Yeah.
And I noticed that for this year, they have 2 versions, one that's directly CED aligned and one that isn't. So I was just kind of curious if CS Awesome kind of did the same.
The Runestone has the CS Awesome has a direct link to the existing stuff. They, I believe, introduced a couple things out of Word just to make things make sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I had one of the things I'm working on. I was on the project-based learning committee for creating a PBL approach to CSA, and we mostly follow the units 1 through 4, but we had to introduce some stuff that's in unit 3 and unit 1 because we want to make things work. Because it's like we want to make this as an interactive process, and if you're not doing interaction, you would never introduce those things at all in Unit 1 because it's not part of the thing, but you have to actually do it.
So
So
what is that? I appreciate project-based learning
that should get public consumption release next year.
next year. Okay.
Yeah, it is not ready for public release. We did the pre-pilot this year, the pilot is next year, and then the release is the year after that, I believe.
And what organization is this?
College Board.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Like we're actually this is the College Board provided curriculum for teaching computer science in a project-based way using
Okay.
PBL approach.
Got it.
Yeah, it's on the here's a curriculum back. And
Okay.
that's this year's is the development pilot. Last year was the pre-development pilot. And then next year will be we are introducing people who weren't in my pilot to do this. We're gonna start teaching teachers to do what we did. But that's there's yeah, there's another resource pile that will be out there. And you'll see stuff from me on that. But that's not yet because it's indeed. Torrin, I saw your hand. I forgot to come back to it. You have a hand up. Is that
Yeah,
a question? Yes.
yeah. Related to what you just mentioned, I was actually considering integrating principles of Agile and Scrum
Hmm.
into the learning at this
Definitely.
level, maybe for the juniors and seniors, not necessarily the freshmen. Well, what are your thoughts on that?
As if you can make the time fit for it, I think it's a fantastic plan. The use of having that iterative development and not simply just an in-go or waterfall style of code, wonderful stuff. In my classroom specifically, I have used the agile and stand-up approach on a regular basis. I use an MVC approach for software development architecture through everything I do. So if you watch any of my channel videos, you will see references throughout all my resources on doing that. Um, if you could, it's like I've had many teachers use that agile and it's like a Scrum style to help students do the reflection components and do their self-evaluation pieces as they go through the course. I've seen a lot of success with that. It is a thing where you as a teacher have to front load and do work. So
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
total thumbs up on it. Yeah.
And you said that you have a channel, you have like a YouTube channel or something that where you
Yeah.
share content?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
I'm
I'll hit
thinking about
that. That
doing the
is one of
same
the things
thing.
we will be hitting here in a bit today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
No, thank you. Great question. And I don't need that window.
Cody, can I ask a question
Always.
about the pacing calendar that you shared?
Mhm.
Which I've got 50 million tabs open and I've already lost it. Okay, I got it. Okay, I'm back.
Yep.
Focusing on the amount of days for these topics,
Mhm.
does it feel like to you this is an appropriate amount of days
Um,
topic?
so for my style
Class
of teaching,
periods or
I
whatever?
would say it's too many for some of the stuff that I'm doing because but like this is trying to model off of what those calendars that were on get to that. Sorry, I have to pull this document back up here. This is based off of this document is where it's trying to find those count.
Okay.
And so the 45-minute calendar days is what it's looking for. Um, I would say depending on experience and depending on the class, you can definitely do squishiness. And you might have to do squishiness, especially if you're in that New York State where you cannot, even if you shift these 4 weeks right here down, you're still running out of time.
I've
And
never spent 4 weeks prepping for the AP exam.
I have never either.
Never. Okay.
Yeah. And so I like where I would spend more time, I would spend more time right here.
Where are you? Okay, wait, you're over here.
So I'm selecting my screen here. So I would spend more time on Unit 4 than anything else.
Okay.
Data structures are the key.
Okay. And
Because
that's
if
the
you
new,
can get your
that's
data
like the really new
structures,
stuff.
if you can understand data structures, you can make everything else fit.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. That's not all the new stuff. That's data structures, not data. Okay.
Yeah, because data structures involves the data. Data structures
Okay.
involves the reading of files. Data structures involves processing objects. It's like, because all the stuff up here, Unit 1 and 2, it's making variables and doing stuff. But you do that in Unit 3 and 4. And using a for loop, you do in Units 3 and 4. And using a while loop, you do in Unit 3 and 4. And making a class that can hold variables, that can hold methods, you do in Units 4. So it's like all the stuff that you do in one and two get built on so much. And so so with the idea of it's like the intro and using that stuff, I myself have never done 3 weeks on unit one. Unit one for me is I squish because I teach all the details again and again and again later. It's like, and so I do an objects first approach where we make objects, then we have the objects do things, including the idea of having a variable, having primitives, having this stuff. But first we're going to make the object and then go from there. So I have a unit three first and then do the things that are in one and two as part of making objects. But I do a very objects heavy approach. So mine is very object oriented and then teaches the pieces after. But as long as you get the concepts and you work with the things, it's like, because everything, especially in these two parts of unit one, you're going to be doing all over the place. And so calling methods and storing the results in a variable, processing information, looping over things, you're doing that all the time. And so this stuff right here that would be making up the September month, you're it's like I introduce those things and then we practice that throughout the year. It's not a separate unit. It's introduce and then move to the next piece. Introduce and use that to do the next piece. Because I find it a good, like, use this to go further tool more than the focus tool. And then into like, hey, let's do we'll do a quiz on this, we'll do a review on this, and use that process to go from there. But yeah, I definitely don't go in order through the CED at all. Like, even when I had to do the CED based structure to teach to do the the uh, the pilot for the course that I just wrote. I'm like, here's what we're doing for this, and we're teaching this other stuff completely separately that fills in some blanks that we'll hit later. Because it's like I have to teach the pilot stuff and then I have to teach my regular class still. So it is 2 o'clock right now in Central Time. So what I want you to do is I want you to start making your own planning document. You can go up here and make a copy of this. Totally cool. You can have your lesson planning book thing that you use. If you're one of those people that likes using paper, totally cool. What I want you to do though, whatever tool you're using, physical, digital, etc., I want you to start making your plan for the course. Like, here's the stuff that I have to do, and start building that plan for yourself so you have something. We're going to take 40 minutes for this. So that gives us some actual work time to get something done. I want at least 5 people to share something they make. And so this can be done inside Canvas. This can be done inside a Google Doc. This can be done on paper. I'm going to be right here ready to answer questions and be a resource there. You can put stuff in chat. You can have your screen off or something like that. But we're going to go for 40 minutes of work, and we're going to come back and we're going to talk about this. Because I want you to have chance this is your chance to make resources for you, and then we're going to go in more detail from that. But I want you to start get something you can start working with that's good for you first, because you are the one that has to do this. So I'll be right here, but we'll see you all in 40 minutes. I'm right here on screen. I'm not going anywhere. I'm happily answer questions. But yeah, let's do 40 minutes of work.
Hi, Cody.
Yes.
I have questions already. I'm sorry.
Always. No, that's why I'm here. Like,
Oh,
this
good.
is way
I'm a
better in
talker.
person, but I'm right here right now.
I know, right? So two things. One, this document's amazing. So thank you to whomever made it, because I'm very much looking forward to using this color coding document. So That's awesome. My question is, my next year, this is my ninth year doing AP Computer Science, and I have not one kid who sat through any of our previous courses. Most of them came from my pre-calc class, so I'm not
Mhm.
stressed about their ability or anything like that. But
Mhm.
I had thought I would spend more time on Unit 1, but then listening to what you were just saying, I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't. Maybe they'll pick it up quick as we continue it. Do you think that, like, even for kids that haven't done anything,
And
um,
so like because like so with the idea of unit one, like make like having to make a variable and then
mhm,
having like because in Java everything has to be an object. There's no around that.
right.
So it's not a scripted language. You have to compile it. So it's like one of the things that I do is I make stupid project number one. I call it stupid project number one. And it does nothing. It can't even compile because it doesn't have a main method. Oh, we'll make stupid project number two. And so we go and so it's building the process of how to build things in the tool we're using, identifying the
Hmm.
pieces, and then we're going to throw away that project. I don't want that to be in your directory. I don't want you to keep this. This is garbage. We're getting rid of it. We're going to make a better one again. And
Yeah.
so I'll do that. I'll have them we do super project one, super project two, super project three, and then they have to make a project and they have to help me make it because I forgot how to make a project. And so even if they didn't make one with me on those first two iterations where I encourage them to either take notes or follow along, on that third iteration, like I don't know what to do. You have to guide me through this. So it's the I do, we do, and then you tell me what to do. And so trying to use
Okay.
that modeling process. So it's like, here's these pieces that they have to just make something work first, and then we're going to add functionality, repeat, reflect, add functionality, repeat, reflect. And it's like, here's the things I have to cover, but it's like I try and use it to, I use a project focused approach, not PBL specific. But we're gonna make
Yep.
a project that can, like I said, stupid project one that does nothing. We're gonna make another project that does nothing, but it actually functions. And then we'll make it so it can do a little bit more. And then it's like, okay, here's how we're going to add to that project so it makes it a better version of the project. We're going to make another one where you have to make one on your own. You have to follow your own notes. You can even just have your existing project up, but you have to remake it yourself without me helping at all.
Yep.
And that process of just doing that, oh, now I've made it, I've done the same thing a few times. I can now do this. Now we're going to teach another piece and then repeat or
It's a good
integrate
idea.
one of the two. But yeah, so
Thank you.
it's like you don't have to do objects first or objects heavy. You can do objects late. That's a style thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I've had more. I myself have had more success with let's do things versus let's go
Yeah.
step by step by step.
And I think with this group, because they are strong math students,
Hmm.
the most of the kids coming in, I think that will work for them rather than just the traditional sit and listen and watch and, try. I think that would be good for them. They can jump into that kind of stuff.
And show them how that like this is a process more than anything else. It's like it's kind of like the idea of a math, like if you're doing a formal proof or if you're deriving an equation, it's like, oh, I have to start here. There's ways to get here, but I always have to start with these pieces, then I can go different paths to get down there.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Great question. Appreciate
See you in
that.
a little bit.
Yep, seen a bit.
Cody, could I ask a question?
Of course, please do.
First one, where could I find the pacing calendar thingy? I'm
So the
struggling with.
pacing calendar, if you go over to that slide deck that I shared that's also on that front page of the Canvas course, it's this
Mm-hmm.
course design document right here, this link.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
And a second question,
Mhm.
does um sort of the college board where you find AP Classroom, all of that, does it have a specific curriculum that someone can follow as opposed to an endorsed curriculum, or is that a thing?
So like so there's the endorsed providers like CS Awesome, Code.org, CodeHS, uh, the UT one, I can't remember what the name of that is. There's a whole bunch of them. Um, I've seen success from lots of them. I there's only a couple I don't actively recommend, and one of them involves PLTW as the initials. Um, but it's any of the endorsed providers. There's multiple free ones that are out there. Like that's where the CS Awesome comes into play. It's like you can just use that and go, and then like, oh, here's where I'm going to do this. Here's where I'm going to do that. Um, so it's like it's very much a where do you wish to choose to use these pieces, or you can simply just like I want to teach a concept about X. But if you have a provider that either your district or your school has been using, we had a couple of people who have been using code.org or code.hs. There are free resources through that as well as the paid resource that you can use for those that have some nice features. Uh, I don't endorse any paid provider, um, but like I said, like CS Awesome it's a great free resource that covers all the stuff and more, and allows you to go from that. But then it's like take a look at if you go to the College Board CS, so AP Computer Science providers and Computer Science A, there we go, on that link. So here are the official providers that are on there. Some of them have there's lots that are on here. The only one that I have no positive I can give on is this one right here, the PLTW. But the U Teach is from the University of Texas. They've got some great resources. Oracle Academy, not my style, but it has some good stuff. CS Awesome, like I said, this is the one that I actually, hey, it's free, it's great, and it covers everything that you have to know. But then there's these other ones that are out there as well. And then you can, of course, create your own. But especially if it's your early in your years, it's like, hey, there's this is your first year, right?
Yes, yes, it is.
Yeah. So I would say like if your school's using a provider, whatever they have, great, wonderful, glom onto that. But look at it, play with it as necessary. But it's okay to just follow along with that curriculum to figure out what you're doing. Like I'm explicitly saying that is okay to do. Like double thumbs up. Yes, you can just follow through that and then figure out how to go from there. But even and that's why this exercise is like whatever provider you're looking at or whatever structure you're looking at, start mapping that to your own personal calendar so you can figure out where in your brain these pieces want to follow or connect. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much.
No, no, thank you. Great question, though. Thank you.
Cody,
Yes.
the interesting thing about Oracle Academy, which I have not really jumped into too much, my county office of education got some sort of a grant to cover the cost of students who want to take industry cert tests.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of us CSA teachers had said, look, I can barely get what I'm supposed to cover for CSA in for the AP exam. I don't see how I can get all the other stuff that would be covered on the cert as well. But
if it's the Oracle cert, no.
Yeah, their academy, they claim to have a pacing guide where you can cover all the stuff you need for the AP exam, and then I guess in the last, the weeks that come after the AP exam, where they would then do the stuff that wasn't covered. Okay, okay.
I'm not buying into that.
Well, okay, that's good. Remember, I only have 2 years experience, so I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because the Oracle Certified Foundations exam is a lot of minutia. Like it's not like it's a lot more rote memorization than I would think you would be able to cover in a regular 1 year high school exam. I have had students who would be able to pass that, no problem. I can pass it, but it's that goes way beyond the subset. They need to know all 7 of the primitives. They need to know the ranges of them, what happens when you do things that go outside of the scope of the course, and then how to interact with those pieces, and then a lot more vocab. We have a small subset of data we have to cover. That exam has way more. And I would definitely not worry about focusing on it. It's got some great stuff, but yeah, no, that would not be, I would not worry about taking the certification exam. If your district is one of the ones who really loves industry certs, the information technology specialist Java exam is much closer to what you would need to know on the CSA level. That's the one from Certiport slash Precision, not Precision again, Certiport slash whatever, Pearson. Sorry, I had to think of which company bought them. And that one had that Java exam industry cert is still beyond the subset of AP, but it's not beyond the subset of AP. It's just beyond the subset. Like for the idea of like, here's the Oracle one, here's the AP one, and here's the ITS one. It's like, oh, you can lead from here to here, but it's not as big as from here to here.
So what's that one called again?
The information technology specialist.
Got it. Okay.
And yeah, that one it does go beyond the subset, but it's not as much beyond the subset as the Oracle exam.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cody, you might have mentioned this. Are we going to get a chance to explore AP Classroom within the program
Are we
in
going to
the
explore
coming?
AP Classroom?
Yeah.
Yes, that is actually one of the next things we're going to do the first intro to after we do this. I was just actually getting that set up.
Cool.
Yeah. No, that is on our next set of things before we even get to stuff. It's like because today is like there's so much to cover, and I'm like we're gonna get some of this, some of this, some of this. Because yeah, this one, like this work exercise, this is something that you need immediately, so that's why we're starting with that. But then we're gonna start hitting lots of stuff. So yeah, I want to try and get some of everything we have to cover today, and then go from there. But yeah, yeah, yeah. That's on the. I just got those tabs actually ready to go, so that's one of the next things we're doing.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Great question. Okay, 10 more minutes.
Yeah, the superb sound of Ilias and variants of Scotland's finest, thanks had a good time with them overnight. We certainly did, yeah, a couple of years ago they played down in Ireland. No, it was very busy indeed. But a big thank you to Ilias and variants. I'm sure they will become part of the show as we move forward. And it's back to us next. Us next, Trimtone, finishing up the show. So let's go.
Excuse me, please. Okay, 4 more minutes. We're going to wrap up and have a few people present. All right. Welcome back. Um, who is willing to share something they planned out for this next year?
I don't mind. I'll go. How do you want? How do I do this? You want me to
You
share?
can either request to share screen. Let me turn off my screen share so you can do that, or you can let me turn off my screen share. Floop. Yep, allow, and turn off my share. There you go. You should have access.
Okay. Can you see my
Yes.
so I just relabeled a couple of things. Our school year starts on the 18th.
Okay.
So I just kind of moved things down as best I could, and also I realigned our holidays with what our school calendar gets published. I was actually reviewing that as I went
Wonderful.
through this. Um, I also remarked that we were finishing in June, so our last day of school is on the 12th. So I had to add another month on
Okay.
the template here, but that's fine. The one thing that I noticed, and I kind of sort of did this on accident. Before the holidays, I wanted to just at least introduce the test a little bit. So I've got a day of just doing the test just to get started, and then we may do a follow. We'll do a follow up when we come back from the holiday, before we get into the lesson. But I want to intersperse the test review. I think it's too much to like have multiple weeks of testing back to back. I think it's a lot. I feel like the students are going to get disengaged and a bunch of other things. And again, I haven't taught in this setting, but I have taught kids in like other um in children's church and Sunday school and stuff, like at the teen level. They need variety, they need diversion and stuff. And so I'm going to try to figure out how to put these interspersed in between the other months leading up to the date of the tests is what I'm trying to say.
I
So
totally
it's
agree
like
with you. I think it's a
90%.
fabulous plan.
I'm sorry.
I think that's a fabulous plan.
Okay. So that's what I have. You have any comments or feedback?
uh, like spreading that stuff out over the course of the year rather than all at once at the end. I think that matches more along how I have been teaching for the last 25 years.
Mm,
Um, the test is not my focus. It's just a part of the course for me. I know
yeah.
some schools it is definitely the focus. I want to do more than just the test, and so that's why I definitely have that as my teaching and how I encourage other teachers to go.
Do you have any data on nationally how the students have scored to earn 3 or 5, 3, 4, or 5 on the test over the last X number of years or whatever?
Um,
We know that.
yeah, that information on that Barb Erickson's link that was on there, I'll see if I can pull that up, but that information has been collected.
Oh, I can read that then.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find a nicer link for it, but in her information that she has that she's used to share for addressing equity issues, that's actually inside that information.
Okay.
Not because not all of it's public, but because of that research that she was doing, a lot of that has been collected. Yeah, great questions though, and great idea on that documentation. Thank you very much, Sharon. I appreciate that. Okay,
Um,
so we just had Torrin next.
yeah, sorry. Albert IO has this calculator that I always tell the kids, look, I don't know where they got their data from or anything, but there's like a calculator that you can like stick in, or you can move numbers around to see, if you like did a mock test and you got these scores, what would you get on the CS on the exam, AP exam? But I don't know how reliable that is.
Yeah, I've had students look at that quite often as well. Someone else want to share what they worked on?
I can share.
Thank you, Jess.
You're welcome. Let's see if I can do this. My screen. Okay. Can everybody see that?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. So, I've been teaching CSA for quite a while, and I've done it both ways, where you do classes later and then you do classes earlier. Um, and I have become a strong component of doing classes as early as you can and then just use them all year long. I've gotten much better results that way. So I just quickly did just by units, and I'll get into more specific topics later. So at my school, we're actually going into a new schedule. Pretty much, it's similar to like it is a block schedule. It's 85 minutes. We have 4 blocks a day, but we used to see the kids like every other day, and then we had this weird rotation block. But now we're kind of going to waterfall, so I still will see them about every other day, for the most part. So I will kind of do unit one as unit one, but then I will skip to unit three. And I will do the basics of unit three using those concepts from unit one. And then I go to unit two and do all like the conditional statements and the iteration. But again, now they're putting everything in classes all the time. And then obviously I just continue with, arrays, 2D arrays, array lists, and recursion. But again, they're making classes all the time. And I think you mentioned it, you know, you keep going back to older concepts. So it's okay if they don't get all of it at the beginning because you're always reinforcing it or going deeper. So that's how I've kind of always do it. My goal always is to be done by our April vacation, which is about April 20th. That way, after April vacation, I can just begin to kind of do some review.
Hey, fantastic. Wonderful structure on that. Thank you so much, Jess.
You're welcome.
Yeah, spiraling is a really good thing for content. So yeah, I actively encourage the use of spirals. The come back and reteach, come back and refresh, really good one. Okay, I need at least 3 more humans to share something with the group.
I want to ask a question if I can of
That
Jess.
counts. Yes.
Hey, Jess, how did you do that? How did you get it all covered by spring break? Did you give like a lot of homework or?
I get a lot done in an hour and a half, more than, and sometimes we had a 3-hour block in that rotation. I have been fortunate the last few years that my CSA students have also been my CSP students from the year before. So that helps because I know what I taught them and they can't be like, I've never learned this. Yes, I taught you. And you did well in your AP exam. So I know you have a good foundation. So that does definitely help a little bit. I probably shouldn't like admit to this, but sorting and like searching through arrays is probably like my weakest topic. And sometimes I will do that while reviewing. It's just very quick
Okay.
things. But you learn to, what you can cut, we can go a little faster, not so important. Kind of like what Cody mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Great
And I can
question.
share
Thank
this
you,
with
Ray. Thank you,
anybody.
Jess.
You're welcome.
Okay, another person, please.
I can share.
Thank you, Alexa.
Yeah. Let's see if this works. Mm. It says I have to quit and reopen the app in order to share my screen.
Okay, so yeah, that's you're on a Mac then.
I am.
Yeah. As part of the permissions update from 2 versions of OS ago, that is a new thing. I love that feature. I wish it was announced better, but yeah. So if you want to just talk about it rather than visually share, that'll work. Because yeah, you have to actually quit Zoom completely and come back in. I
Okay,
wish there was
fair
a way
enough.
around that. There's not.
No, that's okay. What I can do is I can link my Google Doc
Oh,
in the chat.
proof. Yes.
And this is a calendar that is pretty standard amongst the math department that we use. For me, all of those colors can be really distracting. So this is a simpler way for me to just lay out day by day, like what lessons I'm doing. And we use code.org at my school. So I just went on the website and started filling in the calendar based on that. As you can see, I have the first 2 days blank because I always like to do, I'm very big into Peter Liljedahl's Building Thinking Classrooms. And so I always do like thinking tasks with my kids the first couple days that are not content based. They're sort of more like challenges and team building so we can get to know each other as a class. And that's always super fun. So I like to play around with my calendar a little bit, like, and just try to figure out, if I add a day here or there, it's okay.
Hmm.
If I need to go back and so I fill in some of those like catch up days, so to speak. Um, so yeah. And it's all based on obviously my calendar. The first day of school, we only have freshmen. So I won't have anybody in this class on the first day of school.
Yeah, I really love that use of tabs to organize the structure.
Yes.
I love the multi-tab feature when I'm working with a spreadsheet and using that to organize components. So yeah, total thumbs up on that one for me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alexa. Someone else, one more human at least to share something.
I can share something. It's just I'm not even close to being having something.
That
I
is
can kind of show you what I'm basing it off of from like last year. I am a
great.
I'm a paper planner. I've tried every different method and I've settled on paper.
That is perfectly acceptable.
I do stuff like this and I put my odd and even days. We are a block schedule. I see it's every other day, no matter what. If it was a holiday the day before, whatever you saw the last time is what you see the opposite the next time. So I was really just getting my odd evens, minimum days, and holidays like spread out. I too do a lot of team building in the beginning, and then I was going to dive in and try and not necessarily match up, but take the CED and take what Code HS says and try and come up with the plan, looking at where our holidays are and seeing where I end up at the end, and then using my pencil and erasing. And it's how I've done it. I don't know, such as it is.
Very much a good thing. The fact that you said erasing is the thing I want to come back specifically to. Going back
Right
and
here.
realizing your schedule might change. Things happen, and it's okay. Tied directly to that, working with the idea of like, oh, I want to put some like I would like do a little reflection, like this worked well or this was too much time, and giving yourself that note. If you're using Google Docs and attaching it as a comment to that line or as a link to that cell, that we can come back to like, oh yeah, that was a thing, or just a post it in your paper thing, like going on top of it, like, hey, so like you can come back to that later on your calendar. That is one of those really critical pieces as you go through using like you may set up that calendar, but remember that you actually can make changes and give future self information because future you may not remember everything.
Well, see, in future me doesn't like this, right? It's very like some of it's kind of ugly, but I just like jot it down in the book, like whatever it looks like. And that includes email Janet and right? Make the whatever. Like it's just, and so then when I do the next year, I just kind of flip through. Oh, I'm in April. Okay, what happened in April? Oh yeah, that didn't go well. I needed more time, or I don't want to ever do that again.
Yeah, I recommend trying to do that, especially if your first couple years. Don't do that just at the end of the year or when the next year starts. Try and find like for me, I parent teacher conferences, not the best use of my time. I can use that to do some reflection and work on other things that are because like I have like, oh, I have a parent know all the gap of 3 hours between parents. I'm like, I'm gonna do some work for me and get stuff reviewed and get stuff better and like boom. And make future me have less work later. But again, don't work for free. Work on it's like you take advantage of the time that schools pay you. Because yeah, you are a human being, you're not just your job. So sorry.
Yes, as your union rep, don't work for free.
Yes. Yeah. I did too much work for basically zero. Not actually free, but it's like, well, it's kind of contained by my contract because I was a coach, which meant that I didn't have a specified contract. My time was well beyond everything. And I'm like, nope, no, my job ends, and it's good too. Yeah,
I have a hard time with that.
I many of us do, but still, you are scheduling you time, Ray,
I
and your time is way more
understand.
important.
I don't have a choice.
You do. You can schedule you time. Your future you is
Yeah, but
going to
I
pay
can't
for
get.
it.
I'm not getting paid for this week of
Oh,
wonderful time
not
with you.
yeah, not getting paid for this week. That unfortunately I can't guarantee. But like during the classroom, like that kind of stuff. Like when I have gone to APSIs before I became a consultant, I didn't get paid for the time. The district did pay for my APSI at least. So that's like, okay, that I'm going to take full advantage of that time that they're paying for me to be here to get everything I can use to get done. Even if they're not paying me directly, I'm going to pile stuff together. But like during the school year, when the day ends, you should you need to disconnect yourself. Even if you can't, like I can't disconnect the back of my head. I'll come up with ideas for things like, but I don't grade, I don't write it down. It goes in the back of the head. Oh, that's a cool idea. That'd be fun to think about. And if it starts moving up to front, like, oh, I've got family time I'm doing. I've got Cody time I'm doing. I'm cooking dinner. As I'm thinking about something as I'm cooking dinner, that's fine. I can totally think about stuff, but I'm not actively grading or doing anything like that when I'm not being paid by the school. I can't stop the thinking process, especially the hindbrain stuff. And the worrying about stuff, there's so many better distractions besides worry. Like I can have bad TV on. It's like, oh, that's
I
distracting. Okay,
recognize
good. I'm no longer worried about
worry.
that thing.
I recognize worry is completely non-productive. I have a really hard time turning.
Oh, but much love, whole hand over heart, totally understand. This is where good distractions come into play. If you've got kitties, if you've got small rodents nearby, little kitties, the small kids, the things like that, family members, stupid games on your phone, all these are better things to do than worry. And then there's food. Food's amazing. I like to cook. Even when I don't like to cook, I still like to cook because it's tasty. But yeah. Okay, so we worked past our break. So we're going to take a break right now because I want you to take a break before we get to our next piece because breaks are important. So we've got 15 minutes. I'll be right here after I go use the restroom really quick. But 15 minutes, we're going to come right back and get to work and finish off for the day, and we'll go from there. Excuse me. Okay, that one is supposed to be open. Okay. I think we are. Welcome back, my peeps. So a couple quick things. If we look over at, let me get my share going back up again. Doop, 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 doop. Share desktop one. So on the course design, there's that link right below with the course at a glance. This is that what used to be a poster. You can order this if you want a printed copy. I believe it's $5. Um, I'll put the link. The link was just posted recently on the AP teacher community on Facebook and in the College Board community. So you can order a physical copy of this if you want. It's just a visualization of what are the content areas that are attached to the course. So that was listed right there. I forgot to make sure I mentioned that earlier, but it's just how the course is set up as a glance to see all the different pieces that are on there. So a couple things. I wanted to go some digital resources. I talked about them a minute ago. I want to go over that a little bit more explicitly. And then I'm going to give you a pile of resources right now, separate from that. And that's what we'll be working on with at the end of the day and then talking about Unit 1. So again, over here on that right-hand side, that's just the rough outline for the course each day. So you can, what we have to make sure we hit. And I can always, we'll add to it and stuff, but it's just the making sure we have that. And I don't think I put that parking lot open. Doop. Using a parking lot like this with Google Docs, especially I work with this with students. Just like, hey, if you have a question, put it on that thing. You can just type it up right there. I'll come back to it. I also have an FAQ that I'll work with on students so they can they can just type up on that. Everyone has edit access to this. So if you want to add stuff to here or have a question, you want to make sure you don't forget, you can just dump it on here and we'll come back to it. And that's just linked as that parking lot link right there on the that slide deck as well. So I want to make sure I explicitly call that out before I finish and move to the next piece. And so the next piece is talking about some of our digital resources. Okay, so AP Classroom. That was one of the questions was asked, are we going to cover AP Classroom? Yes. I can't cover everything in AP Classroom, but we're going to go over some of it today, and we'll go over some of it again in a couple, over the course of the next week of this week. But we'll talk about some of the stuff. But I wanted hey, here is AP Classroom. So AP Classroom has gotten so much better than its first release in 2018 or 2017, whenever they first started showing it. It has real resources and it's designed to get better. The people involved at the College Board and the teachers with it have really been working on this. You can have that. Here's how many classroom periods are expected for that. So you can see that information right there for the unit spec. So it's taken directly from the CED. Oh, here's that same amount of right there. You can specify over here with the course guide, you have the overview, so you can see all the pieces that are have with that. Each unit has all the content area components and the PDF guides, as well as progress checks. Progress checks are available for every unit right now up until Unit 4. Unit 4, they will be available shortly. Again, the College Board recognizes that we need these as soon as possible, but a lot of the stuff on there, they're still actively developing because we had to go with the change of the course, we had to make some changes and make things go a little bit faster. But right now, units 1 through 3 are all posted. Unit 4 will be here. I believe the schedule, they'll be adding stuff as they go through. There's 3 sets of progress checks will be added to that, and those will be added ASAP. I don't have a date, but they'll be in there. But lots of resources that go inside here. If we go over here on Unit 1, you can go and just click on the individual component area. You've got the things right there. You can check on the progress checks to see what they're working with on that. So you have all that stuff right there. If we go over here, we also have under assignments and resources. You can go over all of the resources that exist already inside the tool. And so if I just go to all resources, I can find that. I can find the ones I've just assigned as well. You also have the ability, you can use labels to group things. So if you like structure to your components, you can label them and oh, here's the review ones, here's the study ones, here's these. And you can make it so they're either visible or not from students. You can make that so the students can see those labels or not. You could label them busy work and just throw that to them if you need to. So there's resources right there for that as well. So you have your progress checks. You have quizzes that you've created yourself. You have your practice exams that are released right here. So the free response and the MCQ ones, the practice exam. There's a pile of videos that exist inside there. PDFs, this one, not anything specifically listed right here. There will be, because I know there are. Not sure why it's not showing right now, but they were yesterday. So, and then we have the new labs, which we'll be talking about here as we go through. The labs are actually integrated into AP Classroom. And I'll be talking about that with you in just a smidge. But those are all things that are right that are already ready to go. This next one is, nope, not that one. Okay, so question bank is what I wanted to go. All questions. So you can create quizzes right here, and it has lots of stuff you can actually use. So it's directly aligned to what you're looking for. You can also make sure it doesn't include things like, say, for example, inheritance, since it's no longer taught. If you want to exclude that from there, you can explicitly exclude those components with that. And there's lots of different types of questions you can actually use. You can look at the question subtype. Oh, here's the ones that go with that specific area. Question sets that work with specific things. You can only that include only those things or ones that aren't with that. What is the purpose for this? Oh, I only want formative questions. Oh, I only want summative questions. What does this align with? High alignment or is it only partial alignment? So I can link these so it ties directly to the exam or tangential align because it's like, hey, this is from this is when it's still included, say, abstract classes because those questions are here because they used to be part of the exam, but they're no longer tested at all. But those questions still are useful questions if you want to use them. And so they are linked in there. You can actually reference them. So there's a bunch of questions like that you can actually use and work with. And so creating a quiz is one of the things that one of the reasons why I want you to make sure you get your class audit taken care or course audit, excuse me, taken care of, because you can start making this stuff as soon as you get that done. And these resources, there are pre-built ones that are available to immediately, as well as you can create all that you want. So if you want to throw a whole bunch of things in here, again, free resources you get automatically as part of AP Classroom, lots of it. And so you don't have to pay for content if you don't need to. Okay, so that's resources you have explicitly built in for this. There's also the joy of all the reports you can get. So you can get your progress check reports. You can have your content and skill summary reports. For some reason, right now, I don't have students. Could it be because it's the after the end of the year and before I have new students assigned to me? Yes, it is. But you can actually get all that stuff right here and it's right there, easy to access. You can have it with the progress checks if you haven't used them before. It doesn't give the scores or the names. It just shows the number of students that match each of the category from not doing very well to doing well using a yellow to green spectrum. No red involved, so it doesn't have to have kids worrying about, oh, I'm not getting this yet. But it uses that yellow, orange, green structure so they can see where they're working with that. So they can see, oh, here's some stuff that we can see that we have students that need to work on this. And then if you click on it, you can actually see the students attached to that group, but you don't want to show that to students anyway. It's a formative assessment. It's just there to help out. Okay, we have teacher communities. So there's the AP Computer Science A teacher community that you get as part of getting your audit. It has discussions and resources. And so there's all sorts of cool stuff. This is the resources tab. So you have like resources that are actually created for teachers. Tests you can give on the Celebrity Lab, how to work with Math.Random, how to do sorts, mapping FRQ questions to content that exists on the exam. Really helpful tool with that. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of resources. 187 of them. And then there's discussion threads. I thought that was its own tab. I apologize. There's a discussion threads tab. I thought I opened them together. And so you've got lots of questions where teachers are going through. Judy Romchik is the lead on this. She helps out quite a bit. If you haven't met Judy Romchek, either digitally or physically, she's an amazing human being. She's doing APSIs where she teaches Java as well as introducing the concepts of teaching computer science. I'm not going to teach you Java here. I'll teach you some stuff that goes beyond the subset to do some cool stuff. But teaching Java is its own separate thing, as you well know. And so she works with very new teachers to help them get into that if they don't know Java at all. That she's run a couple with the College Board. They got some grants to help do that, to help learn on what to do with that. But that's a really cool resource that can do some cool things with that. But lots of stuff that we can use for resources for you as a teacher, you have access to right here as part of these resources and discussion threads where there's really good conversations. There's also the AP Computer Science A Facebook group. If you use the Facebook application, there's some great resources that are shared on there. I have resources I've shared. I also share those same resources on here. Some of them are only on this location because they have to be behind the course audit. Like, oh, we don't want to share these with just everybody. So we put them behind the course audit and they have resources I've shared just for teachers on here. But there's resources all over the place you can actively use to do stuff with this, and they're linked right here. It's a great resource. I encourage you to take a chance to explore it and find stuff that's helpful for you in there. The course audit. Okay, we mentioned this a little bit ago. You have the development guide. You can step through that, your actual form, and getting that approved. It doesn't take very much. You just, like I said, click select next. I can't add a new course because I have the course already, so I can't step through it with you. But you can just click say I'm adopting this and I'm moving through and I'm using that and I'm good to go. And then email your advisor at your school or your principal, whoever's in charge of that, to say yes, this is what I'm doing. You should click yes on this, and they can get that done for you immediately. Last week when I did this with my APSI, my two teachers who had not had course audits got them done and approved by their principal within that first lecture session. So they had it and they were able to get logged into this and have access to all these tools immediately. And so these are tools that we'll hit and go into detail. Okay, we'll hit and go into detail more in a bit, but I want to make sure I give you, like, here's how to see them. And you just go to apclassroom.com or .collegeboard.org, excuse me. You can log into it through that. You have access to all those pieces. Adding students to AP Classroom is cake. You just give them the code. It's the same spot for that. It's really easy to integrate inside that. You can also integrate those components into your LMS if you need to. The one thing I do want to make sure I remind you all about is that progress checks are formative only. Do not grade them. They're not supposed to be graded. You used to use them so you can actually work with the students that understand and help them learn better. But that's what that's about.
Cody, can I ask a question?
Always.
So when I go to my AP Central,
Mhm.
it says welcome in my name, and it has next school year up with my two classes, CSA and CSP.
Mhm.
Does that mean my audit's done? Because it has the next school year already loaded up and I have both of them.
Let me see how it shows on mine again. Because I clicked on it while I was talking with you, I have to relog in. So hang on one second.
I think it does mean that you're all set for next year because I remember looking 2 years ago when I did a course audit for principals and it said my course audit didn't expire until like 2047 or something ridiculous. So
Let's see, download letter. I'm looking at my I have to log back in to do this. So hang on, let me see what it says.
Okay.
No, I don't need you. Okay. Aha. Vloop. So if you look at your audit letter, congratulations, your course is authorized for the 25-26 academic year. So if you look at that tab right here with this, if you look at your authorized right here, that'll have what year it's authorized for.
Okay, so I don't know how I get to that AP course audit.
So to get to this, if I just do the magic of AP course audit on the internet search tool, AP course audit, and I click right there, and it's going to make me log in yet again, even though you saw me,
Yeah,
I
okay.
was just logged in. I have to sign in again. They're very obsessive about that. Verify your password yet again. Yes, I'll type my password back in again. It's not as bad as it used to be. It used to log you out every 2 minutes or so. You couldn't even be maintained for long enough to click on things. And then if you go over here to the Hi Cody and then dashboard, you can get access to all the things you have access to directly. And there's my course audit. And I'm back to that same screen.
I'm in AP course audit. So home resources.
I
go
And
to
roles.
resources.
Yeah, so I'm on roles first. That's where I'm at right here in the academic year 25-26.
I don't have roles. You're probably,
Oh, that might be because I have,
yeah.
yeah,
I have
I've got my other categories. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I have home resources, a professional learning classroom ledger, reader.
So try home and academic year 25-26.
I'm in academic year 25-26.
And do you have a CSA authorized?
It says you don't have any courses for the 25-26 years. So that's what I got to do. I got to add my courses, right?
Yep.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
That took me a while, but thank you.
Yeah, no, it's the exploring this thing yeah, that's why we're doing this. Because yeah, it's
Because in AP Classroom, where all the good stuff is, where, item banks and all that
Mhm.
stuff, I have access to that. That's all there.
Yeah,
Okay.
that automatically carries over, but the course audit stuff gets you stuff beyond that, which is the next one we're talking at. So if I go over to resources and we go to practice exams and secure documents, there's more stuff here. So the course logos are the first thing. I don't care about course logos. What I care about are the authorized documents that I have access to, like say, for example, the lab code files. So there's the teacher and student versions of all the labs for the older lab systems, which we'll talk about some more in a bit. And then the 2014 practice exam, the 2015 released exam, the 2020 practice exam, and more lab information. And so all that is held behind the course audit to make sure that, yes, you have signed up for this and you know what you have access to. This is not to be shared with the public. The lab code is, however, in the resources I'm sharing with you because especially previous to a few years ago, that lab audit procedure sometimes could take weeks and you need to teach now. So I have the lab code given to you already, but we'll talk about that in just a second. But these are all resources you get access to with the audit, and we'll hit that some more. I'll get that. What I do want to talk about, there's a link right here where it says Cody's resources. And it takes you to this document. Well, this directory. Files for teachers. This is stuff I'm giving you now. So we have programming assignments, stuff from the College Board, FRQs, topics, distance-based activities, individual content levels, how to use JUnit, working with Kahoots, multiple choice questions, some notes, POGIL demos, projects and labs, recruitment things, sample projects, SandLab, self-reported rubrics, tools, and then a bunch of other stuff that are in here as well. So these are some resources that I'm giving you that I want you to take a look at and like, hey, here are some resources that might be helpful for you. Here's the Chromebooks are not for computer science and or programming. Because yeah, I don't think they belong in the classroom, but here's a resource you can give to a person explaining as to why that's the case. But we'll talk about that. What I want you to do is I want you to explore this directory. Bookmark it for sure. You have access to this. This is now a tool you get access to. These are resources I've created / collated. And so you get access to all of this. So please bookmark it. And I want you to take 5 minutes to browse and find something you think is interesting. So click around on links, find something you think is helpful. We're going to have share back, one of those lovely explore activities. In your exploration of said directory, who has found something that they think might be useful? Thumbs up. Okay, a couple. Fabulous. Um, so there's a bunch of resources in here that they're whatever you want to work with them. You've got assignment stuff on there. If I go to assignments, there's different assignments you can actually use to go beyond that. How to do different teaching strategies, all sorts of stuff you can use. We'll be modeling some of them here as part of the APSI. But these are just resources you can use directly in your classroom, things you can use to help you teach. All it's like they're here for you. Other resources that I provide, which are linked on here as well. This is under Cody, I think. Helpful links. That one. Helpful links have a bunch of different things. I have to take practice it off. They just turned that off. So that got turned off this year. That has to go away. But lots of cool things you can actually work with on stuff to do with different assignments, just random links to help you with stuff right there. Where is is it the resources tab? Aha. Yep. Okay. Under the resources one, we've got just a direct link to the College Board page, your MyAP link. Then there's a couple resources here that this is the resource I'm sharing with you, just the link to files for teachers right there. My YouTube channel. I have a couple videos. 1, 2, 400 or something. There's a couple. And so they're always available for you right there. I'll add some more to them and add details to that. That one you can take a look at your own. I do want to take a look at the study resources page on GitHub, specifically for this. So this is a repository using GitHub of more resources that I have for students, teachers, whoever. This is the stuff that I direct my students to directly in the classroom in case they have any questions about things, they want to review content, go over things. This is my first line of defense for students beyond the actual textbook itself. And so this is organized based on broad topic. So if we go over here to Java, we have a left navigation pane that we can use with this. Right now, it's still off of the 10 unit structure. I will be reorganizing this to fit the 4 unit structure. I just have to do a recommit on that. So I just drag the things into the appropriate directories and move that around. But it's just AP units. That's not the content's not going to change. It's just the order of it will be on. You get access to it as long as you want, Kay. It's permanent. It's yours. Yeah, this is permanent share. That's bookmark it so you don't lose it. But it's a document that directory I share always. Like that's a shared drive I've created for people who go to my APSIs. That's for all y'all. And I add to it. I've added to it every year. I'll add some more to it this year as well too. The Cody Hendrickson GitHub repo. This is going to be public as well. This is not going away. This is just it is a collection of resources that have lots of stuff that I found helpful and I want to share with y'all and your students. The topics in here, I have lecture notes in here. I have guided reading activities in here. I have other things for content related area stuff. If I go over to this, get my cursor back on the right screen, and I go to Boolean logic, and I pick up that PDF. So this is when I was doing demos during 2020, and I wasn't in a classroom, and I wanted to display stuff and be able to portray information. So I have the giant poster board stuff of a quick review of De Morgan's Law. So there's a lecture note series on that. Then I also have a lot of these type of things where I have a outline of topics where it has the vocab that students need to know, as well as the questions they should be able to answer as they work through that concept. So it kind of like it's a guided reading type of activity. These are the concepts and vocab terms you need to know for that concept. And it's just organized with that. And then a couple of them also has stuff below for like stuff to go beyond that area, but still inside that thing. So further questions to help guide students in that directory. So they can go through that. And so there's stuff with there on that. Prep for the exam on the FRQ. I have a whole lecture and stuff on how to go for the FRQ section of the exam. I'll have to do a new version of this for the 2026 exam, but I have the basic structure would work for this. I have a FRQ review of going over concepts as well. And there's advanced topics that go way beyond what the subset includes. So how to work with keyboard interactions if you want to just work with the keys versus simply working with file, stuff like that. How to use JSON to read data. How to do file. File is no longer going to be on the advanced thing. This is going to be in the regular stuff because again, this is stuff that with the change of the subset, it's not in the advanced category. It's now in the actual content area. But these are things that we'll also talk about as a course here with this. And it just has, hey, here's a quick little link of how to do stuff with it. There's also database integration. I teach database design and queries, so there's a whole bunch of stuff with that. There's also iOS development right there on how to work with iOS and how some stuff on CSP and data structures. CSP, because the way I did it, there's not as much inside that. I do have a couple files in there. I'll throw some more in when I find where that my other resources went because I had they're done a little bit differently, but there are resources you can use with that. So those are all there for you as well. And I encourage the use of GitHub in the classroom. There's one of the documents in there is why you can use GitHub with your students. Some schools/districts aren't happy with it. I hear their arguments. I don't understand. I understand what they're saying. I don't agree with them. How about that? But there's some great tools we can use. Excuse me, because my nose just decided to go crazy. There's lots of good resources that students can actually do to do good stuff with the tools that are available. And these are skills that our industry and our colleges explicitly want to have students to have. And using tools like source control is amazing. And so I'll encourage you to work with that and try it out. There are costs attached to this. There is a time cost. Learning how to use source control is a thing. And if that's not the time you have focused for, then definitely don't incorporate it in your classroom. If you can make it fit within your classroom and your workflow, thumbs up. Great, wonderful stuff. But again, first year, worry about getting through the piles, then add features as you go through. Functionality first, sanity first, then add features. Just like the thing when we work with students, they don't have to do everything all at once. They can just do some and then add better. But these are all resources that you have access to, and I want you to be able to use inside your classroom to do some really cool, amazing stuff.
Cody, I'm sorry. I now have like, I don't know, 50 tabs open, and I think I accidentally closed the tab to your shared folder, and I don't know where I got it in the first place.
The first time you'll find it is right here on Cody's resources.
There you go. Thank you.
Yep. Yep. I have it right there. Yep. Put it in your bookmarks, email it to yourself.
I'm doing it right now.
Yeah. Put it on your tab group. Have separate groups of tabs open. I love that new feature in Chrome with the groups of tabs. You can close the browser and they're still there when you come back to them. But yeah. Questions about the resources at all? Yes, go ahead.
And when I started teaching, I started with Code HS because I didn't know any Java and just needed something to help me.
Mhm.
And I'm trying to wean off it because I find it, I mean, it's good, but not good. But what do you use to actually do coding in the classroom of projects you make or things like that that's ed law compliant? Because I have a hard time getting my tech department to help me find something that I can use for like a compiler, IDE, that kind of stuff.
So the IDE I use in class is Eclipse. Eclipse does not take any PII from students. It installs on local machines, Mac, Linux, and PC. BlueJ is the other one that I've used in the classroom. I haven't used BlueJ as much. I'll do a demo with you because it's something that's easy to work in. It. If you're on a Windows box, you can just run it from a USB stick.
I've done BlueJ. I find it a little cumbersome, but I don't mind it
Yes.
because I know it. But I'll try Eclipse. I haven't looked at that one yet.
Eclipse has the problem with Eclipse is it can do a lot. And students like, well, why isn't this? It's like I can make all the blah, 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 blah. I'm like, we're not worried about that. We're worried about this right here. And you want to do all these other things, that's great and wonderful. You need to know how to use the play button, and you need to know how to use the console. And I've loved Eclipse for a while. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. It's just I one of the things I tell my students is like, this is the tool we're using in class. There's lots of other tools. I had to use Dr. Java when I was teaching at the college because that was the college's specific tool they use. I hate Dr. Java more than anything else. I'd rather use Vim, and I don't like Vim, but and that's bad. But I want a tool that I can use to do some really cool stuff. And Dr. Java, if you want bare bones, Dr. Java is great. Um, BlueJ is pretty bare bones. It's very low cost of mental load to run, but it's not good at doing big things. And I get to go bigger, and so I'm going to take advantage of that. Um, I like having a structure that I can show with my project that Eclipse supports. IntelliJ can work. The question was, is IntelliJ good for an intro class? It can work. You do have to explain how to use the tool. One of the things that I do with my students is like, here's how we're working with this tool. Here's how we're going to use it. There are things that go way beyond what we have to do that this tool can provide. We're not teaching that right now. We're not doing that right now. We're only doing this with it. Um, I talk about the how it's like it can do stuff like code complete for you, and they'll realize early on that code complete doesn't actually help them because it thinks it's you what you want. This goes back to the whole artificial intelligence. AI might throw things at you that might do so, but you have to explain it to yourself. And how I grade you is not the fact that it compiles. I grade you on you have to explain code to me and you have to show me how it works. And it's like not just simply compiling it, that's great. I can make compilable code that does nothing. You have to make compilable code that does things that I want you to do and be able to explain it to me how it works and then extend on it. And that because it's that process of iterative development is something I work with my students all the way through. IntelliJ works kind of well. There's also Visual Studio Code that has a nice thing on that. But whatever you work, it's like I don't troubleshoot beyond what I have to for the course. So like, here's this other stuff. I want to use this plugin. No, that's great. That's lovely. Here's what we're using in class. You want to do that at your home? Great, wonderful. That's for you at home when you're not in class working on classwork. But in class, this is what we're doing. And I make it, I want to minimize the cognitive load for not only the whole class, but also myself and how I have to grade things. I want to make it so when I look down upside down at your code, I can read it. So it's like that. And we'll talk about style guide and stuff. That's part of what we'll hit here in a minute with unit one, how to set stuff up like that. But yeah, that goes in that same thing. It's like, how can I make it so it works for me in my classroom and what works for that? And that's a key part of it. Yeah. Thank you too for bringing those up. CodeHS, code.org have built-in IDEs into the browser that you can do stuff with. You may, if you're around for Replit, that used to be the same thing as well. That was where a lot of people worked with, and Replit then said, nope, no more education. We're not doing anything. And Replit, even as a tool, unless you're paying lots of money, sucks. CodeHS has said that their online free resource, their sandbox tool is going to be available for at least another, I think 2 years is what they said. So on my note on Chromebook, it's currently CodeXS meets min spec. I don't expect that to stay. I don't expect any online provider of IDE to stay and working functionally. CS Awesome, it's not a full IDE. It allows you to do stuff for that project, but that is CS Awesome. It's a large research-based institution thing that's made it so it's available. Normal things are not available like that, and almost every single online IDE that has functionality and features beyond the min spec has gone. It's like you can use JDoodle for tiny things. You want to do anything big with it, it's going to take time and money. Almost every single online tool costs money over time, and it's not small money, it's large cash. And the
Is
resources,
Eclipse free?
Eclipse is free.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, when I started writing code, IDEs cost money. Visual Studio used to be this huge $1,000 purchase per user. And now it's a free tool. All the plugins and stuff now charge for that, but that's a separate thing entirely. BlueJ is free too. Yes, all the yeah, BlueJ is free. IntelliJ is free for students. Um, JCreator, if it still works, it's free. Um, Visual Studio or VS Code, those are free. They are free. There's stuff to buy that you can add on to it. I don't buy any plugins for mine with my students or anything like that. It's just I make things to I make it so it works well for me, but I'm not going to buy stuff for it. It's the idea that this is what I need to make work. And there's amazing tools that can go way above and beyond what we're doing in the classroom. Here's what we're teaching for this class. We'll do other things for other classes and deeper content. But again, this is our CS1 course. We don't have to do all the bells and whistles. We just have to have functionality. And you can do that with min-spec tools like Dr. Java, like BlueJ, like Greenfoot. Um, they can't do all the bells and whistles. Eclipse can do a way more. JCreator can do more. IntelliJ can do a lot more as well. VS Code can do a lot more. But with those bells and whistles come time costs that you have to either address or minimize. And so it's like it's a choice with you as the teacher in the classroom. How are you going to handle that situation? I'll do a demo with BlueJ to help to show that, and then I'll do the rest of my demos in Eclipse because I've been using Eclipse as my default Java development environment for 1990 something before it was Eclipse, and so I've been working with that one with so yeah, I've been working with it for a bit. Yeah, great questions, peeps. Comments, questions, concerns, etc. Okay, we have half an hour today left. Then we're going to finish off, and then we're going to come back tomorrow. Again, we'll start at 8 o'clock Central. We'll go for a little bit. Then we're going to have some offline time for you to work while I go to my dentist appointment and come back. And then, so I have a couple of things on Canvas to work on slash uh, your calendaring because that's a great use of your time. You can watch my videos and stuff like that. We'll talk about that when we get started tomorrow. But I want to start looking at Unit 1 because I want to know what you need to know about Unit 1 so we can make sure we address those concepts, addressing the things that you know, understand, etc. So in Canvas on the discussions section, there's one for Unit 1. There's a link on the Java programming module that takes you to the Unit 1 topic. I want you to pick a topic from Unit 1, write a small code sample that explains the concept about that, and then respond to a peer's code sample and extend that code. So you have to write a post for yourself, and when someone else posts, you have to post on theirs with it, like how you can go from what they posted. So the idea of using a small little interactive environment. So it's like, here's small code things that we can do. And this is, I don't normally use discussions in the classroom setting, but rather than having little whiteboards we would use like in person, this is a way we can do the same kind of thing since, yeah, it's like trying to model some of my in-class behaviors, but digitally. So pick a topic in Unit 1, write a piece of code, put that in as a discussion, and then someone else's line of code from Unit 1, build off of that, use it to do something else, or reference it in some way. Because it's not going to be huge because it's Unit 1, but you can write some small code and go from that. And then for that unit at a glance, right here on screen. There you go. All but 5. Make it show 2 pages. I can't. It's 2-page. There we go. There's all of Unit 1 at a glance.
Okay, Priya just did a demonstration of how to work with a random number. Fantastic. It can be even simpler than that. It doesn't have to be a full program, it just has to be a code sample. Doesn't have to be a self-contained operating program. It can just be just a small blurb. Ran great. Torrin, wonderful. Jamie, also wonderful. David and Jessica, great options as well. Yes, thank you. Hey, Amina and Kai, thank you. Great examples of using quick things of Unit 1. Um, this, like I said, normally when I'm doing this with a classroom, I would instead be using the small little whiteboard thing. Like, hey, write this down. Boom. Or put this up on the class whiteboard and do this. But we don't have a physical class. So adapting it to use discussions, and it's a way you can have, again, that offline homework stuff like, hey, work on this and come back to it. Way you can do it that way versus having it if it's not in class. So they can have a way to interact, even if you're not physically doing stuff, but having that interaction level with this. So if you haven't already done so, please pick someone's one to build off of, add to their code, or extend their code using what they're using as their theme. Hey, replies. Thank you so much. Wonderful. 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 Great job, humans. Okay, and so the idea of using other students' responses to build that up, it's a way you can totally use the idea of group work on something that isn't a group assignment. Because it's just, hey, here's the way to build off of this small thing. It's a great way to work in the classroom setting and do stuff that working and communicating in a peer that's not a big scale thing, but hey, I need to work with a partner really quick, writing something small that goes with it, build off of it. It's a great way you can actually work with that in the classroom. So thank you. Good job, humans, on doing that. I appreciate that. Um, so unit 1 is, as you can see, it's covering all those basic concepts. Let me get rid of this window right here. Oop. Okay, so we have the stuff on basic output and input into variables, not human input, but rather input to a variable in some form. And there's no expectation in this unit of working with the objects themselves, of actually getting input, but we should. And we're going to do that really quickly. So we're going to do a quick little project. I'm going to do quick input with you to make that happen, to see, oh, it's not something you have to teach, but it's something you can easily add to the class. And we're going to do that using a BlueJ for our example. So we can take that out and then we'll finish off with those the question for the end of the day and go from there and come back tomorrow morning. So I'm going to make a BlueJ project. I'm going to show you how you can work with input from the keyboard so you can have that to happen. And we'll talk about some of the issues with that in a bit as well. So I'm just going to open up BlueJ really quick. BlueJ. And make a brand new project. So that's last time's project. Bloop. Oh, forgot it auto quits. BlueJ. Project, new project. And in BlueJ, and this is demo unit 1. Okay, so I have my BlueJ project that creates right here. It's just a folder. If you look in your Finder/Explorer window, that's where all of it will lie. It's just in a single folder for that current project. You can create a class just by clicking the new class button. You can also go up to the project and you can make a new with that, with edit a new class or new package, adding class from the file, etc. So right click a new class as well. And I'm going to call this runner. And in the runner, if I just double click on that, it automatically gives me this to start, which is a fair chunk of code. But I don't need all of this. And so I'm going to delete all of it. So this is the, just to start off here, here's my runner. If I make this and I hit save, I have a class. That's all that's required for a class is simply just a public class, name of the class, and squigs. It doesn't do anything. So let's make it so it can do something. This is where we add our main method. And so we have the public static void main string square bracket args. And I purposely do not explain this yet. I do not explain it. These are just words you have to type to make it work. And I'm going to go ahead and compile this right here. Boom, compiled, no syntax errors, wonderful. If I go back to my window for this, I can run this project by right-clicking new main and just do boom. And it ran and it did nothing because it's a completely useless piece of code, which is wonderful. Now I can do my stuff all right here in main. And so with a lot of textbooks, they do stuff in main. I normally don't. Normally my main is completely, it has 2 lines of code in it and it's the same 2 lines all year long. But we're going to do just some quick stuff to make that happen. What is the line of code I use to make output happen in Java land?
System.output.
System.println, yeah. So system helps if I type today. And I can recompile that. And now when I run my void main, output here. Hooray, I've got output. And each .println gives me its own line of code versus print stays on the same line. I demoed that once and I use print once or twice and then I'm done with print. I use println for everything because I generally want this to be easily read by humans and myself, as well as displayed to the console if we're working with that. I'm like, oh, I've got output right there. And so I can just simply talk about string concatenation, how if I don't put spaces in that, it's just going to squish it all together, and talking about how all that works. And we can, it's great to do that. But you can also make it so it's very easy to do input from the user. Who knows how to do that? Just raise your hand or do the thumbs up thing if you know how to make that happen. Okay, got a couple of hands raised. Fantastic. Okay, wonderful. So the first thing we do if we want to do input from the user, go up here above the class header, we add an import statement for import java.util.scanner. And I explicitly import every single step all the way through. I don't do the dot star because I want to have students see exactly all the pieces I'm using that we do for anything that's outside of the java.lang structure. So I've got the import. It compiles right now, doesn't do anything. I'm going to change this to be a prompt right here. I'm going to just rewrite another line. So system.out.println. And again, all our lines in with our good friend, the semicolon. Type in your name. And now I've got a output statement that happens, that's great, but in order to get input, I have to use the scanner object in my code. So I'm going to go up here before this. I'm going to declare and initialize a scanner. So make a scanner instance named input or keyboard input and assign it a new scanner object, passing it system.in, which is the stream that is the default input stream for your computer, which for us is going to be a keyboard. And I'm going to capture that input from the user. So I'll make a string variable and input equals, and then the keyboard input dot next, parens semicolon. And then when scanner's done, it should be closed. So I'm going to just add that right now. And I talk about why later, but first that's like, hey, we should make sure we close this when we're done. So we'll add that close right now to do that. I'm going to hit compile again. Hey, no syntax errors. Great stuff. You go back to the window, right click and void main, give it no parameters. Output here, type in your name. You type Cody, and my program's over. I typed in Cody Henriksen, but it only got the next thing I typed. And so to use the, with .next, we've got the idea that we have a difference between what is typed in and the enter key press versus typed in all the way through. And so we have all the stuff that goes into Scanner to how to work with that. And so I'll talk about how to use next line versus next int versus next double versus next Boolean. How do all those pieces interact with each other? And I'll have the students make a quick little project where they're going to be working with this to gather and work with input and display the input back out to the user as output. And it's like, oh, here's how we can quickly use variables inside unit 1 and do output from that. And so we have that example right there from Alexa's code where it's going to just be the doing the mathematical calculations and displaying the results. We can do that same thing here. It's like do that same thing, but use student input to make that happen. And so they have the code that's on screen. Now change it to work with this. And it's a small itty bitty project, but I can make it go, oh, here's how I can do this and go a little bit further. And then we have a little mini project with unit 1 to talk about those concepts. And it's more interactive, which means students have a bit more fun with it usually. And it's making an object that's not just a string, but you can do so much more than simply just output to the console. Input from the console is not a huge thing. Very simple, nothing special. Don't have to worry about exception handling or anything weird. It's just input right there. And Scanner is built in Java since Java 5. So every version of this should work. And so you can easily get input in, starting that pretty quickly and do some just making a early project even more interactive than it was to start off with. Any questions on doing keyboard input? And how you can use that to extend the unit 1 knowledge just a tiny little bit. It's not on the test, but it makes life easier because it's slightly better. So you start off with just doing output and then let's make a variable and then let's make the input go into a variable. And so it just builds, like I said, that spiraling idea of how to go just a little bit further and build on existing content with your mammals and do your projects even better, just a tiny little bit and have more funness. Okay. So we'll hit this a bit some more. We'll talk about there's a problem with Scanner that we is on screen when we come back tomorrow. If you can take a look at that link that we have on there for right screen, boom, right here on the end of day questions. It's a quick little survey. If you can answer that survey for me, I'll use that to help guide what we're doing tomorrow in class as well. And we'll see here in the morning and go from there. And then if you have questions, please feel free to ask. I'll be using that as this is our exit ticket for the day. I know, really intense work.
Cody?
Yeah.
Don't we have a diversity, equity, inclusion assignment?
On tomorrow's Canvas stuff?
Oh, I thought it was today's.
Is it today? Let me double check. It should be for tomorrow, but yeah. Modules.
What are
Because
the assignments? Oh,
I was just wondering when you wanted it by.
Uh, I think it's set for due on the 15th at midnight. So
Okay,
that's
so
tomorrow.
due tomorrow. So
Yeah.
sometime get it done tomorrow before midnight. Okay.
Yeah.
and then for today, what is it? What are
What we did today. There's no assignment. It's a I'm the things we did here with that the unit one little demo, the intro thing. Yeah, today's not as much on the assignment stuff. It's today has some fire hose stuff to just get to you so we can start having more time and work and build as we go through. So you should have started your calendaring. Um, you did a
what
unit one.
about scavenger hunt? Did you want that turned in?
Did I have an assignment? I think I did. Yes, upload your scavenger hunt. Yep, that's on there. Yes, upload your scavenger hunt, please. That's the mega assignment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a fantastic evening.
Cody, I apologize, but I made a copy of the scavenger hunt and I have no idea where to find it because it did not put it into my Google Drive. Um, I've never used Canvas, so this is not a system I am familiar with.
So with that, just on this, it's not a graded assignment. Just upload a little a PDF of saying I did it.
Okay, I can do that. Or it might be a Google Doc, but I can do that.
Yeah.
Because I have no idea where, I mean, the two are not talking to each other at all. So,
I'm sorry. Yeah, just upload a PDF that says I did it, and I'm cool with
okay.
that. This is
Thank
not a
you.
huge. We did that as a class.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a great night, everyone.
Thank you. Cheers. Have a great evening.
Thanks.
I'm still working on the exit ticket, but it's going to get done and I'll upload my because it's done. The
No
scavenger.
worries. Yeah, no
Thanks.
worries. No stress attached at all.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Torn. Have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow.